What is going on, everybody? Welcome to Moonlit Battlers Alliance Season 8 Power Rankings. I know, we're actually doing this, and we're doing all of them in one big video. For the first time, we're doing every single division. Holy crap. Anyway, I'm not alone. I'm joined here today with one of our moderators, Boniour.
Hello.
And we got very, very friendly fella. Goes by the name Weasley.
Hi, I'm, yeah, let's just say that.
Yeah, okay. Am I saying it right? I can't remember.
It's technically pronounced Weasley, like the character from...
Ronald Weasley. Alright, I'm sorry. I will say it like that from now on.
Yeah.
Weasley. Alright, well, guess we're gonna jump right into this. We're gonna start with Blood Moon. Little TLDR. These are just our opinions. We're just doing this for fun. So if you guys have any disagreements, please feel free to leave them in the comments. Or whatever you want to do. Hit us up with the Discord. Whatever. Just for fun.
Don't be offended.
Sorry, what? Yeah, that.
That's a good...
I'm getting something set up so we can actually write down our picks. So the way that we're going to do this is we're going to give everyone a score from 1 through 10. And we're going to average out all the scores. So like say I give the person a 9, Boniour an 8, Weasley a 7. We'll give that person an 8. 8 as a total. We're going to go through every single coach. We're going to go 1 through 16 for every division, which there are 4.
Can we not vote on our own teams?
Yeah, you can vote on them. As long as you're honest.
Yeah.
God dang it. Alright. Let me see where I can do this. Notes it is, I guess. Alright. So, here we go. Without further ado, without more waffling, we are going to kick us off with, oh, would you look at that?
You're a waffle.
You're a waffle.
Oh, I wonder what team that is.
Man, gee, I wonder. It's the French Bite Association, coached by Boniour. He's got the Mega Mall Wild, Raikou, Mence, Darm. Yeah, shut up. Well, first thing right off the bat, holy offense. You have the Mega Mawile, the Salamence, Darmanitan. Just this entire team is just bite. It's literally just time out the team. Good lord.
It's
Yeah,
11
there's a lot
physical
of...
attackers. Don't mind the fact that there's 10 Pokemon.
Kaz fixed that. Fuck's sake. I saw what you did. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, no, the one main thing is like the team kind of just lacks any sense of defense, but I think if you can go through and just out-pressure your opponent's teams, I think you'll be okay.
Just bite
one
harder.
thing I will say though is I am a bit lacking on the hazard removal front, and especially rocks are pretty good, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, rocks are incredibly strong into your team. You do have kind of a big ice weakness as well, with Mawile being like your primary resist. I mean, you do have Avalugg, and you do have, oh, I'm sorry.
Rant and Feraligatr.
Yeah, kind of, but they're a
And
little...
Darmanitan.
For some context, the format for Blood Moon is Gen 6, so things are going to be a little bit different. Just reminding you all. So...
No boot spam.
Yeah, no boots. You're going to have to get those rocks off manually with either Arrow, I believe, and Table Man.
Avalugg, Rapid Spin. Yep. Or Salmon's Defog, but spoiler, I ain't running that very often.
All of
Wesley,
your hazard removal is weak to rock.
Yes, it is.
yeah, that's. I think that's going to be a running theme because not a lot of stuff has access to rapid spin and defog in Gen 6. Not as much as in Sun and Moon, at least, because that's when the tutor came out and all that jazz. But yeah, this team is very strong offensively, but defensively it can be very problematic.
And most of its offense is physical as well.
Yeah.
Naturally, since they're biters, of course.
Yeah, you can't really fight someone with your mind.
Salamence can go special. Salamence can go special.
It can. You can run a very solid mixed-man set, which I think you're going to want to be running a lot of the time. At least for how the team's set up.
Yeah, the defensive side, I'm gonna have to rely on Rotom with Will-O-Wisp and Avalon. It's not great. Spadef, I literally have nothing.
Raiku's kind of a Spadef mon.
A little. He could probably slap an AV on it and kind of call it a day, but I don't know.
To be fair, AV is an item.
It is an item. It is an item. But all in all, I got to give this team just a 7 because the offense just goes absolutely ballistic, but it just doesn't really have much else going on for it. But you cannot disregard that offense. What do you guys think?
I feel bad about this, but I'm probably gonna give it like a 5, just because like a lot of other teams do have that offense. Not really that offense to this degree, but it's kind of overkill, don't you think? And yeah, there's some glaring weaknesses in your defensive side, which will create problems, but yeah, I think it's solid anyway. Especially considering the restriction of only biters.
Yeah, this was self-imposed. He challenged himself to draft only Pokemon that would bite in a playground setting, and I think he did a good job.
This is the All Stars div. This is the All Stars div.
Anyway, what are you
personally,
biting?
not trying to not be too biased, I would give like 8.5. I do think the offense is very solid. Maybe 8. We can go down to 8.
Okay, so all in all, your team, we're going to give you a 6.6 for your rank. So, not bad, but certainly, it's very, very, it does one thing and it does it well, and that is bite!
Yeah.
Yep, it bites.
Up next, we got Southern Cavern by Coach of the I Stole Your Owner's logo. Damn it, Cavern.
Professional plagiarizer.
Real. Right off the back, Jesus Bulkasaurus. I'm going to puke. Good lord, how do you break this?
Also, Gen 6 Aegislash, arguably the best one in the draft. Very much pick 1 potential. It is very strong. But my main problem with this team is that the offense really is a little lacking.
It has the exact opposite as your team, to be honest. Because this is before... Sorry, go ahead, Weasley.
I feel like the problem is something else entirely, and it's not necessarily the lack of offense, because Aegislash... Wait, are you guys showing like the prep doc for each of these teams, or?
We're just going based off of the team sheets on our docs, but it does have in this gen. It does have 150 in both defenses,
Yes.
and then when it changes, it goes to 150 in both physical and special attack. So HSS can hit really hard out the gate.
I feel like the thing that I have with this team is something kind of different that's not really as obvious. But it's that it gets kind of redundant, doesn't it?
I can kind of see it. But
Like,
I
you
don't...
drafted Aegislash and Klefki on the same team and Golurk, which since you have an Aegislash that's probably coming to like every game, Golurk and Klefki, which are pretty substantial quantity of your points aren't coming nearly as often.
I will agree.
So you're kind of like pigeonholed into a couple months.
I feel like they were kind of drafted for different reasons, because Klefki is the only fairy, and Golurk is the only ground. Well, it's the only ground. Whiscash, no. Oh, wait, no, Flygon. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know why Golurk's there, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 3 ground types.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do kind of agree, but I don't think it's necessarily redundant.
No.
The team also kind of struggles with like super bulky grass types. Like if there's a Ferrothorn into this team, I think that it's going to struggle a bit, but
Another gripe I have with this team is the speed tiers. It's looking pretty sluggishly slow.
Yeah, I think the
Because
fastest...
Blaziken is no speed boost. Is Espeon?
Espeon's your
Espeon's
fastest.
the fastest, yeah, which I think caps out at 110. So the team is very slow, very bulky, but I think the main source of your damage is going to be passive, with like maybe a Scarf Flygon, Scarf Blaziken kind of cleaning up. But at the same time, it can be kind of, especially in like a draft setting, it can be kind of predictable and easy to kind of navigate around those, because the Pokemon that are coming, they don't have a whole lot of versatility, in all honesty. At least that I think. But you could just be...
Especially with the lack of heavy duty boots, this playstyle gets a little worse. Because your only hazard removal is Mandibos, which is fine. It's a good hazard remover, but it's also weak to rocks. So.
Yeah. I think that's gonna be a running thing, just because of how comparatively sparse the removal is in this generation. But I don't know. This is before Porygon got the buff teleport as well, so your pivoting also isn't that great, because I don't think Blaziken even got U-turn at this point either.
And you're kind of missing rocks.
It's Flygon and Golurk, I think. Maybe Whiscash gets it, but Whiscash is not real.
It does not get rocks this gen. Klefki gets spikes. But I would say that this team definitely excels at covering its defensive weaknesses pretty well. So it can definitely, be very obnoxious to deal with. Granted, you don't go up against a Kyurem. But personally, I'm gonna give this like a 6, just because it's very, it just feels exploitable, in my opinion. What do you guys think?
I'm giving this a 7.
Right.
I'm giving this a 7 because I have to acknowledge the fact that Aegislash this gen is kind of a monster, and Mega Venu is also a very solid pick. So I'll give this a 7. The bulk is really nice.
Yeah. Wesley, what are you thinking, my friend? Weasley. Sorry.
I was thinking probably a 6 as well, because I think that if you can pressure this team a bunch, then the Aegislash will just end up in a 50-50 and possibly lose, even though it's an advantageous 50-50 most of the time.
Yeah, that's it. It just kind of goes down to like the team is very like, I'm gonna do this turn, I'm gonna do that this turn. Like it's very telegraphed, so it can be against a skilled player.
It's somewhat passive.
It can crumble. Yeah, but anyway.
It's cool though.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. I like the looks of it. And now we'll go on to the Bronx Bombers, coached by mcgriddle. Yeah, this team is kind of cool. I kind of flux with it. I like it. I really like the the Fairy Dragon Steel Core.
I honestly really
nasty.
like 8 of the Pokemon. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Stop.
Go ahead.
I really like 8 of the Pokemon on this team. What is Swallow doing there? What is Swallow doing here?
I think they mostly drafted it to fill a speed gap and to kind of just click Specs Boom Burst. That's about it.
Yeah, but
it definitely does
really
feel
Swallow
redundant
does.
with Megalop, both being fast normal type offense.
Emlop and Moltres cover everything that it should.
Yeah. I feel like maybe if they swapped out the Swallow for just something else, maybe. I don't know. I mean, you got decent breaking power. You got good defenses. You have the tools, but I don't know. The Swallow's kind of.
Got good removal as well, which is.
One thing I do like here is Fortress. Fortress is a very nice hazard removal. But at the same time, I think it's a little redundant with Bronzong. Because they're both here to hazard manage a lot of the time.
I feel like even if this team was 7 Pokemon, without the Bronzong and the Swallow, it would play the same most of the time. And those 7 Pokemon are very good.
Yeah, no, the 7 that you do have are crazy together. Like, I think they've got a lot of really good synergies, and they're just dangerous. Like, Azelf is crazy. Hydreigon is nuts in this gen without the huge amount of fairies. Azu was a lot scarier in this gen. Megalop is just crazy, although it has to rely on high jump kicks, so that's a little but I love this squad.
I do have to comment on Moltres in a gen without heavy duty boots. It's way less reliable. I do feel like there was a better way to spend that amount of points than Moltres. Maybe I'm just a hater, but
It's still got good stats. If you
think
can keep hazards off, which is kind of
it's a little bit of
the
a
Fortress
chore.
as well. Moltres.
It's a little bit of a chore with this team.
it's a little exploitable because Fortress coming in every time means that against special attackers, it's not gonna be an easy time.
To be fair, the rest of the team doesn't really care about hazards all that much. Nidoqueen gets kind of annoyed by spikes, but other than that, I mean, like, the whole team just kind of do their own thing. They don't really care that much about hazards. It's really just the Moltres, in my opinion. And the Swallow.
Azelf cares a lot about hazards. That's why it blows itself up to get them.
That was a Gen 2, my guy. But, yeah. Still,
No, that was Gen 4.
maybe.
But
I'd probably give this
a good thing about this team as well is that it's literally the opposite of Ground Weak.
Yeah, you got 4 immunities. Jesus Christ. No resist.
5 immunities.
5 immunities. 5.
Oh my god.
5 immunities.
Oh my word. Yeah. I don't even see like one single type that this team is super weak to either. At least right off the bat. Fairy can be a little, but no. You have 2 steals and a Nidoqueen.
Doesn't really.
Fairy's fine.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Very strong. I'm gonna give this team probably an 8, honestly. I just think that it would benefit them a lot to drop the Bronzong and the Swallow and just get a little bit more versatility, just because they feel very redundant.
Yeah. It is accurate.
Yeah.
I do agree as well. I would put this at 8 feels right.
Okay. Well, good job, mcgriddle. Maybe you'll come out with another championship and show us all that it's actually a 12 billion. Speaking of a 12 billion, Jesus. We got lxffyzz are the licking Lucarios. Oh.
Wow.
I just said that out loud.
Curious team name.
Curious team name. A curious amount of flying types. You have 3 offensive flying types. None of them click flying type moves very often. And you have probably one of the better removers available. But, oh my god, Hitmontop needs to come every single week. This team is rocks weak.
And also, somehow, you're not the only person who drafted 2 base 100 speed Pokemon in the first 2 rounds.
That's kind of silly, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty funny. Oh, I'll be right back.
But yeah,
You guys chat. I'll be right back. Sorry.
do you feel like
There
stealth
is
rocks
a
are
very
good?
obvious. Yeah, 1 stealth rocks, 2 very obvious ice weakness. There is a total of 2 resists for 3 weaknesses? But
Well,
it's just
there's-
very spammable because
And one of the
Weavile is not
resists.
very real.
Yeah. Jirachi is a massive pain anyway. And drafting Jirachi Ran 1 is some kind of, I don't know, possibly a crime? But I shouldn't say that, that's rude.
No, don't worry, but I feel like Weavile would cook this team alive. Thankfully, they have Weavile.
Weavile is
so-
on this team.
Yeah.
But I
But
honestly like the fact
No,
that there are
why-
just... There are a ton of hazards that
But-
you can set up yourself. But since all the teams are talking about, oh, it's hazard week, oh, it's hazard week, oh, it's hazard week.
yeah, the Rose Raid is very nice. One thing I don't like about this team is just that you're setting up Sun with Zard Y but have no real way to exploit it.
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe grabbing even like a cheap chlorophyll sweeper would have been perhaps better than a third flying type.
They lied to me. They
Maybe,
said my food was
yeah.
here, and it's not.
Wait, Thundy T is basically base 100 speed.
It's just barely not.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you guys talk about this, but I do really like the offensive pressure this team gives. It was a lot of craziness.
This
It's
team
gonna-
has a lot
it's
of
tough to
pressure
check.
offensively. Defensively, I feel like Swampert is going to be relied on quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Swampert
Maybe
him on
hitting on
top.
top.
Rose Raid as well, but oh my god, this team does not really take ice moves well, except for Jirachi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Jirachi is the only switch in because Weavile is not very real of a resist.
Yeah.
So where is the sprite for DNC Mega DNC? We should fix that.
What are your opinions? In terms of numbers?
A little too rock weak for me, maybe a little ice weak. It's a 7. It's a 7. I don't want to be too harsh because the
Okay.
offensive pressure is really nice.
I'm gonna say 6.
Honch.
Aren't you there?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, now my
Sorry.
shows up. Anyway. Yeah, what are you guys thinking for rankings?
6.
I'm thinking 7.
Okay. Weasley, what do you think?
I thought I said 6 already.
You probably did.
I'm sorry.
No, it's my fault.
I'm being mean.
Just, it's so, like, it's very strong, but it's very, very exploitable. I'm probably gonna give it a 7
One
as
last
well.
thing I have to point out. One last thing I have to point out is that ghost spam into this is very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luckily, there aren't that many strong ghosts in this gen, at least.
Defensive Weavile, let's go.
I'm like, I've seen that org once. It's a
Don't
thing,
worry,
but
guys.
So
Chen
6.6.
Tao gave it recovery from beyond the grave.
Jesus Christ. Well, move on now to the Salty Slowbros, coached by B0472. Yes, I'm gonna do that for everyone. that has numbers because haha numbers.
Yeah.
Speaking of haha numbers, the speed on this team is really good. They have a crazy good
Yeah.
fairy dragon or fire water grass. Fairy dragon steel,
Got a
also very
solid
strong.
FPS.
You
There
have both of
is
the trademark
a
boards down.
Aromati's not strong, I will point
We
out.
have multiple flying types again.
That's not as bad because Gligar's not weak to rocks.
Yeah. Oh wait, Gyarados Mega
Speaking
Gyarados
of-
also isn't a flying type most of the time. I forgot. I'm
Speaking
sorry.
of Gligar, I really do not get why it is on this team. Like, it's a
Yeah.
good hazard stacker, I will not say no,
You were definitely upset about that.
That's
but I'm not sure what it does entirely.
Maybe he was just trying to round.
I was
through
upset about
Shepherd
this
Needle.
snipe. No, I am upset about that snipe, I will be honest, but I just
Yeah.
do not see what it does here.
Zygarde 50 is... It's quite something, regardless of what format it's in. It doesn't have 1,000 arrows, but, yeah, it's kind of a huge pain. But
Was that Gen
yeah,
7?
you can just...
Let me see.
It got Power Construct and 1,000 arrows in Gen 7, yeah.
I'll double check that.
Yeah. No, I fact checked it.
Probably.
There's also just a lot of depth here.
That is true, yeah. Yeah, no, it's got so much
Yeah,
going on. Like, it's got great offense, great defense, great speed. You tick all the boxes, frankly. It's a very strong
Dude.
team.
The one thing I do like
There's not
is
anything...
that you just don't switch into rocks.
I mean, you do have
It's
Zygarde
like
and...
I guess Pharaoh is fine. Okay, but I mean stealth rocks, not rocks.
Oh, yeah.
Offensive, but yes.
I mean, you do have... I believe Crobat got defogged this gen. Let me check.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
both
so.
Crobat and Gligar have default.
They do, yeah. So, it does have some
yeah.
pretty good removal options. So it's not that bad, but... Honestly, I really like this team. I'm gonna give it like a 9.
I'm gonna give it like an 8 because I think there are other teams that are just... Please don't hurt me.
Who would be hurting you? Nobody hurts you. It's
Oh
okay.
no,
You know.
I'm a little on the fence about this one.
Take out the
I'd
bias about
say,
the
like-
Gligar snipe.
Listen, it's not just Gligar, it's also Crobat and Mega Gyarados. But no, I do think I'll put this at like 7.5, 8. I think it's still really good. But, 8.
Yeah, it's
So,
good.
Alright. So that'll be an 8.3.
Yep.
I just think the team is very cookie cutter good. Like it
Yeah.
has all the good things that a
It's gonna
draft team needs.
It's gonna be up to the pilot a lot, I think, though.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, definitely. Anyway,
see how
Now-
they.
we'll move on to gross. Oh look, no, it's the
Yeah,
coach
this is-
in the corner. It's the water polo war turtles, coached by Forza, otherwise known as B Barrel. Anyway,
Otherwise known as the silly guy. But yeah, this is one of the teams that I'm terrified of.
yeah, the team is definitely very, very strong, very interesting, very wild. The main thing that I really
First
don't
off-
like with the team is the lack of pivot. It's very like you have to switch
That's
into things.
Fundy.
Fundy is literally the only one.
Mm,
Maybe Cockney gets U-turn. Maybe.
You're not running U-turn Cottony.
Aloe didn't get flip turn yet.
Yeah, that was.
Claydol doesn't have the buff teleport. So it's like, it's going to be kind of difficult to get your threats onto the field. But if you do, Jesus Christ, Kirim
You can
Black.
constantly switch.
Oh my god, it goes crazy.
Yeah, it's... That 170 attack is not a number that is irrelevant.
Like some people like to think.
Yeah.
I will say
Also,
though,
Gen 6
this team
Zam...
seems. What about
What?
Gen 6 Zam?
It's quite something.
Alright.
It's very, very scary. The Fighting Psychic
Yeah.
Dark Core is really interesting and strong. The Fire Water Grass also, which is it's very bulky, aside from the Houndoom. Fairy Dragon Steel.
No real fairy though. Is
I honestly don't feel like that's too much of an issue. I feel like the main issue is the pivoting. Because you're going to have to find some way to get Kirim Black in safely. Same with Alakazam
you don't really have
and
to-
Tarak.
Also, you don't really have a good way to deal with someone just going for a Draco.
that's why Connie's here. Look.
Yeah, right?
But yeah, no. Dragon spam is pretty tough into this team because your Skarmory is of course very physically defensive. On the Spadef side, I don't think it tanks very well. Like I feel like the Latios kind of blows up this team.
Fair enough.
But
Absolutely.
I do think it's really good. One thing I have to point out is the ice weakness. Because one of the switch-ins, it's Houndoom, Bibarel, and Mola.
I mean, luckily
Yeah.
you have the best ice offense available. So at least there's that.
Yeah,
And
so
a lot of
you're
ways
not
to
going
deal with ice offensively in general. Like, ice types don't want to deal with, like, Skarm, even, and they certainly don't want to be taking heat from Houndoom or Tarak.
Well,
Yes, sir.
yeah, definitely not.
I
I don't know.
do think it's a good team, but I have mixed feelings about that defensive core because
It's
Oh,
a
just
very good
good.
defensive core.
It just
I
makes me
feel
want to
like
throw up.
it's
It's
Yeah.
so annoying to deal with.
I feel like it's exploitable by a mon-clicking like substitute.
Yeah, but it's just straight up evil.
It can be, but Jesus Christ. Good luck breaking it.
I'm giving this
So
a
do
9.
like double.
I'm gonna give it like a,
I
like a
do like
7. Just because, like, it just...
eights.
Okay, so it's just forces an 8. Okay.
Hi!
Wait, I know this team.
In a
What?
second, hold on. This is a 10 out of 10 team. Look who's there. It's ya boy. It's me. Anyway,
No, it's me.
that's Honchkrow. I see Honchkrow.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's Mr. Honch. Yeah.
I think, Wesley, we all helped you out with this team. And we all kind of agreed
Yeah.
it is stupid strong. You've got the great
I
one.
have-
You got great offenses, really good defenses with the fancy Cobalion, Mega Blastoise, and the Whimsy. Like, none of them are super, super passive, except for the Chansey. But, I mean, still, it's Chansey. It's living everything. The offense is redonkulous. With the Land
Yeah,
OT,
you can get up
the
to plus.
Volcarona.
You can get up to +6 special attack against a Chansey, but it doesn't matter.
Not really. It just sits there and smiles menacingly. Wesley, what do you have to say for your team?
What do I have to say in my own defense?
Yeah.
I kind of have reservations about this team, mostly because, like, I don't feel like I'm outputting as much damage as I want to be, and, like, there are also issues with, like, I'm gonna deal with certain types, like, I don't know. Flying, I guess, is one of the big ones, and, like, I'm not certain if I can trust, like, Quillfish to do some of the stuff that I want it to do, but I feel like I did alright.
I...
My removal is pretty solid.
Yeah, the removal is solid, but one critique I have to make to this is it might be a little too setup reliant for damage output, IMO. Because
I will respectfully disagree. Mostly because
you do have standout threats like T, but
all of his defensive pieces have the ability to do damage on their own. Whimsy has Leech Seed that it can just whittle away at anything. Blastoise doesn't really need investment to hit like a truck. Cobalion is a little awkward, but it's not, it's something. Chansey, yeah, toxic seismic toss. That's about it. But I feel like everything on here can kind of hold its own in a 1v1 matchup, but I do kind of agree. I could see where you're coming from. It's a little setup reliant, but it's really only Volcarona, in my opinion. Latias you can set up, but in this game, in this team, it might more so want to be a Scarfer because your next fastest is Jolteon, and outside of that, there's not a whole lot of speed.
Jolteon's 130.
Well, yeah. There's always Whimsy caught.
Oh, and Whims, yeah.
I feel like you're going to want to bulk that out more than you're going to pump speed into it, though.
Yeah, Whimsicott's basically got infinite speed. For all practical purposes.
That is true. That is true.
I think this team is just straight up solid. Like, you don't really have issues with any types. Like, maybe ground, but even then you have 3 immunities, so it should be fine. Like,
I think when we looked at this at the prep doc was actually very happy. There were no reds.
Yeah. I put this in the prep talk, there you can confirm there are no reds. And there are 3 neutral, which is ground, flying, and rock.
I'm gonna have to give this team an 8.5. I really like it.
I'm giving this a 9. I do think it's a great team. You cooked with this one, Weasley, sorry.
I'm gonna give this team a 9.
Damn, alright, let's see where we're... I gotta do math. Damn it.
8 point...
Right. There we go, got it.
9 plus 9 plus 8.5 divided by 3.
8.6.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The highest rank so far. Good shit.
Didn't you say...
What?
Hold up, didn't you say 8.5, Honch?
Oh wait, you're right. You're right. Hold on. I'm spreading misinformation on the internet.
8.8.
Yeah, that. Even higher. Alright, anyway. Next up is Joey's team. Djay, cursed by the Los Angeles Native Kings. I think I've seen this somewhere before. Like a very similar team. Where it's kind of got like the bread and butter Fairy Dragon Steel. And the fairly...
Yep.
I don't know, it's interesting.
I get the
I think
feeling
it's
I'm going
very
to have.
solid.
I agree.
When I look at this team, I get the feeling I'm going to have a bad time because, like, this team is designed to hex.
I mean, it's mostly just Togekiss, isn't it?
Starmie also is kind of a thing as well. And, like, Registeel really likes to click Thunder Waves, so... There's a lot of, like, stuff going on here.
I think it's competent outside of hacks, though. Like,
Certainly.
I
I
think
think
one
it's
thing,
reliant. It's just that it can make it happen.
one thing that this team would really benefit from is one really strong over-the-top breaker. Because, like, you have a lot of really good options. Like, you got a lot of really good, like, defensive pieces. Everything hits like a truck. Everything can hit like a truck except for the Registeel. But you just kind of need that little pinch of insanity to make this team, like, really, really good.
Garchomp kind of has that, doesn't it?
Not
Yeah, it
as
has
much.
130 base.
Not as much. Like, it's...
I will say,
You know.
One, Mega Torpedo, very nice pick, 140 base attack, is often underrated, with strong draw.
That is
And
base.
two,
That is base.
I will say this team gets a biter rating out of 10 out of 10, but actual team rating is gonna be...
How did he pick so many biters without sniping you?
Oh, he sniped me, alright? He sniped me out of Gengar.
Well, I think in a more analytical way, like, it's got a lot of, like, really good pieces. Like, you've got great rocks, great removal with Starmie and Togekiss. You got your rocks with Garchomp and Registeel. You've got physical offense, you've got special offense. Like, it's again, one of those, like, just cookie-cutter good teams. And I think it's...
You can pivot a bunch.
No, actually.
No, you can't.
There is a single
Oh, it's just Galvantula.
It's Galvantula.
But I like this a
It's
little
I
bit.
already-
thought Togekiss got Baton Pass or something, but...
It might.
Togekiss has Baton Pass. I just checked.
But it's not as egregious as the other team that we said that was, didn't have as much pivoting. This team has, like, everything has at least a little bit of bulk except for the Sharpedo. But even the Sharpedo has switching opportunities thanks to its psychic community. But it's like... Oh, this is also when Gengar still had Levitate. So it's... You're pretty good against ground for that. So,
Oh yeah.
Everything has good
That also
opportunities.
unfortunately means that... Right, Starmie's natural cure means that you're not super weak to T-Spikes either, despite not having a grounded poison. Never mind.
And T-Spikes are not very widely spread this gen, so you're fine.
No, I'm just kind of good. 8.5. Hell yeah.
One thing that I will add though is that everything having hidden power ice means that an electric type could be potentially dangerous.
I will definitely agree.
Volt Beam is dangerous to any team, though.
It is, but this team in particular,
It is when your ground
your
is
ground
flooding
type being
to ice.
flooded. Yeah,
But you've
that's
got
the
you've got Verizon, I guess.
Verizon fiber optic network. Yeah. Well, I do love me some Verizon.
I will rank this an 8.
I think 8's about right. Cool.
Alright. 8.16. Not bad, Joey. Alright. We're about halfway through. Where we have Jax, Nashville Tour Cats.
Oh boy.
Yeah. 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 I really like this
Yeah.
team. I really like how every single mon is valid. They can all be brought. And they all
Double
aren't.
regen.
None of them are passive.
Yeah.
You have the regen. And you have good Talonflame.
They have good hazard control as well, and especially for the Talonflame. Doesn't Absol also get Magic Bounce in this gen as well, so...
Yep. The speed tiers are also pretty good. Where it goes
kind of
to...
stacked at 100 again.
Huh?
Kind of stacked at
What do you
100
say?
again.
You
Like
got...
Tentacruel, Lando Eye, Mian Shao, and
Lando
Mew
Eye is
are all-
101.
Yep.
They're all
Wait.
close to 100.
Which isn't that bad, because, I mean, Tentacruel's almost not really going to run speed very often. Mew, it's a toss-up.
Yeah.
Manshao will. Lando probably will. What? I just
Mew-
really like the team.
It's really good.
Mew, I think, is... It's really gonna depend on how well Jax plays it.
Yeah, Mew is definitely one of those, it tests how good of a draft player you are. Because it could do literally everything. It could do everything and anything. So it's definitely up to the coach to see
That's
how
how
they can
creative
play it.
you are, and I think Jax can do well with that.
No, absolutely. He's a very skilled player, and he's very creative with his sets. So I'm really excited to see how this goes. This is also
One
when
thing-
Sylveon was really
One thing I
strong.
will point out
What?
This is also when before the Pixelate nerf,
is
so Sylveon's really strong.
one thing I will point out is the ice weakness. It's really only Tentacruel. Unless I'm missing something.
I
Since
kind
you
of
don't have
want
a
to.
steel.
I do kind of want to lump in Electros as kind of like a blanket check, but I do kind of agree that it doesn't have a great ice switch-in other than Tentacruel. But then again, ice is just kind of a very difficult type to check offensively or defensively. But I
If you
think
have a weakness,
It's
it's probably... If you have a weakness on your draft team, it's probably Ice, Rock, Flying, or Ground.
yeah, it's usually one of those.
I put in a prep talk. One thing I will notice is that has no normal immunity or resist due to it not having a steel or a ghost. So that's very spammable, just something to watch out for.
Luckily, I mean, I think there was the Mega Lop team, but other than that, I don't really think that there's much in terms of strong normal type offense. But no,
Yeah,
I definitely
there's
really
Mega
like this
Gang,
squad.
but
Don't worry, I'm going in with Calm Mind Chansey.
Yeah, what? Call my Chansey? Okay, buddy. You've been hanging out too much with Adura.
No.
No.
Yeah,
I
Jax.
actually
I-
won
It's
a very
very-
funny game. I'm sorry. I shouldn't bring this up now, but I won a tournament of just Chansey with a very funny Chansey set.
Oh no. Isn't that Call Mine nonsense again?
No, it was Lanasat Berry Focus Punch Substitute
Oh my
Chansey.
I do really like this team's momentum. There's just so much pivoting. There's Talonflame U-turn, Sylveon has Baton Pass, Mega Absol has Baton Pass, Landorus has U-turn, Mienshao has U-turn, Electros has Bovol switch on U-turn, Mew has U-turn. Very, very dynamic.
I'm gonna be bold with this one. Give it a 9.5. I really like it.
It's really solid.
Really?
Yeah. No, it's
I
got.
reckon it's
I
probably...
really like it.
I'd put it at 9 or 8.5 maybe because of the, like...
Not having a steal is a bit
I
awkward,
guess
but I
maybe-
don't feel like it's that detrimental. In all honesty.
I'm gonna be way harsher than you guys. I think it's a 7.
Really? Really? Okay. Alright.
So 9.5, 9, and 7.
Maybe 7.5, because I do have to respect the Gen 6 Talonflame. It's really good.
Yeah, it's because it gets all of it. It gets its Gale Wings at any %, which is just stupid. That is 8.6. Not bad. All right. Moving on now to Zodiac, aka our our league's top gaslighter for their own skill. Coach of the Vegas Coordinates.
Gaslighter?
Yeah, he gaslights everyone on how good he is. He's like, oh, I'm not that good, and we're just all like, dude, you just won like an entire season. Oh, I'm not that good. Shut up.
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it looks like he's on route to winning this one too with this freaking team.
Adura
Oh my
keeps
lord.
Yeah.
It's
I
very
really
solid.
like the Firewater Grass core.
Yeah. The Firewater Grass core is very, very strong.
Mega Alakazam.
Yeah,
Yes.
no nasty plot, but still, it's ridiculous. It's very strong. The pivoting on here is also pretty good, albeit a little bit
Scizor and
limited.
Zapdos are like some of the best ones.
Yeah, like you have that annoying ass Volturn core, which is really solid.
Got a
I mean,
ton of
I know you're
offense,
talking
a
about the
ton of
pivoting,
defense.
but I don't really see it. Isn't it just Zapdos, Scizor?
Well, yeah, but it's
Zapdos,
still like those
Scizor.
Those two just put you in a blender. Those two together combine to make a really strong Volturn core. In my opinion, at least.
That's true. They're kinda... Oh.
Oh no. Does Scizor have defog this gen?
No, I think
Yeah.
it got it Gen 7.
Your removers are Scizor and Blastoise, I believe.
Might be.
Maybe Zapdos.
This is Blastoise no Shell Smash, but I think it's a pretty decent bulky water for this. You don't really have that much recovery or Wish Passer, so it can kind of get worn down and exploited. So it's
Kind of
that's
a deal
something
with
to definitely
Scizor
watch
and
out for.
Zapdos as well, but
Oh, Zapdos
It's
does
just-
get defog. I think.
it's just that you've got to...
Yeah, it does.
When you're playing against this team, you've got to tread on eggshells to make sure that you don't let the Zam in on the constant volt switching and U-turning of this Zapdos and Scizor, and that's gonna... Yeah. And Serp with legal
Is-
hidden power too.
Megazam has 150 base speed, which this gen is even more correct
It's
than.
it's
is
arguably the
currently.
best speed that you're gonna get that'll actually do something. But honestly, outside of that, the speed isn't
And-
really all that. Like you have Serp, you have
I mean, the second fastest is Serp, and then like Zapdos at 100. Yeah.
yeah, it's the other than that, team is kind of slow and kind of it doesn't really like rocks like at all. there's a little bit of
Yeah.
something, but I kind of
Yeah,
like
but
the
this-
fact
I
that
mean, your rock
This is
your
so
rock resist is
strong,
what? Rhyperior?
there's what.
It is Rhyperior, yeah.
Wesley, what were you gonna say?
This team is just so strong.
Yeah, it's very solid. I really like that every single mon at least has some kind of juice in their tank, because the Slurpuff can set webs, belly drum, do
Belly
whatever.
drum.
Even though Rhyperior can like set up rock polish, do something. The
They're all
Ursaring can't
defensive
even
as
be
well somehow.
can't be ignored. Just being Gus facade and
One
just destroying something.
one thing I will say is that grounded to this team, your only immunity is Zapdos.
And you have
And
Serp
that's
resist.
it. But Serp has very mediocre bulk.
No,
So-
his bulk isn't that bad. It's not.
It's effectively
good.
very bulky because of how fast it is and how annoying it is.
Yeah, I do kind of like the Paracore that you got with the Glare Serp and the Static Zapdos for late game cleanups with Zam. All in all, though, I'm gonna give this team like an 8.5 though. The speed and the
Mhm.
rocks weakness make this a little difficult to rank any higher.
I think
I
I'm gonna
agree
go
with
with a
8.5.
9.
8.5 all the way. Is that what we're saying?
9.
No, 8.5.59.
Okay. Wait.
That's an 8.8.
That should be an 8.7 or something.
We'll put it 8.7. Very strong. Very strong. Up next. Oh god, we have another coach that'll just make me sick. We got Thriller, coach of the Iowa Jolteons. Still worse than Honch, but whatever. I guess, whatever.
What?
we have some beef. Personal beef. Not really. I love Thriller. But, yeah, we want to talk speed. This team doesn't really have a lot of it, I'll be honest. It's got Scolipede.
You want to talk speed?
3 base 100s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because Mega Guard, Manaphy, and Shaman. That's your speed.
The Hitmonlee can do things, but it's a lot harder to do this gen. It is a very
Umbreon for the defense.
Umbreon
The
being
defensive-
Hitmonlee is...
It's not as
Hitmonlee
bad.
is gonna have to be brought pretty often, because it's your only removal. To be fair, your team doesn't care that much about rocks, because you don't have flying. But...
Yeah, the only real
Yeah, that's
thing
another
is
issue.
just Scolipede, but realistically, I don't think your team is going to be worried that much. I think it's just going to kind of destroy everything on the special side with Tailglow, Manaphy, and Gardevoir, who is probably the best of the other best mon available.
You still have to watch out for Meadowgross on the physical side. And Diggersby, of course.
And Haxorus.
Diggersby.
Yeah, no, but for sure. I think that those two, though, are going to be the most explosive. I think the rest are a little bit...
What's the...
No fairy on this team is... Oh, wait, duh. Never mind. Jesus Christ. I need...
Buddy.
Listen.
You have...
Okay.
Shaman is your only ground resist?
Yeah, that's another con of the no flying type is you're very susceptible to ground.
Well, speaking of flying, what's this switching?
Yeah, you know?
It's exclusively
Metagross, I
Metagross.
guess.
Yeah. It's, yeah. I don't know, it doesn't really have as many options. Like, everything kind of has a job that it's going to do, and then that's it. If you know what I mean. Granted, they're all very good at doing their jobs, but it's, like, one job.
Also, we have to point out that this gen Mega Gardevoir is a monster.
Yep, it's with the buff pixelate still. So you really can't count that thing out.
Like, even resists are gonna take 40% at minimum, probably, so...
Come
I don't
on.
know. I'm gonna give this like a... Honestly, like a 7.5. Just because the offense is very strong, but it's like... It's lacking in versatility, in my opinion.
I think it's like a 6 because of the fact that there are just a lot of things that you can't deal with, like... If someone sets up spikes, if someone clicks a flying move, or a ground move, or a bunch of other stuff that could happen, there's not really a lot you can do to deal with, like, weaknesses in general.
Yeah, and I'm not a big fan of this team. I don't know. I think I'll be a little harsher even than Weasley. I'll put this at 5.5.
Damn, he's at 6.3. Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, buddy. Drop out our forehead. Anyway. Now we're going to Red Blue. Coach of the lxffyzz. I think this team is very interesting. I love the addition of Magnezone here because it really complements the Latios and the Mega Aerodactyl. And even the Cloyster. Sand! That too.
One thing...
That's my entire
One thing I like are like the low points mons are you can't ignore them because they both have Sand Rush, Stoutland, and Sand Slash.
That is true.
It's
We're not even gonna acknowledge the other mon that's down there because it's literally the anti-gilb. So, you should probably just get that off your team ASAP.
yeah. I
That
think
is
you could
part of
drop.
what I don't understand. I feel like... So imagine this. If you're a person, like, reading about the effects of the weather, like, in-game, you would think that if you wanted to abuse your weather, you would stack a bunch of Pokemon that can abuse it. Which isn't really how it works. Like, you stacked 3 rock types so that you can get the special defense boost more often. Which is an interesting decision.
Well, I don't think personally in terms of weathers, I think it's a lot more effective if the team isn't solely based around that one weather. Rather, it just be like a small pocketed core, because it's a lot more dangerous because you have to allocate special resources to dealing with that on top of the other things that you have to worry about. I really like the combo.
There is a good example being the next team.
Spoilers, Boniour.
But-
Spoilers.
Yeah. Remaining on this team, well, no, I feel like defensively struggles a lot. Offensively is very potent. Like, you have to be worried of everything.
Yeah, offense. It's kind of just like a very hyper offense spikes team with sand and drag mag.
Yeah.
Which is really cool in my
Yeah,
opinion. I think it's really interesting.
The speed I'm a little worried about is it's only Megadactyl at 115 and then it drops to Infernape at 108.
No,
Lanios
Megadactyl's
at
145.
I get
No,
Aerodactyl
Megadactyl
is 150.
Is it? Wait.
Yes.
What?
I'm
used
using
it.
this season in NetDex, remember?
Oh, right. Never mind. I really thought it was 145.
It's
Oh, well.
150.
That's a man with special in the head. But yeah,
So,
no, I do
please-
agree.
Please don't.
What? Anyway.
Don't use special as an insult and don't insult yourself.
Yeah.
You somehow managed to stone 2 stones with 1 stone.
Yes.
But
Well,
defensively,
it doesn't exist.
it struggles.
Not really.
It struggles
It
a
really
lot.
Yeah.
Like, the defensive Pokemon on this team are Florges.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Or just...
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's really meant to be so much of a defensive team as it is,
No.
like, it's just supposed to, like, set up hazards, sack them, like with Frostless or Infernape, and then sack them to let in the T-Tar, the Latios, and the Megadactyl, and the Cloyster to just go to town and finish games quickly. So, in that regard, I think the
But,
team
like, I
does it
feel
really well.
A very offensive water could kind of deal with this team very efficiently.
Yeah, water,
I feel like
a special water with ice coverage just destroys this.
Iron Bundle.
Iron Bundle in Gen 6? What?
Thankfully, it doesn't exist yet, but
Oh, it will. But it will.
yeah.
Byron Hundle.
That's right. He did say that. I'm gonna give this...
I'm sorry,
Dude, you're fine. I'm gonna give this an 8.8. Or not.
It's-
8.5, I'm sorry.
8.8. That's
We're not
awfully
gonna make you do
specific.
that math.
Offensively, it's a 9 or a 10, but I feel like I still have to rate the defensive part, and that brings it down a bit. I would put it at 7, 6.5 maybe.
7.5.
Damn, you were difficult.
Hard to
bud.
please.
7. I just really don't like the defensive part of this team, but I
It's-
still think the offense is really nice. I'll put it as 7.
Well, that's the thing. It's not really meant to be defensive. It's meant to just set up your hazards and then go
I
to
know,
town.
but if it gets put on the back foot, you'd have to rely on defensively. Defensively, you're not good.
Yeah, I suppose. So what are you saying? 7?
I'm saying 7.
All right.
Yeah, 7.5. Bonus points for the Florges.
7.6. Okay, not bad, not bad, not bad. So, yeah, the Florges is kind of interesting. But
Right. Next up.
next up, we have that other weather team that Dum Dum McGee alluded to, and we're also judging the other
Yep.
Dum Dum McGee's team. Godslayer Finion, coached by Adura. He got the actual Sand Abuser in the Excadrill. And,
He sniped him.
he sniped him hard. Well, I think he saw the T-Tar go round one, and he's like, I'm gonna ruin this man's whole career. And then he
I'm
did.
the one who told him, wouldn't it be funny?
Oh my
And
god.
then it happened.
Speaking of
It'd be
the
funny.
Excadrill, 3 ground types.
Well, I think it's kind of excusable.
They all have different.
It's
They all
excusable
have
here,
different
I
rules.
think.
Like, the one thing that I worry about more than anything else with this team
And-
is how are you going to deal with grass types?
Luckily, there aren't many good offensive grass types.
Grass,
you
you,
have
have
an
like
Escavalier.
Escavalier.
Grass types?
You have
You
an
have
Escavalier.
Chestnut, Bellfox,
Yeah, I think you've got enough to deal with it.
Also,
Ice is something I'm
Hippo
more worried
doesn't
about.
overlap. Hippo doesn't overlap a single weakness with Excadrill, so it's really nice. The thing I'm worried about with this team is the coach's skill.
Yeah,
Come
yeah.
on.
Just don't leave him alone in the VC if you ever see him, because
Finion for his mascot.
he's probably gonna cook something up that's stupid. So we have to,
Finion is epic.
we have to correct him.
Adura, you're epic if you're watching this.
Adura, you're
So
smelling
are you.
if you're watching this. Got him. Rolled. Destroyed. Anyway. No, in terms of the teams, the high sides, I really like the speed tiers. At least with the upper speed tiers are really solid. I am
Mega Man
counting
is
Excadrill.
135, Greedydog is 122,
122.
Bellfox is 104, and then you have Excadrill, which is 88 times 2, so
Yeah.
it's quite good. You have the best rapid spinner in the game, and you also have Magic Bounce plus Defog, so you're not too
Yeah.
worried about rocks.
You're big chillin' with hazards. Hey, where do you see oh yeah.
No, like, he sets up spikes
Also,
and he sets up spikes and he sets up spikes.
Exactly.
I mean, Adura is in VC. Does he want to comment on his own team?
Oh, he is, yeah, we just have some people muted.
Yeah,
Completely forgot
Adura-
about me and just started talking shit about me while I'm right here. Thinking I can't
you know
hear
what?
Adura,
Still, go for it, dude.
one word
Defend
to
yourself.
describe your team.
you. I actually no, I'm pretty proud of this team. It's much different from what was originally drafted. Apart from the
Yep.
first floor, everyone has changed at least twice from after we stopped drafting. Grace period was an interesting period. But no, originally my biggest weakness was ground. I couldn't really do anything against ground. And then after swapping a bunch of stuff, this is kind of what we ended up going with. It was originally going to be like a sort of dual weather with Kingdra in there as like something I can put in to break the ankles a little bit. They won't expect, maybe they'll think I'm gonna bring Sandstorm, and then out of nowhere I'll just bring like Rain Dance on a mod or something.
I feel like you would kind of break your own ankles trying to do that.
Hey, look, I've cooked, alright, with winning with a rain team using Sun, okay?
Brother man, you've cooked and look at California. Look at what you've done.
That's insane
crazy
statement.
take.
No, but for real though,
Honch,
If any of
they
you are
put
Californian-
Pennsylvania in the refrigerator.
if any of you are Californian, I really hope that you all are doing well. That you all are safe. If you're watching YouTube, hopefully that's the case. But still, love and
Adura
blessings
is not
going out to you.
Californian.
What?
Stay safe out here.
Yeah, Steve says, yep, uh-huh. Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yep.
But no, I'm pretty happy with this team though. What I was worried about when getting some of these mounts was ruining my speed tier a little bit. But getting the Greninja kind of solved all of that. Originally, I didn't have Greninja on the team. So I didn't want to have another water when I had Gastrodon, but Greninja is just so good at being versatile that I decided to grab it anyways. And then I got talked into getting Chestnut since I already have Greninja and Delphox. Might as well just complete the trio and get Chestnut.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
This is only Protein Greninja
also-
too, or Torrent Greninja. Jeez, which is still really strong.
Yeah, I mean,
The good thing about Greninja as well is that it gives you the rare T spikes, which this gen is very uncommon, but it's really good.
Yep, and then the other... I'm actually very proud of the fact that I have so many hazard removals and mons that aren't that weak to hazards. Like the most important mons, Excadrill, Clefable, and Xatu, kind of just all three of those deal with hazards really well. So I'm not worried about it or anything. And then I can set up my own. I have different types of hazards that I can set up as well. The only thing I don't have is webs. And I thought about getting a webs mon at first, but I decided against it because I'll go with more speed and then try to play around it that way. The more I thought about the Greninja, the more I realized just how good it is. It's just being annoying. Can have so many different sets as well. I could run it offensively. I could run it just pure support, just using U-turn and some spikes. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I like it.
I don't know, what are you guys thinking for rankings for this? I'm thinking personally, I'm thinking an 8. It does have some really strong,
I agree with 8.
divots. Yeah.
I'm thinking a 9. I do think for once Adura cooked.
What? Well, yeah, you guys were watching him and babysitting him. I saw it in the VC. Jesus. Alright, well, we'll go with that. Good shit, Adura. You got an 8.33.
8.3.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Don't worry, I'm still gonna find a way to just go like 0-7 and flank the first.
Okay, so disclosing my bias, nobody else. I planned out my entire draft in advance before it started. Nobody else ever sniped me, but Shiv, you sniped me twice.
Stinky
Damn.
Shiv. Got him.
Alright, I'm meeting back.
Oh,
Thank you
fun.
for your input, though. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Adura.
Alright. Next up, we have... Oh, speaking of, yeah. Coach of the Indianapolis Colossals, we got Shiv Kebab. Yeah. Yeah, this is a team. This is certainly a team.
It exists.
It is,
Yeah.
good lord. It does a lot of things right, but it also kind of does a lot of things weird. I don't feel like you've got a lot of good you've got a lot of good bulk pieces, but they kind of just do the same thing, at least a lot of the time. And it feels like you need more offense here. Personally,
I wouldn't say more offense because he's got offense. He needs speed.
offense, well, yeah, usable offense, usable speed. But Noivern doesn't really hit that hard. Mega Diancie does. Conk hits like a truck. But that's honestly it. I mean, Heatran will probably be forced to run offensively, but...
Offense, fairly good.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but if you're running Donphan offensively, you're either cooking with Adura, or something has gone horribly wrong.
My guy, you always run Donphan offensively in doubles, but...
Yeah, singles,
sorry, I
it's
missed
not the case, unfortunately.
But what I will say is that this team has a good trick room mode. I really like Cofagrigus plus Conkeldurr. Allows you to put out offensive pressure pretty decently. But yeah, the team is lacking the big offensive guy. I mean, maybe I'm sleeping on Mega DNC. I know it has 160.
Maybe you're
160.
sleeping on Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk, Big Boy Conk. I mean,
Mhm.
yeah, but it's slow. It hits like a truck, but it's slow.
weirdly enough, this team is psychic weak.
I can see that actually. You don't
That's one of the.
you don't have a psychic. Your only steal is Heatran. Yeah, no, I could see
And
it.
that's it. No doubt.
It is
Yeah.
one of the 2 teams I have ever seen that has been psychic weak.
Side spam might be a little.
The other was the most. The other was the most egregious team I've ever seen.
Wait a second, my cat is screaming at me. He probably needs to go poop.
Aww, kitty.
Yeah, no. This team. Noivern is a good speed tier, but the problem is that's really it. Afterwards, you've got Mega DNC, but the problem with Mega DNC is that it doesn't get the speed until the turn after, because the turn you Mega, this is Gen 6, so it doesn't take an effect immediately.
You just get frailer for a turn.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you just get frailer for a turn while keeping the speed,
Yeah,
which
so
means you're getting outsped on that turn.
your only immediate speed is like the
Noivern.
Yeah.
The second,
Priority.
the third fastest one on this team is Miltank. That's
It's like you have some
That's quite
lower
some-
tier speed, but it's not like you're going to be investing in it. So it's not. I wouldn't even consider it to be a factor, to be honest.
yeah. That's why I was
Well,
saying
exactly.
that like
Yeah,
ironically.
I'm agreeing with you. Anyway, I don't know. I'm gonna have to give this team like a 6.5. Like it's ridiculously fat, but that's kind of it.
That's
You
a
know, at
7.
least in my own opinion. What do you think of Boniour?
No, I do like the Honch plus Gothagrigus. I will still give this like a 7 though. 7.5 maybe. Let's go. Let's go for 7.
I was gonna say you if you go 7.5, I won't have to do math, but now I will. Fuck you, Frenchman. Anyway.
Hey.
Be smarter.
How could you ever call someone a Frenchman?
I'm so sorry. You're so correct.
No.
I will never do it again. Oh, this team goes by Vaymonape, the Victoria Vespiquens. If you had Pelipper, this team would be great.
Pelipper
Crazy.
doesn't set rain.
And this
Or die.
Wait, doesn't it?
Gen 7.
don't
Gen
think
7
it
no
does.
Grizzle.
Oh well, okay. If it had
It
Politoed,
go-
I think Politoad's still on the board.
please,
Yeah,
We
Politoed
don't have
is
a
on
holy
the board.
water.
please get Politoed.
Just get
Please.
Politoad.
Please.
This is a rain team, but the only rain setter is like
Or die.
Tornadoes. That's it.
Yeah, I guess Gudra, but still. It's one of those rain teams where it's like, it's not all water spam, which is really cool, and I like that. But it's not fucking rain, because it doesn't have any setters. At least auto setters. I mean, you're probably gonna be like, I have Yuxi. But I'm like, yeah, but Polly Frog.
So hear me out. This is a
Like,
Sun team.
Just so much better.
What?
Yeah, you can also run Sun because you have Tropius, and you have
Helios.
Volcanion, stronger
Helios,
with
Volcanion.
Helios too.
Yeah.
Like
I was
you
joking.
can
I was
function
mostly
in
just
Sun as
joking.
well.
Yeah, right after
You
you,
I was
can
mostly
function in Sun as
joking.
well.
right after you peel off the sidewalk the melted Mega Scizor, yeah. You'll roll like a
I
stick
mean,
He's a
Mega
victim.
Scizor is already
He's a victim of
dying to
hidden
one
power
fire
fire.
move.
No.
It makes it a lot easier to pick off if it's in Sun, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already
I feel
dying
like
to a fire
Scizor's
move,
just-
so
I like scissors. Well, then again, you also have Gliscor, which demands hidden power ice. So it's less likely that you'll get picked off by a random hidden power fire, but
one thing I do have to say is that a rock is a tough time for you. Like, as in
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
offensive type, but also as in rocks.
Also, you don't really have any good, like, hazard setters as much. I guess...
Yuxi's fine. In Glyspore.
Yuxi's alright. Yeah.
But... Tornadus also has Prankster, right? So you're okay.
Mhm.
I was going to point out the speed tiers, but
Well,
you have enough
Prankster
variety
doesn't.
to make
Prankster doesn't fix speed. It just makes it so status is a little bit faster. But I mean, you have great priority, but
having
you don't have
priority.
any speed.
You have good priority, but
You need
Real
to
lacking
think like
speed.
a doubles player, Honch.
Listen.
Tornadus is the best range setter, and it's also the answer to all of your speed problems.
Well, Wesley, I don't know if you've noticed, but it's
We're playing singles in Generation 6.
yeah, it's not exactly, you know.
the pivoting
Simply
on this
click
team is
Tailwinds.
kind of insane.
The pivoting is pretty crazy with the Gliscor, the
Yeah.
Mega Scizor, the Lizard,
Helios.
yeah,
The
Yuxi,
Tornadus,
Torn, yeah.
the Yuxi. This team isn't awful. I just wish it had Drizzle. I just wish it.
I'm sorry, get rid of that Snorlax, get on there a Politoed. I don't know what he's doing there.
Yeah.
Oh, but then, yeah.
His ass is not doing anything on there, I'm sorry, Jay. But I'm gonna have to give it a 5.5. Well, no, that's too harsh.
6.5?
That's too
7.
harsh. Because you do really. Another thing I like is like you force them to either run HP Fire or HP Ice with this team, and it's a very tough decision. So I do kind of like that, and you can pivot between Gliscor and Mega Scizor really well. But outside of that, yeah, I'll give it like a 6.5, just because it's almost there. If it had a rain setter, 9. But as it stands right now, it's just it's missing it, in my opinion, very sorely. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
7.
I still do think it has speed issues. I'll put it at 6.5. 7. 7. I do still think it's a pretty good team. It's just missing that drizzle.
Yeah, that's kind of the common theme, is like everyone has a pretty solid team, but it's like there's just one or two things that need to be tweaked. Alright, moving on to our last team of Blood Moon. We got the Exploding Embors, coached by Seldark.
This guy's my opponent this week. His type chart looks basically exactly like mine.
Yeah, there's not really... Oh my. I really like that all the mons on here, kind of except for Luminion, are very strong and solid, and can be brought every given week.
Yeah, why are you dissing the video like that?
Listen, it's the Mystery Dungeon sprites, alright? They make them look pretty.
Speed isn't great, and also like Empoleon Defog is like your only good way of removing hazards.
Does Storm not have defog this turn?
The doc says no.
Oh.
Also, 121 is your fastest speed.
That's not awful. This gen, it's 121 is okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
do really like... The speed is pretty good, but I feel like
defensively it's super strong.
offensively it's ridiculous. Like, it's borderline impossible
Yeah.
to switch into, because you have Kyurem, which is just bonkers. You have Mega Gallade, which is also bonkers. Pair that up with a Torn and a Nidoking, you're set.
Yeah.
You're so set.
Yeah.
You're so set.
Also, Bisharp.
Bisharp too.
Yeah, Bisharp's ridiculous.
One thing I have to point out is that your Empoleon is neutral to fire, and fire looks just spammable. It's like
Yeah.
Rhythm Heat is the switch in, which that gets chipped very quickly with rocks this gen.
That's
Yeah.
Like, a fire is spammable, but I do think this team is quite good. Like, offensively, defensively, you still have a good
Got the
core.
defense and the
Empoleon.
offense, but it's not really got the utility that most other teams have.
I don't even think it really needs it. I
Yeah.
think it just needs to get in its 2 button clickers and just go to town. I will say though that this team is
Yeah.
also really Edgequake weak. There's like 1, 2, 3 ground weeks
No.
right off the bat. 1, 2, 3 Stone Edge weeks, and the rest are either neutral to. They're either neutral to one or the other. So that could be
And
something to be
you always have
wary of.
Celebi.
Yeah, it's just something to look out for, because that could be kind of problematic. But honestly, for this offense alone, and for the mix of offense defense, I'm gonna give this thing a 9.5 even. I really
I'll
like
give
it.
this I think it's very solid. I'll give this this is just solid, but I don't know. I feel like it gets chipped down because Empoleon doesn't have all its tools yet. I'll put an 8.
I think 8's fairly accurate, I guess.
Okay.
I am currently trying to figure out how to break this team, so if you have any ideas, DM me.
I mean, I
Yeah,
already told
specifically
you.
Saul's team, or especially Saul. Yeah, DM him. He's trying to prep against you, so like let him know. Let him know what you're bringing. Yeah. By the way, I'll probably post all of the all these numbers either in the description, or I'll post it in the server Discord, which will also be posted in the description if you guys want to check them out. But for right now, Wesley, you are the highest rank at 8.8, so you are number 1.
Yay!
Yay! Anyway,
It is with
Yeah.
deepest pride and
Definitely not.
greatest pleasure that I accept this award with great prestige. I have said great way too many times. Perhaps I could grate you some cheese?
please leave.
That's all my
No, I'm
team is,
kidding.
it's cheese. Alright.
But yeah.
Well, that wraps it up for Blood Moon. Audio is Wesley. Now we will be moving on to Moonblast. So I think we're going to grab somebody here.
Let's grab Syth. Alright.
So let's grab Sonic. We've never heard from him before. We'll do that.
Yeah, but Syth also wanted to be in for
Oh,
Moonblast.
sure. He's just okay. Yeah. Hello, Syth.
Hello.
All right. Well, we're gonna get started on a Moonblast. Syth
Do we
is
also
one of our
grab
coaches.
Sonic?
Huh?
Do we also grab Sonic? Or?
I just work. Well, yeah, we can do that. We can do
We
that.
can do it with 4, I guess.
We'll just have to be careful with talking over each other. Alright. Hey, Sonic! How are you, buddy? You around?
Muted.
You want to be in the yard? Okay. Well, just ping us if you want in. I'm moving you back. Alright, anyway. So, Syth, we're gonna do this like, we're gonna give all the teams a ranking from between 1 and 10. Have up the Moonblast doc, we're gonna do it 1 through 16.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty simple stuff. So, I guess to start up. Oh, alright, let's get him in.
Oh, he's talking.
Okay. Let's see if he's.
Oh, he said he just wants to listen, I think.
Oh,
I mean, I guess you can just bring him in to listen.
Alright, yeah, that's fine.
sure.
Okay. Alright.
Well, welcome back.
Let's start off with Sphere City, coached by Ryin, the boy, the man, the myth, the legend, our local IT guy. Moonblast, by the way, is our Nat Dex League, where we have Terra budget of 15 points. 9 can be, or Pokemon under 9 points and below made Terra, and it's open Terra with Terra Preview. So you'll see Pokemon that are highlighted, like the Bellybolt and the Crocalor, that are highlighted in different color. That's how you can tell the Terracaps. We might make note of it, we might not, I don't know, but here's your warning. So to start off with, I adore this team. I really, really like it. The pivoting is insane. The offense is insane. The defense is pretty dang strong as well. Like, I'm also just a sucker for dual terrain. I think that's such a good concept. And I really don't think it clashes too hard here.
Because, like, when people think of seeds, they always think of, oh, Unburdened, but Electric Seed is generally an item that can be run for a defense boost.
Yeah,
So,
no, it's
I mean,
very strong.
Grassy Seed. Alright. Looking at it, I really like the removal. You have Rapid Spin Cyclizar, which is one of the better ones, and you have Defog on both Coco and Rotom Fan.
I really don't think you're going to be wanting to run Defog Coco, like, really at all, if you can help it.
Yeah.
Because I think the team really benefits from having the electric terrain up for the
really
Iron Boulder, Iron Jugulus.
Usually it just wants to set up terrain and then U-turn out, probably.
Yeah. Plus,
And
it even, like,
surprisingly for an electric terrain team, and a team that runs a lot of electrics, it is not ground weak. It does well.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, it's...
It has 3 immunities and a resistance, so yeah, very...
I love this team's synergy. I'm such a huge sucker for it. Mostly because I just really... honestly, though, if you were to slap an Unburden Bun in here, I don't think it would be out of place. I think it would be very nice. But as it stands right now, this team is a 9.5 for me. I really like it.
Yeah, even a low pointer could be good. The speed tiers, Coco is always good, and you have Boulder, which is always going to be the fastest thing in the field. Yeah, it's really nice. I do think Crocalor is a really good defensive mon with Terra. I've used it twice, it has always been clutch.
Yeah, I've learned...
I think this team is...
Yeah. Bellabolt is deceptively bulky as well. The Rotom Fan is going to be kind of interesting with Terra. I'm really excited to see where he does with this. He cooked hard.
Yeah.
I think this is a really good team. I'll put this at a 9. Syth, what do you think?
I'd probably also put it around a 9.
Alright. Come on now. Math. This is the highest score that we got anybody so far.
27.5 over 3. 9 and a 6th.
Yeah, 9.16. Good shit, dude. Big proud. Alright, up next, we got Djay, coach of the Tennessee Titans. Hammerot, my boy.
How did I know that was the first thing Honch was going to say?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm a simple man with simple pleasures. Alright. I like my Hammerot. Leave me alone. But all things
Right.
all things considered, though, this
Go
team
ahead.
is very solid. It's very strong.
Yeah.
Offensively, very strong. Defensively as well. Oh, by the way, this one right here is Mega Kangaskhan. So, you know, just keep that in mind. I will say, it's like... that's Terra Frostmoth as well, which is really scary and interesting. I like it.
Yeah, Terra with Ice Scales is actually pretty good.
This team is real nice, but my issue with it is that it doesn't have a lot of utility. Your Rock Setter is what?
It's just
DOD. Your Defogger is
Just
non-existent. Oh, right.
So you're gonna have
You,
to.
you don't have a lot of
remove
pivoting.
hazards.
You have Electrode, Frostmoth, and Samurott, I guess, for the turn. So yeah, that's your pivoting.
No, you do have Deoxys with that teleport.
True.
Yeah.
But this team is a little lacking on the utility, and not having a ground immunity as well, I do think hurts it.
Yeah, it's very. It just
Yeah, their only ground.
doesn't have a resist either, really.
Their only ground resist is Frostmoth, which you
Frostmoth.
don't want.
It's not really gonna be.
Especially with an Aegislash on the team, if they have a counter it with a strong ground type, it usually is gonna do like 60 to 70 on a switch in.
The team also kind of leans more physically, and especially with the Mega Kang, you're probably gonna be facing a lot of helmets, like Rocky helmets. So that's something to keep an eye on.
I mean, you say physically, but there is still Valiant and Aegislash.
No, sure, yeah.
But Helmet is still probably going to be a
Frostmoth
problem.
overbounce.
Oh, there's DJ, so they're probably gonna just cook and go to town. I'm gonna give us like an 8.
Already to the ratings? Oh no, I think this team has too many weaknesses and is lacking a little too much utility for me to put it that high. I would put it at a 7.
The reason I'm putting that high is because like the offense just cannot be ignored. It's really strong and solid.
The offense is
Maybe a
good, but then
6.5.
the lack of hazards, good hazards. Well, we have all the hazards. It's just only rocks is DoD, and you don't have rapid spin, especially on a
Spikes.
Samurai team.
Spikes deal.
You get spikes on
Yeah.
DoD and Samurai Sui. Your only removal is defog, so it's a little susceptible to getting counter hazard spammed. I'd probably go 7.5 because the rest is pretty good.
Alright, so that'll be
No,
7.5.
I see. Alright.
So
Do you have anything else to say, Boniour?
Nah, I mean, we'll see how it performs, but I think it's lacking a little too much pivoting, too much utility to really, for me to put it that high. But we'll see how it performs. I do think DJ can cook with this.
Oh, absolutely.
you definitely don't need good pivoting to do well. Pivoting is nice to have, but it is absolutely not required.
I agree, but it's really nice to have.
Moving on, we got Depressed Ahri, coach of Reboot Dudes. You know, initially the team kind of looks weird, but the last thing you really want is to be with Ahri and a Tapu Bulu in a dark alley. Ahri has done some magical things with that Bulu, and it's terrifying to see. So, yeah, that's definitely something. Plus, the offense, just straight off the bat, is redonkulous with the KB, the Melmetal, and the Iron Moth. That's just nuts. The defense.
Yeah, they have incredibly good offensive. Defensive, still very solid. Melmetal, great AV user.
Gliscor, Mola.
Gliscor is insane. A little Molar is insane.
A little freeze dry weak, but
You
outside
can
of that,
run. You can run defensive Drift Bloom if you want to. It
You can
still
run
has
AV
strength stat. It's
Melmetal.
pretty good.
I just wish you made him your
And,
Terra Captain over Ninjask. In all honesty. Because I think that
I'm sure
Terra...
Ninjask with free
Yeah.
Terra will just do something crazy one week.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ninjask kind of... But I just feel like the Drifblim would have been more consistent.
One thing I do have to say is that the speed tiers aren't incredible.
Now speed tiers
It's
are
like
kinda
Iron
garbage.
Moth, which can become the fastest thing on the field due to booster, but
Boost is inconsistent, because if you just get forced out for whatever reason, you don't have that.
yeah.
110 isn't the great. Obviously, with Ninjask, we don't want to be bringing that consistently. And most of the time, you're not really
Yeah, it's
speed
not-
tiering for a ninja ask. You're just gonna accept that it'll outspeed you.
Yeah, this is not a. It's
those-
not gonna be a staple of the team.
Yeah, all those like 130 speed Timons can just freely run Adamant or Modest on this team. Kind of hurts it a little
Yep.
bit.
Yeah, it definitely
But
digs into the defensive integrity of the team, but I mean, I don't know. I can't really rate it that
Okay.
highly. I do like the webs
I
from
think-
Smeargle. I think that helps a lot.
Yeah, Smeargle is a pretty good low tier pick here. But why I think is that it's gonna be a lot of time, a lot of AV mons you're gonna be bringing, because otherwise your SPDF is lacking a whole lot.
Yeah.
To put it mildly.
Yeah, your highest SPDF naturally is Iron Moth at 110. If Iron Moth's your special tank, you're not doing too well.
Yeah,
Well,
this team really
but-
hates taking ice beams. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know. I gotta give
But
it
I
I give it
can't
a
pass.
6.5.
I can't pass up the offense. I'm giving this a 7.5.
I'll probably go 7.
All right.
7. So it is.
Definitely has the tools to do well, it's just there's a lot of things it is forced to run when it otherwise wouldn't want to run it.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Up next, we got Pivot. Goes to the Lost Reshiram's. Okay, I thought I was having a stroke reading that, but guess not. First thing I noticed right off the bat, literally 7 of your 9 mons have Pivot, which is crazy good.
Yep.
So the team is
Yeah.
pretty much always going to be
No.
on the front.
Oh yeah. You're right.
Well, sorry if you guys can hear my dog barking.
But
I don't know if you can, but anyway.
we
I don't know.
can't.
Anyway, yeah, no, the team is just, it's very, very, very good at keeping momentum. The Rotom Heat, Scizor is a classic pairing.
Yeah.
The Roaring Moon is going to be really solid. Pheasantipity, love them on. Crazy good. Zavali gives you
Mhm.
a lot of versatility that otherwise the team kind of lacks. But, yeah, no, I like it. I really like it.
My biggest issue with this is like, how do you capitalize on all the momentum? Because you have a lot of it, but I don't see a big payoff.
It does feel like you'd pivot into one mon that goes to another mon that just pivots into something else until you're Roaring Moon in. Which it can be a viable strategy, it's just probably would rather a couple more big hitters.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have the Keldeo.
You have the Keldeo. Expects Keldeo
Keldeo,
can do
Roaring
damage.
are like your only offensive threats.
Yeah.
Well, Scizor
Like,
and
there isn't
Savali
much
also
in
hit
this-
pretty hard.
That's it. There isn't much in this team that would scare an opponent if they were looking at it, except for the Roaring Moon.
You say Silvally hits pretty hard, Honch? That's base 95 attack.
Yeah, but base 120 stab of any type is pretty strong.
Oh, wait. Oh, multi-attack
Yes.
is 120. I thought it was just 100.
Nope.
Okay. But... No, I don't know. The only flying switch in his room heat, I think.
Yeah, it is flying. That's its only flying. It's only weakness on the type chart.
Well, I mean, you can shore up anything with Silvally. It's not that big of an issue. You have a lot of pivoting.
Yeah.
I just don't think it has that big explosive payoff that makes the best teams.
You don't think I could use like boost or Roaring Moon at some point when the like fairies are dead?
Isn't that hard to do with Savali and...
But-
I mean, Scizor.
Mm-hmm.
I do think it's a little ironic that the team coached by Pivot has 7 pivots.
Yeah,
Man, who'd have thunk?
he likes his pivoting moves.
That is true.
I just don't see a massive payoff.
I guess hazards could be. There's more to be desired there, because your only rocker is Claydol, and your only T-Spikes is Coffergriga, so you have no other hazards.
I definitely think, yeah, if you have more hazards, it'll be a little bit more effective.
Yeah.
You'd be putting up a little more pressure than you currently are.
Oh no, I gotta give this team like an 8.5 though. Just from how difficult it is to get any kind of advantage on this team. At least in my opinion.
Put it at a 7.5. I just don't see the big payoff.
I'd
Maybe
put it at
a
like yeah, I'd also put it at a 7.5. I just don't think there's enough like power on this team to be that much of a payoff. It feels like you're going to be pivoting around for 50 turns, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like the big payoff
And
is
if
the
that
Roaring
gets
Moon, right?
like Yeah, but
Yeah, but this kind of
for example, like a
if you
single
know
red
it's a Roaring-
card disrupts the strategy like so much.
That's kind of like a niche item, don't you think?
That's a
You
niche
think
item,
it's a
I
boost
agree, but against
strategy
this
one?
team,
Or DD one?
like against
Answer this.
Roaring Moon, it's not bad. I just don't see the biggest payoff on this team. I said 7.5. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, moving on. We got Wren from the All-Star Alchemi's. Man, I wonder what their Terror Captain is. Weird. Crazy.
Who would have thunk?
Who'd have thought it? I'm very jarred at this team, to be honest with you. I really don't know how to think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agree with that. Like, they're different to
Okay.
most other normal strategies.
Pincursion Circuitry is a very funny combo. I'll have to say that.
With the sneeze
it
alert,
is.
it's hilarious. Well, like 3 rock types and an ice type, you're gonna get punched in the head so hard, and your fairy doesn't even resist fighting.
You have no fairy resists on this team.
What do you mean your fairy doesn't even resist fighting? Alchemy resists fighting.
Okay, listen. Listen.
I'm listening.
It's Terra.
Plus,
I was looking at,
you
I
would say
was looking at
poison
Grimm's
doesn't
War.
resist fairy.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, alchemy is the. Like, your only water
will
switch is
say,
Excalibur. You have no ice resist on this team.
Yeah, again with the water ice.
You have no ground resist on this team.
The team is very
will say-
weak in terms of switching into things. And
Yeah.
specifically.
I also don't like the pivot. I also don't like the pivoting here. It's really only Ogrepon Cornerstone that wants to pivot.
His
Sneasler wants to stay and get the unburn boost. But Circuitry just wants to click Rising Voltage. And also,
Yeah.
Volt Switch is a little worse because it gets stopped by ground types.
Yes.
Like, this team cannot really deal with ground types very effectively. It's literally just backs. I guess Cornerstone too. But
Bax doesn't even resist ground type, so has to take stab earthquakes to the face on
yeah,
switching.
but I mean, like, offensively deal with it.
Yeah.
But wait, yeah, no, this team doesn't have a ground resist.
There's no ground resist, there's no fairy resist, there's no ice resist.
It's got some really good
Oh.
offensive pieces, but
Oh,
the support just is not there for them.
Yeah.
yeah,
There's
the
a
support is
gap between-
Shuckle, and if you bring
Yeah.
Shuckle every week, that's not
That's not good.
It loses to taunt. It just straight up loses to taunt.
Yeah, also this team has no
Yep.
hazard removal at all.
Yeah, I gotta
Wait,
give this
does
team
it?
like a
Oh.
3 or a 4.
It is just none.
I'm sorry, but it's
I'm
just,
giving this a. I'm sorry, Wren. This is a 4.
I'd say like a 5. I think like if you play super aggressively, you could make it work. Like if you just try and set up like Rising Vault, like a Sag Pincurchin and Zergatry clicking buttons, or Sneasler just unburden, you could get a couple kills and maybe just snowball into a win. I think a 5 because the theory there. There's just a lot of holes in it.
at least for right now.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not-
I mean there's always
I'm not the
transactions
biggest
which
fan.
probably should be utilized.
Yeah, sorry,
we'll have
Ram.
to see.
Maybe we can hop in VC and cook or something.
Yeah.
Oh no, Wolf. Maybe something out. Anyway,
I don't know.
moving on.
Maybe he can
Yeah.
cook with this. Maybe he's a good player.
Maybe.
Who knows? He did say this is his first league, so maybe he could do something. Who knows?
If your
Alright.
first league isn't awful,
No.
you can definitely do worse.
Oh, absolutely. Excuse me. Well, next up, we got someone who's a little bit of an NBA veteran, Bungus McChungus, which are the greasy Grinchers. I hate it. Ew. God. Jesus. Oh my word. I like this team.
This team is scary.
This team is terrifying. It's actually terrifying. Mostly because of that Volbeat sprite, but you know. He looks like he's
That's
so
terrifying.
Syth, I see you're not on the schedule, Syth. Congrats, you managed to dodge.
I did.
Yeah, he's not on the schedule. Yeah, you dodged him. Yeah, the psychic terrain with Iron Crown is very strong. If Wesley were here, he'd be like, well, in doubles, it's very good, which is true. The Ogerpon is really strong.
Like,
Dragapult with Lando. Oh my word. 2 amazing
The
Terra
off-
Captains, too, by the
the
way.
offensive. Yep, the offensive pressure
Yeah.
is nuts. One thing I will have to say though, I don't really like the speed tiers on this team. It's just Dragapult, and then it goes down to Ogerpon.
The 110. Well, 140 to 110 isn't the worst thing, I guess. It's just the 130 ones that kind of benefit off that.
130s and 120s.
Yeah, and if we-
like high 120s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can run either Adamant Artist or fairly bulky. Other than that, though, it's, the speed tiers aren't an issue.
Yeah.
But you would like something like the 125-ish.
Yeah, I don't really know if there's anything
Defensively,
Defensively, I think it's fairly sound. Not like overly so,
Yeah,
but
the-
I think it does have its merit.
The type chart is a
Lando,
little
Brinton,
questionable.
Blissey.
Your only fire resist is Dragapult, your only flying resist is Iron Crown, your only ghost resist is Blissey, your only dog resist is Surf-Edged, your only fairy resist is Iron Crown.
Well, that's true. So you're probably
I
gonna have to
mean,
lean
I don't
on
think it's being.
the.
I don't think it's.
You're gonna have to lean on the Avalug for sure to tear out of some of those
Yeah.
some of these crazy matchups that you might have to deal with. But I think offensive wise, I think it can carry the team a little bit.
Yeah, because even if the type chart looks bad, you have a lot of pivoting, you have a lot of offensive pressure. I don't think you're gonna get backed into a corner that easily. I think this team is just real solid. You have your removal, right? Like you have Lando, you have,
Yeah, you have great removal.
Avalon.
3 defoggers and a rapid spin one.
Yeah. Volbeat is always nice, because Prankster T-Wave is a thing.
It's really good.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to give this team like an
All of them
8,
on
an 8.5, probably 8. Yeah. Because like
All-
it's got
all
some
of them
great
on
pieces.
here can be brought.
It's got some great pieces,
I'm
but it
giving
kind of
this
just
a 9.
like falls off a cliff a little bit with your lower tiers, kinda, in my opinion.
I mean, I think they're all great value though.
I'd probably give it a 7.5, because I feel like you're relying a lot on Avalok for defensive Terra. And then
Getting some.
I think you just have too many defensive holes. If anyone can just run stronger offense, you can get backed into a corner a little bit. But the offensive pieces are definitely there.
With all the pivoting, though, it's not like they're gonna really get to you that often. I disagree. I'm giving this a 9.
A 9, damn. All right.
I'd like
Okay.
to say a good mixed attacker would cause havoc for this team. Because your defensive is Avalok, and Ironcrown can be defensive, but not overly, and your Spedef is Blissey, and then Lele.
Adura's gonna be so
Just like an Iron Valiant
happy
would absolutely just
that I say this, but Infernape tears this team apart.
absolutely, and Infernape would just roll through this.
Yeah. But that's one mon. That's one mon.
That's
Plus
one mon.
it's Ass Monkey, so, I mean, you know, what's it really gonna do?
Yeah.
Anyway. Shit Bungus.
Anyway,
Alright. We got... Next up, we got, Eevee, coach of the Big Blue Blasters.
These first 4 picks, Jesus.
Yeah.
same first performance.
Christ. First 4 picks are just ape shit. The rest,
And he grabbed Moltres.
less ape
I mean,
shit.
Moltres is still here.
Well, that's just interesting.
Yeah. I do like Moltres here, especially paired
Oh,
with Goldango. I think that's a pretty decent pairing.
I will have to say Rhydon non-Terra. I feel like I would have gone Terra Rhydon over Terra Udon Spurs.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
but...
would agree with that.
Yeah.
Rhydon really likes his Terra, because otherwise it can get countered by some random non-coverage move. Ooh,
Grass
quad
not
weaknesses,
goober.
very scary. Yeah,
But, I mean, let's be real here. Bundle plus single strike Urshifu is just... How do you deal with that? Other than dodging
okay.
incredibly
Hydrophones.
difficult.
How are the speed tiers looking? Because it's bundle, but like, what's the
Speed is,
second fastest?
Kinda bad. It's Urshifu single at 7097.
Yeah,
You're gonna have a
okay,
little bit of
that's-
problems with
the speed is
anything
not
like
there.
130 to 110. Yeah,
The speed is not there, but the bulk it certainly is. You got great bulk.
Yeah, Glowking Moltres is no Ucore. You've got, I don't know what Chestnut is doing here. I get that it's good Fizz Def, but just feels
very
like
good Fizz Def.
Yeah, it
it's
kind
an
of...
extra flying weakness.
I mean, the team isn't really weak to flying in the first place. Not really.
You do need a good water resist, because your other water resist is Bundle, and Bundle doesn't want to be taking big water moves.
Doesn't really want to be
It's
taking
fair, but I
moves.
feel like there would be better grass types. Maybe I'm just a hater.
Also, then any electric type with coverage for Rhydon would just roll through this team. If Chestnut wasn't there. It has a good
But
defensive typing for this
no-
team, I guess.
No fairy is interesting. You do have Goldango for the dragons, but I guess you have the natural bulk anyways, so it's not awful, but I don't know.
I don't love that
maybe
has
the
removal,
Dunsparce will
because
be
it's
able
just
to fill in.
Moltres Defog.
I mean, this team does really enjoy boot spam. Like every month, this team is going to be
Yeah.
running boots a lot of the
Boots
time.
Moltres is pretty commonly brought.
I mean, boots Moltres, boots Bundle, boots Glowking, boots
Yeah.
Dengar. I've seen spikes. Like you're okay. I do like Shedinja. It's always something that forces prep
It
even
just forces you to slap rocks.
a little bit.
It forces rocks or, like, maybe a coverage move. Like knock. So it's like, I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't think it's really that much of a factor anymore. In my
Yeah, I guess
humble
knock is
opinion.
really common. But it still forces a little prep, which is always nice. What do we think of the pivoting on this team?
Pivoting's not bad. I think it's
Fairly
pretty strong.
solid. It's bundle, Shifu Moltres, and I guess Baton
Oh,
Blast.
Glow
I
King.
forgot about Glow King. Yeah.
Glow King Chili.
Fine.
Yeah, pivoting's pretty good on this team.
Yeah. This team is just solid, despite a few weaknesses it could shore up. I think it's solid.
Yeah.
Although, if you're watching the CV, I would recommend swapping Terra on the Dunsparce to Rhydon. I feel like Rhydon's just a way better Terra cap.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe swap out the Dunsparce and Shedinja for like something to fill in that gap between Bundle and Urshifu. But outside of that, I don't know. I quite like the offensive duo and the defensive core. I really am going to give this like an 8, just from the top 4
I'm
alone.
getting this an 8. Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, I'll also give it an 8.
Okay. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
I feel like just certain random Pokemon kind of just have a field day with this team. Like Zero Aura just clicks buttons everywhere.
Oh,
There
absolutely.
isn't much you can do about it.
Yeah.
You have Glow King, so you have
I mean, it's
Rhydon.
gonna-
Like, there's...
You can just
I mean,
knock
not
it.
Rhydon.
Grass not, because it's not Terra.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway,
Anyway.
so we will get on to Reido, coach of the Manchester Mankeys. Yeah. This team
Oh,
just looks very
this is...
modern and good.
Yeah.
Like, the first 6 look like any OU team. Like, I could boot up ladder and find this team.
Yeah, probably. And then, well, not even to discredit like the lower tier bonds, because I really like the Jolteon there as Terra. The Girafarig, I don't know what it can do, to be honest with you. High Flosion, always got
It's
something.
just if I like bulky.
Oh, yeah. Feeling great,
But-
though, is kind of just the speed, because I think it has a similar problem
I
to the
don't like the
last
speed
team.
to this. Is Jolteon at 130
Yes.
and Sui and Typhlosion at 95.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then patch at 88 or something like that.
Yeah, then patch at 88.
Which is
It's gonna
problematic.
force you to run Booster's Speed Tusk, which I'm not a fan of because you're
Don't
gonna get
never
forced out.
want to do.
Well, you just run
And
Rapid
also
Spin.
EVs are gonna be weird.
Just-
Yeah,
I
Rapid
guess
Spin.
Rapid Spin. I mean, it's not like the Scarf options on this team aren't here. There's definitely some Scarf options.
Sui and
You've got
Typhlosion
always
is one
got
of the best scoffers.
And then,
Scarf Tusk is real.
yep, it can
Yeah.
hurt you.
Like,
Plus, just Sucker Punch from King Gambit just kills and hurts everything. So, I mean, there's at least that.
King M is always a factor.
Yeah.
And the defense on this team is always nice
great.
because
Petron's just insane.
You've got
Double
Really good.
Grass Regen
Petron.
is wild.
Corviknight, Hydrapple, Eldegoss.
The defense on this team is incredibly good. Like, very annoying team to try and break through.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, I don't know if it's, like, necessarily good. It's just, like, really annoying to deal with.
Yeah. The pivoting on
And,
the team
like-
is also pretty good. Like, potting shot Petron, you can always just hot swap Petron, potting shot out, U-turn Coordinate, you can pretty safely just U-turn out of that. You can fast call
U-turn
switch on
Prim.
Jolteon, U-turn Prim. Like, I like the pivoting options on this team too.
Yeah, no, for
This
sure.
team is just annoying to break through and still has decent offense because Prim hits deceptively hard. Great Tusk is Great Tusk. And you've got King Gambit in the back.
Mhm.
And your lower tiers can also be decent Terra caps. Yeah, no, overall I do like this.
I do like this team quite a bit.
I feel like it just misses that one really high tier mon that just is your win condition. I don't really see a win condition here, in my personal opinion. But
I mean, sweeping in the back of King, probably. King Gambit.
I guess there would be some King Gambit stuff, or some Scarf Typhlosion things.
I'll give this like a solid 7.5. That's what my gut's telling me.
Damn, I put this higher than last team. I'm putting this at 8.5. I do think this is really solid defensively.
I give it 8. I would rather like one good high tier.
If it had the one good high tier, then yes, I do agree that this team would be pretty strong.
Also, the speed tier gap between Jolteon and Hyperlink is a little problematic
That's
too.
that's bad. Yeah, that's definitely problematic. All right. Next up, we got Magma Pulse, coach of the Chaos Hydreigons. We've run into a whole lot of these same problems where speed is just a problem. Your fastest is the Torn. Or Jesus. Thundy. There we go. Lord. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, speed is an issue, and you don't got the breast priority to justify
short
it.
up, yeah.
Like, oh no, this is just my personal opinion, but this is fraud central.
Fraud Central,
Yeah,
you say?
I agree a little bit.
Like,
I
for
was
me,
looking at
these
this
are the
team.
ones that I like the least.
I don't know if it's Fraud Central, but it's certainly like... It's so... I don't know. It's weird. Like, half of it wants Sun, half of it wants Rain. And all in all, it just doesn't really know what it wants to do. It just looks very confused. Which is kind of the way that I feel right now about it.
Also, it doesn't have a fairy resist, which is pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, you have
doesn't
Terraform
have a
fairy.
resist, but still.
Yeah, but then, I mean, rocks or something will just break that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to rely on the
hey,
weird air.
Hebrews.
Or the...
I guess hazards and removal are pretty good on this team. We'll see.
They're alright. Wouldn't say
I mean,
they're
Reps and
stellar,
Trapper,
but
is like,
the setting is pretty reliable with the Cleaver and
Cleaver's no next.
Suey and Quillfish.
yeah.
I mean, the ability set weather with Fundy is always fun, but I just don't... If this team had a weather setter, I think it would rank a little higher. I don't know. But you just don't have... Oh no. I'm very confused about this team.
I'm gonna have to... I can't really score this super high, to be honest with you.
I would agree with that. I would like better ground switchings than just Thundy Eye because Lilligant doesn't really want to take an Earthquake too much. It can,
would
but
like
it doesn't love to.
I would like better fighting switch-ins because Fundy Eye doesn't really have the bulk. Unless you want
Yeah.
a bulk invested, then you're sacrificing your speed.
Like your fastest ones, because of your type charge being forced into a more bulky role, which isn't great.
I don't know. I gotta give this team a 5. It's just so weird. It just wants to go from here to there to everywhere.
Yeah.
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 What do you give it, Syth?
I had to give it like a like Chi-Yu is obviously just a Chi-Yu, give it like big 3 downs. Rapagos can get some surprise damage. I guess like Raiden's Honch can do things. I think it has a lot of glaring holes, but then also has a lot of tools to get do surprisingly well in some matchups.
Cleaver Stoneaxe is good. Yeah, I'll put it 5.5, so Honch doesn't have to do math.
Let's go! Yeah. Alright, moving on. We got... Oh, Play the Devil. Sonic of the Clockwork Angel.
We got
Sonic, if you're in the VC,
Yep,
you wanna defend your case here?
Absolutely not. This team is so bad.
Alright.
Fair enough.
This is, I don't play singles, so I have no idea what I was doing.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
you wanna like try and navigate your way through what went on in your head?
Sure. I picked Swellow because I like Swellow. But it
Fair enough.
probably
enough.
wasn't the best idea.
Round 1,
Uh,
Terraswello is
Round
wild.
ones.
But yeah, actually, I think it could do well as a Terra, as my Terra. I didn't want other people stealing it later, so that's why I picked it.
Yeah,
I'm lucky I got.
I've been a little extreme.
I'm lucky I got Diancie. Diancie I know was actually decent at setting up like rocks and stuff, so I picked that. Toxapex I know is pretty good. Incineroar I know gets parting shot, so and Necrozma I think is pretty good. Lycanroc I picked.
Yeah.
The Lycanroc was I picked because he was pretty cool. I like that, but I'm probably gonna drop it at some point. Ariados and my Arctibax were just my like 3-pointers that do this there. Ursaring I know is pretty good. I'm pretty sure it gets guts, and Buzzwole was just the last choice. Yeah.
Amora, let's go.
Doesn't Mora even get Doesn't Mora get Snow's Warning or whatever?
I think so. Yeah.
It does.
It does.
Yeah, it's like,
I do have to ask though, why Lycanroc Dusk on top of Mega DNC?
They have the same speed tier and same rock typing, and they do the same often. They do the same thing.
Lycanroc gets Sword Stance, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking doing that.
It does.
Here we are.
I'll be honest though, this team is kind of interesting to digest. The Toxapex just kind of feels slapped on, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Listen,
I don't have a
mean
rapid
any of this
spin
like
mod.
personally. It's just like,
Yeah, I know.
the team kind of breaks my brain to look at a little bit. Necrozma, I've always thought of as like offensive Mew. Like it does so many things offensively like crazy. It's so difficult to prep for because it's so many offensive sets. You can also run it defensive, but it really shines as like an offensive jack of all trades.
Yeah.
Buzzwole is also really solid there, in my opinion. Just, being bulky.
Yeah, I'm currently looking for a rapid spin mod. I don't know.
I was gonna say your only removal is
removal.
defog on Swallow.
Yeah, and kind of
One thing
Magic Round
You
That
never
isn't
win
very
on
good.
defog on Swallow.
One thing that I do have to point out is that you have no ground type or grass type, so an electric type has a field day.
Yeah, definitely doubling up on
I was
Bug
planning on-
and Rock is kind of instrumental.
I was mostly planning on using my Swallow for my opponent using that specifically to handle other weaknesses, but I think it could do pretty well because it does get guts. It is really fast, and it can also set up Tailwind. And I don't know if Tailwind's any good in
singles. It's not
doubles.
the best.
or singles.
It's very inconsistent because you'll only have so like you take a turn to set it up, then you take a turn to pivot out into something that would abuse it, and then you only have like 3 turns left to actually use it, where your team or your opponent can kind of navigate around it a lot better with their defensive answers. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
Swallow, I will give merit. Terra Normal Scrappy Boom Burst hits like a truck.
Oh yeah, no, Swallow just in general as a Terra captain is probably one of the best Terra captains on the board. So you at least did well with that. But there's so many glaring problems with this team.
yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
Hopefully, you can be able to adjust. No,
Dude, I'm looking at the type. I'm looking at the type chart. It's glowing all red.
It's very angry. No. I'm sorry to do this to
fine.
this, but I gotta give this like a.
I think this is a 2, maybe.
I was gonna give it like a 3.
I
Because I mean, it got something. It has bonds on it.
Come on.
I don't know. Boniour,
I still have to give it merit because the offensive mons are present. Mega DNC, Necrozma, Royce Frets, Buzzle is always here to be defensive. I would give this a 3 as well. It can do something, but you're gonna have to play this very well.
Yeah, we'll see if I can. We'll see if that happens.
Let
Fun out,
him
you have
cook.
you have 5 rock weaknesses and not a single resist. So have fun
God.
with that.
What are you talking about? Terra Ariados, hello? The fuck?
I just picked Wren. I know it gets sticky.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it gets sticky webs.
It does.
So if I have
It
to,
does.
If
You
I
know-
needed to, I
Roger-
guess.
Did you just open up the tier list and pick the first 2 3-pointers in alphabetical order? Like, are you those artifacts?
No, almost, but
Syth, what
I'm
do you
mostly
think of your
committing
rating?
to SPF at the moment.
Oh, fair.
I guess I'd probably give myself a 2.
That's pretty
We'll
solid.
see.
Pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah, I'll get that.
we'll see what happens.
Oof. Oof. That's all I'm gonna say about it. All right. Well,
Syth,
thank you.
What are you thinking for
Thank you,
rating?
Sonic, for your input.
I said I think like a 3.
Oh yeah, anytime.
All right. Well, I guess we'll move on now to Josh, coach of the Hopes Peak Deoxys, longtime friend of mine, known him for a long ass time. Now this is a team that has some sauce. I'm so sorry. I feel like such a jerk. Oh,
Contrary to the other one.
Ouch.
no, I'm sorry. Wait. Oh. No, it's the physical offense just goes absolutely dog shit crazy. Jean Pal plus Mega Scizor plus
You still have
Cinderace
Fundy
plus Thundy.
Insane.
Woof.
So
plus Toxicroak Terra.
Guitar Toxicroak's also really good.
Dry Skin Fire type, let's go.
And your defensive is also very solid, because you have type Null Terra is always nice, Mesprit, Florges, Gastrodon, Mega Sizz, of course, has 140 base defense.
I think it's got the same, if not better, bulk than Skarmory.
I think it's got better. It doesn't have the same base HP.
I think it averages out with its
think this is-
Spinef, right? I don't remember.
It's one of the teams where I don't
Spinef
have
is
like a
this one.
single problem really with the speed is. Like it's 135, then 119, then 101.
I don't think that's as egregious
it's
as what we were
alright.
saying earlier. Like, it could do with a bit of tweaking,
Yeah.
but, I mean, to be fair, it's still workable, it's still usable. I still...
Yeah.
And you,
I still
you
like
also
it.
have solid priority to back up the speed tiers, so you're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
Toxicroak is
I was gonna say everything slaps in Power Fire for Scizor, but this is Gen 9, not Gen 6, so and Power's not legal.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, Fire, though, does kind of make the team kind of sad, but... I mean... Yeah, it's not the
Gaster's
worst.
always there.
It's not
yes.
the worst. It's not the worst.
I
I
mean, Gastrodon
quite
is
like
just
it.
an option for any fight type.
The removal is a
I
bit
actually like this team quite a bit.
suspect, I think. Core change on Cinderace is nice. Defog, well, no, Defog Scizor, yeah. And Defog,
Yeah, Defog Florges is always usable.
yeah.
You have like insane
fun.
wish passing too. Which I really like.
You also have your own hazards with Gastro, so that's always good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's only Gastro Mesprit, I guess.
To be fair, I
It's
mean, I feel like
fine,
the rest of
but,
the team just utilizes the hazards pretty well. So it's not like everything.
Yeah.
Not like it needs many hazard setters, but the hazard setters you do have are pretty solid, pretty strong. So
You have really good pivoting to get your Champa win on a good moment. Oh, this is just good. It's just
Yes, it's a very good
good.
team overall.
Nothing else to say.
nah, I mean, Donna, it's like again, cookie cutter good. I gotta have to give this team like an 8.5.
Probably give it like a 9. I would say.
Actually, yeah. No, I'll bump it up to a 9. Just because Gene Power is just nuts.
Yeah. One thing I have to point out: the fast offensive rock type cooks this team. Thankfully, non-exist. But
What are you talking about?
yeah,
Sonic has
I'm
both
still
of
getting
them.
this annoyed.
Sonic destroys this team.
Oh right, sure.
Oh, jeez. Alright.
But yeah,
Let's see here. That's a 9. Okay. moving on. We have the Pasadena for Alligators, Ghost by Patar. I helped him personally with his team. Yeah, no, it's much better than how it was before Grace. At least in my opinion. Mostly because I made it, but
Yeah.
you know, who's counting?
I wonder where he would say that.
Yeah, I did not bias. Anyway, you guys take it away because I built this team, more or less.
Yeah, I wonder it. Fortress? Oh, gee. I wonder if it's a Honch team.
Shut up. It's such good value. Leave me alone.
I mean, yeah, it is pretty good. How much is it? 9? Yeah, for 9 it's great.
Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, this
It
team,
is pretty good.
I do like it. I'm just thinking, freeze dry kind of runs over the team, doesn't it?
Sorta. I did consider that, but you do have Sylveon, you do have Magmortar, you do have AV Komala, so it's not
Like-
the worst.
I feel like an Iron Bundle just has a
Still
field day with this team.
Iron Bundle has a field day with every team.
But, like,
Yeah, I mean,
on paper especially.
Oh yeah, yep.
yeah.
And then you realize it has to run Hydro Pump.
Yep.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing though is that you're lacking a big special threat, because Shaman Sky is only base 120 special attack.
Yeah, but I was gonna, like,
To be
see
fair,
first.
it muscles through its checks very easily with Sea Flare and Air Slash.
But the thing is, Covered Cloak is an item that exists in the game.
I mean, yeah, but it still hits like a truck.
I mean, yeah, basically everything's running. There's gonna be a cover cloaked Mon on every opposing team.
No, better than a Scarf. Or Lefties. Because
Yeah.
honestly, I
Yeah.
feel like Shaman is really the only one that would force it. And the rest of the team doesn't really care if they run Covert Cloak. 'Cause you have Crook for knock, you have Gallade for knock.
Yeah, of course.
So, I mean, honestly, if that's the only consultation, then I feel like it's pretty good.
I feel like I would like a better special,
mean-
like more special presence.
Yeah, Sylveon.
It's just Magmortar and Shaman Sky. Sylveon's okay. I feel like, yeah, Sylveon can be run, but I feel like it would rather be bulky.
On this team, I feel like
This
it
team
can
is
kinda
very
do either.
solid.
On this team, Sylveon's
Just
really your only
wanna-
special bulk. I mean,
What I'm
Rotom's there.
thinking is that a Scarfer kind of has a good time with this team, because anyone that can go up above 130, above Crobat, this team struggles a little bit with dealing with.
Yeah, Tapu Koko kind of just runs train on this whole team.
Yeah.
For example.
For example.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a
But-
solid 8.5 though.
I think this team is very solid, but I don't know, I'll give it a 7.5.
Give it an 8, probably. Yeah.
Alright. Sorry, I'm just gonna write this in. Alright. Up next, we got LC0404. Coach of the Mega Lex Charizards. What? I think this is the one with Urshifu Rapid? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Lord. The offense. And Weezing
Oh,
Galar.
They have Shiny Weezing. No, it's
Weezing
Shiny
Galar.
Weezing.
Trust, it's Weezing Galar. Trust.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
the offense is
God,
just
the offense is crazy.
insane.
Zardex, freaking Meowscarada, Spectrier, Rapid Strike. Christ on a cracker, dude.
And it's not even like the defense is bad. bad as a payoff because you have Empoleon Wheezing.
Wheezing.
And I know Kaz is gonna pop off about Stunfisk here. Hold up, let me open my chat. Oh yeah, Stunfisk.
no, he's popping off about Stunfisk. Yeah, Uglymon, Shitmon, Crapmon, ugly, stupid, kind of looks like Kaz. Anyway, one main gripe about the team is, other than the wheezing,
there's a reason.
It's like, it's kind of ground weak. But I mean,
yeah,
realistically,
yeah.
the ground types that you're gonna bring are gonna get shredded by Meowscarada and their Shifu. I don't think it's gonna be that big a deal.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Team is very solid. You have removal, so you're not gonna get pressured too much by Spike.
Empoleon and Wheezing just love defog. The other two don't want to run it, but those two absolutely do. Some good rocker options. With good wish passing.
Where's the wish passing? The Fergraph.
Oh no,
That's Fergraph.
I've never seen that being
Fergraph.
used, so maybe they could do something. I've seen it do like gimmicky weakness policy sets with Terra. But outside of that, I haven't really seen much of it.
I mean, it's like, it just functions as like especially bulky normal type that gets wish. If you are in need of that, then it's a good budget option.
Yeah.
There's
110
not
special
much
attack.
negative. There's nothing too negative I can say about this team. Maybe the spit def is a little lacking.
That's one of those things where it's like, I
there's
feel like
always Empoleon.
you could slap on AVs all you want, but there's nothing really for FizzDef.
Yeah.
Fizzdeath, there is Wheezing Howler. That's it. But
No, I mean like as in there's no alternative to Salvest.
Gotcha.
Because it's like, AV, you just slap that on something, it becomes more of a special tank.
This team is very bulky overall. Like, there's no really like paper ones except maybe Meowscarada, Braviary, Spectre. All the others that have solid defensives. Like 100 on Urshifu, 78 on 11 on Zodiac. Like, big mons that just don't care about taking non-super effective hits much.
Yeah. The only thing I could really complain about is the Meowscarada to Zardex speed drop. But that's not it.
Yeah.
120 feet to 100 is not awful.
I don't know, I feel like it's pretty bad. But, I mean... you might do. I'm gonna give this team like a 8.5. 8.5.
Also
give me 8.5. This team is just paper good, but I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this is the kind of team I see that doesn't perform even though it's really good on paper. It's not no insult, but this is the kind of things I see happen.
Yeah.
Really depends on if it's like your play style and how much draft you played.
Yeah.
I don't know. 8.5 from me. Bonnier, what do you think?
Yeah.
Sorry, did you say something?
We already said 8.5.
Three of us said 8.5.
Oh, well, there we go. I'm great at saying things and thinking, and this recording is gonna kill me.
We're almost halfway through. Be strong.
We're almost halfway done, dude.
Yeah, nearly. How long have we been going? Like, is this like hour 4? I think.
And this is we're at 2.5
This is
hours
hour
on
2.
recording right now.
Okay.
Alright. Anyway, next up, we got Brrekien, Monkey D. Grookey. I like that. That's funny. I like that team name. Probably one of the. It's a team of all time. I really don't know how to
It's a
think
team
about
of all time. Alright.
This is another one that just really confuses me when looking at it. I don't see the vision. The Ferrothorn
there's-
plus Glamora is disgusting for hazards.
The defensive core is really present. It's really here.
Dog spawn, let's go! Love that.
Yeah. Mega Slobber, Ferrothorn,
Wait.
Lim, and Darkspawn is just insane defenses. And Tonti.
I mean, my question is, where does the offense come from? It's Mega Bro? Is that the plan?
I think the plan is Sun with the 2 Paradox Mons. Although I feel like the Sun just kind of cucks over the Torn.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
And you're
the
also
Ferrothorn.
like, and you're also playing 5 Mons because you're bringing Vulpix.
If you bring me Sun, you bring up Vulpix.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it kind of shoots itself in its foot. It's another one of those that just seems very confused.
Yeah.
The hazard, at least the hazard front is great, but I don't know how it wins games.
Yeah,
Like,
there's just nothing
it's
to
gonna be
add on
CM.
this team.
I guess it's like CM slow bro you have to be worried of, and that's it.
Yeah, it's really just set up
Yeah.
a line slow, bro. I don't know. I gotta
And
give this team like a
also-
5.
Isn't this team like ground weak central? Yeah, I agree with 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Central.
also agree with 5.
It's so confused.
I don't know. Maybe he'll do well. Maybe he'll.
Maybe. Prove us wrong.
Oh,
Prove us wrong. Alright. Up next, Syth. It is never
team.
Darmok over.
oh, this team sucks.
Yeah, this team does
This
suck.
team
Yeah, I know.
Ugly and shit.
Mhm.
Care to defend yourself before we tear you a new one?
Anyways,
I mean, feel free to pose questions, and I'll defend them as you ask.
What?
I mean, just like say, "Oh, I don't like this," and I'll just explain what I was thinking.
I mean, okay.
I don't like the fact that you dropped Dermaka Galor.
I know, but I wanted webs on the team because webs kind of helps, like especially with Mega Cham.
But why Sawaddle?
But
Because it was the best 1-point weapon. I wasn't gonna get rid of Darmaka.
The Sliggoo. Why the Sliggoo, by the way?
I watched a Steel Pipe, and it was the best budget option. The other options are like Aggron, which is kind of iffy. Like Probopass, which God no.
Yeah, no. We do not
And-
support
Why-
Probopass
why
in this
not?
household.
we do not support Probopass.
I will say the speed tier is
You
really
got
not
Mr.
bad.
Mag in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At Mr. Mag. Disgusting. Anyway.
Yeah, the only issue with the
may I
speeches
ask
is
what-
100 to 80, and that's about it.
Why not Terra Dermaka?
Because Terra Vileplume and Terra Colossal are just too insane.
Bonnier, we get it. You like Darumaka.
If you gave me
And the
16
team name
points, I
is-
would absolutely Terra him and just never ran in.
I think you
If
like.
Dermaka doesn't come a single game, I will be disappointed.
If I
So
make it to
will
the
I.
finals, I'll bring Darumaka.
No, bring it with you every single playoffs game.
I'll try my best, but I can't make any promises.
Yeah, okay, there, Butterscotch.
No,
Of
seriously though,
the speed tiers are
Team-
pretty good,
team is-
honestly.
quite
Okay.
good. I just don't like the rock switching being exclusively Togekiss, and I guess Suwaddle. My bad. There is
You mean the
Suwaddle.
ground weakness? Or the ground switching?
Switching.
Yeah, the ground
But,
weaknesses.
Well, I mean, you do have Colossal, so I could probably like Terra Grass. or
yeah, it's
something.
meant to be Terraflying or Terragrass Colossal was the dream behind that.
And the Vileplume being there is kind of neat.
Yeah.
Team is very.
'Cause one of
edge
them's
weak.
probably gonna. Yeah, that's my main issue with it, but with like the way it kind of lined out, it was gonna be ground weak. I was just a case of mitigating that.
Did Mamo get drafted, by the way?
Mammoth one?
I don't think
I
so,
don't know.
Yeah,
unless it's
'cause
on
if
the
it
last
did-
person's team. I'm gonna
No,
check. Nah, Memo's
Oh,
still on the
it
board.
didn't. Alright.
I don't know where to fit in because Mambo Garchomp's interesting.
No, but I was talking against your team.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, to be fair, that's kind of unfair because Mamo just tears every single team to shreds.
True.
So
But this one
Megachamp just
particular-
revenge kills it so hard.
Plus, Metachamp just bullet punches it, and it drops.
Yeah.
You went Focus Ash, me went Berry,
Wouldn't fake out.
me went anything.
Well, I mean,
But
I don't know. I like this team,
it's,
but you know what? Yeah, I like the team. I'll give it 8.5.
it's solid. It's solid. I helped him cook a little bit. The
It was
pivoting would
ridiculous.
have been better if you had the second. The pivoting if you had the second Darumaka would have been better, but
I know. The pivoting's
I
kinda
do agree. I
iffy.
think you need a second Darumaka. You only have one. You might need another one.
Give me another point, another slot, and I'll absolutely draft him. But I want webs.
No.
Swaddle's gonna be the hard carry of the team. The
Anyway.
one game where
Alright,
the webs just destroys
no.
them.
No. Anyway,
you're never bringing Swaddle.
the copium
I'll
is so
bring him.
real.
And the
Bring in one game.
Darumaka Galar would be a nice type attacker, which you're... my bad.
The Weaviles are right there.
No, it's the proper ice type attacker.
Mhm.
But yeah, for real though, 8.5. I will
Yeah.
say.
8. No. 7.5 would have been 8.5. There was Darumaka Galar.
Oh my god.
Okay. I'd probably give it 8.5. It looks similar to the other teams. I gave 8.5, and I have a couple issues with it. So,
Alright. Let's see.
and it's just Palafin team.
Next up, we got Decker, the boy, which is the Alabama Alakazams. I think I convinced him to get the Swadloon for webs. Because this team...
I was here.
Yeah.
I was there.
I will have to deduct points just automatically because you do have Probopass there, and that is not Bastard on.
Yeah, I think that makes it at least 3 points down. So whatever rating I'm giving you, add 3 points.
So you do get a 0, because you have a Probopass, and not a guild.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. But in all seriousness, though, your physical offense is redonkulous with Palafin, the Gouging Fire, and the Hoopa Unbound, and then you pair that with the Hisuian Zoroark. That goes crazy.
And the bulk is quite nice because Terra Articuno is legit a good defensive piece. Mega Venu is Mega Venu. And Tickaton is always nice. It doesn't get recovery, but it's always a good check.
Steel Fairy is just a good type to have.
The team honestly just really lacks pivot, in my opinion. Like where it counts. Well, no, I don't. Not really.
Oh,
Never mind.
it's fine.
You have Flip Turn
It's
Palafin,
okay.
The more I looked at it, the more I'm
Fault
like,
Switch,
wait.
Shoot, and Watch Roll.
Yeah.
There are pivot options, definitely. I just think it's a good team overall. There's not too much wrong with it.
I don't see too many weaknesses.
Yeah.
Like, you have some fire weak mons, but you have Thick Fat Venu, Gouging Fire, and Palafin, so
Palafin
you're
capitalize.
fine.
Though you know that you're gonna get burnt off of a Flare Blitz that you switch into. I know that's gonna happen. It's going to happen.
Definitely. Or a Flamethrower, either one.
Yeah, it's going to happen at least once this season.
I guess you're Edgequake weak, but that's about it.
Personally though, I'm gonna give this a 9. I quite like it.
Yeah, I'll give this
Yeah.
as I said before, I'll give this a 6. Would have been 9 if it was guild.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 9.
You know what? It's going at 9. Screw you, Boniour.
Yeah, it's a 9, but
Yeah.
no guild makes it a 6.
It's like one of those.
Would have
things
been
where it's
a
like,
10
I'm a
if it
10,
was-
but
I'm a 10, but I'm Probopos, not Bastiodon, so I'm a 9.
what would you be then? A 0.
Exactly.
Anyway, yeah. Well, that wraps it up
Yeah,
for
it's-
Moonblast. Woof. All right. Well, thank you, Syth, for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
You want to hang around for any more, or just this one?
I mean, I'm in Mount Moon too, so I can do that as well if you want.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think you're doing Moonlight next, or which
Yes,
I don't know which one you're doing next.
Moonlight is next.
Okay. I'll stay and listen to you do Moonlight, but you probably want to get someone in the tier to do. Be like Kaz, I guess.
And Kaz is gonna unmute in a few seconds,
Yeah.
Very well, yeah, see ya.
probably. Yep, there he is.
Yeah. Moving on
Hello,
to
everyone.
Moonlight. I think our next guest will be Kaz, who's another one of our mods and a coach in Moonlight. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing alright, thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. All right, move on to low tier. So, Terra rules here are you get a budget of 8. Pokemon 5 points and lower may Terra. Open Terra, free Terra. And yeah, we will try to mention complexes, but if we don't, just assume that we have some. Or just be like, hey, what the heck, in the comments. So, you know. Anyway. What do you guys think about this first one? I mean, honestly, it's probably
it's
at least
10.
an 11 because it has Bastiodon.
Yeah, there you
You stole
go.
it from me.
Is
My-
there
Stole
anything
my
else to
Terra
say?
Bastiodon.
Stole everyone's Terra
First we should
Bastiodon.
say the complex is on this. Okidogi is
Okidogi.
complex to only be Guard Dog, and then Blastoise cannot Shell Smash. I think that's all of them for this team.
I think so.
Yes, it is.
I really like the speed tiers. You go from 125 Swallow down to 115 Persian Alola, and then you got 104 Delphox. There's a little bit of a gap between the next one, which is Rotomir 86, but I don't think it's a massive deal. They've got good hazards, good removal. I really like this team.
Yeah, I do really like this team.
I do too. I was telling Mmuffinz, like, this
like-
team is terrifying. With the combination of Swellow
Yeah.
plus the both amazing Terra captains. Like, even memes aside, like,
Yeah.
Bastiodon is a crazy good Terra captain.
It's very
Lapras
Yeah.
just goes
Yeah,
crazy.
especially in low tier.
Yeah.
Like, and Lapras is still
Lapras
very
was
good.
a don last season.
Yeah.
I mean, we know.
Yeah. The only slight issue I have with the team is that their one flying resist is Bastiodon, which is always going to be wanting to Terra out of its stab typings. So then, I mean, they've only got one
Also-
weakness to flying in Okidogi, but in such a
And
flying
they-
spam meta, it's
You also have Intimidate with Grand Ball, so it's not like you can't wall it down. And Persian Alola with Fur Coat has the bulk. Like, they have the natural bulk to not immediately fall to Flying type.
yeah. Overall, there's not a glaring weakness to the team. Really like
There's
it.
not much I can point out.
And I
No,
think
one
I've
thing I
dodged
will
them.
point out is the lack of special attacker. It's Delphox and Rudamo. Which
Well, Swallow,
they're
to be
not
fair.
awful.
Kind of.
Yeah. So,
Oh, wait. Yeah, I forgot, but of course, Boom Burst is a crazy stab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, though. I
and then
gotta
also
give
you
this
got
team,
like
9,
Terra Lapras.
to be honest with you.
I'm giving this a 9. I'm giving this a 9.5.
I'm gonna go 9.5. I think. You know what? I'm giving this a 10. I may have said that there's no flying resist other than Bastiodon, but with a team that's not actually, it's got one weakness to flying. I'm not seeing anything that's really needs a whole lot of improvement. They got good momentum, good hazard removal, good hazard setters. I really like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it to him. I mean, Buffett, you did crazy good, dude.
Would be a 10
Give me
if there was a
Bastion,
little
you
more
thief.
hazards.
That's just like that's at that point that's kind of
Be a
nitpicking.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
you have
it's
played all.
nitpicking.
You have,
I mean, there isn't any toxic spikes, and there isn't any regular spikes. There's no webs, but you got 2 good rockers, you got 2 defoggers, 2 rapid spinners. I don't think it's a massive deal. I mean, obviously, I would like them. Yeah. I don't think they're needed. It's not a deal breaker.
Yeah, but it's the jump from 9.5 to 10. Would have been a 10 for me, but for now it's a 9.5. I'm being nitpicky on purpose.
Okay, fair.
I'll say 10. I'll say 10 if he gives me Bastion.
Right, man. All right. Next up, we got Dracogon of the Vegas Golden Galleys. I like this. I think I like this. I think I like it. I like the Savali. Savali is really strong in this. There are no complexes on it, so it can run its multi-attack and be any type. Terra Captain's
no complexes at all on this team.
No.
I really like Terra Electabuzz. I had it last season. Do not check how I performed, but I think it's a really good one.
Stop you from getting 6-0'd by me.
Yeah.
Oof. Anyway. I don't know. The team just feels very, like... Yeah. You know what I mean?
It's... Overall, it's a good team. It reminds me of Boniour's team last season.
Yeah.
Where it's got good mons. They work quite well with each other. It's nothing crazy, but I think... Obviously, with Dracogon as a player in this team, I think he will do really well this season. Some mons that I really like, Diancie. It was such a good mon when I used it last season. The only slight issue that I had with Diancie was, you think, I want it to be like a Trick Room offensive Pokemon, and then you realize in low tier, a lot of stuff is actually slower than base 50, so it's kind of hard to bring. But it's very good as like rather setup, whether it's like Meteor Beam Power Herb or it's Stealth Rock plus Spikes, really good. I also think Magnezone was a really good for this team, because he's got Crobat, which is its fastest mon at 130, which I think is really good, but Crobat kind of struggles in the offensive aspect of trying to break through fairies. So having Magnezone on the team is really good, and then even Delmize with its Steelworker ability just work really well together in trying to break fairies for this team. And then
really
Silvally is kind of like...
Fairies really... I don't really think that fairies are that big of a deal. In all honesty, I feel like the hardest thing for this team to break are steals. Which I think is a good thing that Magnezone is there to trap
Which
them.
is why you have Mag.
Yeah. Or like maybe Terra Fighting or Fly or Fire Silvally.
One thing I will point out with this team is the bulk. It feels like you're gonna rely on Diancie quite a bit, which is fine because you have Wish Passing with a Boreon for it. But just something to take note of. I don't think it's necessarily a downside, but it's something to take note of.
Yeah. I do think... I've heard you say it multiple times during the session, but in low tier, Silvally is like the Mew of the format, where it can kind of be anything. When you draft it, you kind of want to draft it and then ignore it's there and draft a team without it, so that it can just be wherever it wants. It doesn't need to be trying forced into specific types. I think he's done a pretty decent job with it, where it's not kind of shoehorned in. The only thing that might be is something that can resist like Dark or Ghost. That's not normal. A little bit of a fighting weakness. He's got Crobat, which fighting types do absolutely nothing to, and then the immunity in Delmize. But then you've got, if you keep Silvally as a normal type, Magnezone and Piloswine, that just kind of get blown up by fighting moves. And then
I definitely agree with that. Fighting is one of the more premier types in the format, but you do have the best resist to it available. Although I'll give this team like an 8. I think it's very strong, very solid, but doesn't really have that like explosive factor that some teams might want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with 8.
Yeah, I'll give it an 8.
Alright. Moving on, we have Magma Pulse. Again. The Chaos Hydreigons. Darn you for sniping my Ceruledge. How dare you?
Bill says your favorite Mon.
This team is a 0. This team
this team is actually a -4 because it has, anyway, redacted. The Nidoqueen is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I do love Nidoqueen. The
So they're
complex
actually-
is on here though. No weak armor.
Forum.
Ceruledge. No speed boost Espathra. No guts Obstagoon, and no sheer force Nidoqueen.
Yeah.
We'll just
So a
build
lot of Mons
complexes
with
the team.
complex. Yeah.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. You guys keep going.
Right.
So overall, I think the team's pretty solid.
Yeah. I have to point out maybe. Actually, no, I lied. I was gonna say a fairy weakness, but you have some good switches. I just forgot Nidoqueen was there because I didn't scroll far enough. But but no.
He struggles a little
think
in the
it's-
speed tier.
Yeah,
Your fastest being
your
105.
This one is like Espathra 105.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you do have the priority from Comfey,
Incredible.
but other than that, you kind of got the middling speed tiers. And then when you get down to like the lower speed tiers, you're going from Serena at 72 all the way down to Kecleon at 40, which can be a little awkward when it comes to building, and could
Yeah,
allow for other teams to come through. Hazard-wise,
I
I think
think
this is a
double-
team that might
double-
like Spikes, which doesn't have.
But double ground, I feel, is kind of awkward for the ice weakness because you're gonna have to switch in Ceruledge maybe more often than you won't want to.
I agree. It would rather be like forcing in Ceruledge, or it's going to force the Terra Captain Hisuian Sliggoo into like water or something like that, or
Yeah.
just steel.
I mean, to be fair, those aren't bad Terra types, but I feel like a lot of times you'd rather go maybe
Definitely
Terra
not.
Fairy.
Yeah. I feel
don't
like
know.
with
This
the
team
Kingdra. Go ahead.
Good, no, go, you go.
I feel like with the Kingdra, I would have liked to see some sort of Pokemon that can set up rain. In low tier, we banned Drizzle, but if something could have
Drizzle,
like Rain Dance or something like that, I feel like Kingdra would be so much better. I'm not a big fan of it outside of the rain. I think it's got middling stats. Amazing typing, but just middling stats, which it struggles with.
I do think Sliggoo gets Rain Dance, because I know Gudra does.
I think it
it's not
might
pivot.
do, but then you're using your Terra Captain to set up Rain. I mean, he does have a lot of Mons that do get access to Rain Dance, but I feel like if he had one of the Prankster Mons, like if he tried to grab the Clef Key that I
Volbeat
have
or
or
Louise.
something else, yeah.
I mean, honestly, it
I
can
think that
kind of
would've
set
been
it up
really
for
good.
itself and be pretty solid. It's very compact because it's just Kingdra.
Yeah, but
It is
Yeah, of
true.
course.
It also gets access to Sniper, like Scope Lanes, and it'll do a whole lot of
Sniper
damage.
Scope Lens
But,
focus energy is funny.
It's
really
really
funny.
funny. Yeah.
It is.
What are you guys thinking for a ranking?
But
for this
I don't
team?
think it's a bad team.
I at the same time I want to say that it's lacking has removal. At the same time, Serena's like the best spinner in low tier, so it's
Yeah, at least one.
it's hard to say.
I feel like this team would have really liked Spikes. Currently, it's only got 3 Stealth Rockers and then E-Spikes in the Nidoqueen. I feel like Spikes would have been very good alongside the Ceruledge. Personally, I'm going to say this is a 6. I might be a bit harsh, but
I'm gonna
I think
agree,
6
just
is
because-
where I'm going to go.
I'm gonna agree because really you don't have a mon that hits over 100 for the speed other than Espathra.
Spot throw.
Yeah.
And the C word, but
Yeah, no. You know what? Hold on. Wait, I have a better idea. Let's just. Nope. Wait. That didn't work.
What is Honch doing?
Nope.
You
Wait.
better be
no.
editing my dog. Better not be editing my
He's
dog.
editing your dog.
Uh,
He's editing your dog.
My-
Honch, what are you doing
Honch,
on the dog?
Honch, you destroyed the docks once. Don't do it again.
no, I'm gonna do it again. Fine, whatever. Anyway, you get the point. This thing is ugly and trash, and get it out of your roster. All things considered, though, I gotta give it like a.
But yeah,
I'm gonna give it like a 6 because it's just there's no speed. There's no speed. It sucks. But yeah. So what are we thinking? 6,
I do like giving it a 7. 7 because
Okay.
the offense is very here, and the defense, of course, Mudsdale, Nidoqueen are all decent, and Sliggoo is a great Terra Captain.
Very true. Alright, well, moving on. You've got Fossil Hammer, coach of the Accolade and Electros. First thing off the bat,
here.
it's very interesting.
It is an interesting team. One thing that I noticed is a ice weakness, the only resist being the Glastrier, and then obviously you got Hydrapple, which is 4 times weak, and then both of the Terra Captains are weak to ice. They can come out of it. I'm not too sure how much I like the Terra Captains.
Emolga is kind of cool.
I'm excited to see them.
I do like Mason Emolga.
Emolga's just a cool mon.
True.
Speed is another one where it's your fastest mon is 105 in the Zoroark, though other than the last team, this has a 103 in the Emolga.
Yeah, the
But
team
other
is
than that,
dirt slow.
pretty slow. Which, with Farigiraf and that, you can run Trick Room Hydrapple, and Trick Room Glastrier are very scary.
And Trick Room Mega Steelix.
Yeah. Hazard-wise, it's not the worst.
It's got rocks from Mega
so
Lex, but that's about it.
And it's got rocks with Megalith, and it's got spikes from Aractus. It does have 2 defoggers in Mantine and Emolga, and then Rapid Spin from Hitmonlee. I think overall it's a pretty awkward team. I can see Trick Room coming in a lot, or possibly relying heavily on Unburdened Hitmonlee. But
It's also kind of awkward because you don't really have you have Mantine is like your one fire resist as well.
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing.
with 3 weaknesses, yeah.
3
And
of
one of
or 2
those,
of those being
yeah, again-
like your top end budget, which kind of hurts.
I mean, to
Yeah.
be fair, the team is really bulky, which is nice. Like, not a lot can break through. Regen Hydrapple plus Mega Steelix plus Mantine plus Fez. It's hard to break.
Except for a fire type.
Yeah.
Physical fire.
But I mean, there's Mantine. Mantine has 85 base HP, so it's not like it's gonna die to physical fires.
Nah, not really, but I don't know. Definitely in the realm of weird, but maybe it'll work. I'll give it like a 6.5 though.
I personally, I believe in this team. I think it will work. I'm giving it 7.5. I think this can work. It's very coach dependent though.
Yeah, I agree that it's a very coach dependent team. Last season we had a team that looked relatively similar. I mean, it didn't have the same ones, but it heavily relied on Trick Room and that, and they got to finals. So anything can happen. I'm going to give this a 6. I think it's quite comparable to the last team we saw. Yeah.
Oh, no, I just believe in this team way more than.
Oh jeez, I gotta do math. Was it 5? Wait, sorry, what were your rankings? I'm so sorry.
7.5 for me.
Yeah, Kaz?
6.
Alright, I gave it a 6 as well. So it'll be 6.5. Cool. Alright. Fossil. Alright, next up we got Hundo Hunter 24, coach of the Surf Incursions. I like that team name a lot. That's really fun.
It's a very fun name and a very scary team. With leading off with Gyarados, which we were talking in like the mod chat. Should it have been allowed? Should it not? Should it have been banned to not have DD?
Honestly,
We voted on it to keep it. I think.
I've seen it a lot.
I think it's very scary.
Different low tier leagues where they just have it completely unbanned, and I'm kind of interested to see how this goes. So, I mean, I'm down for it. Let's see if he's still in the chat.
I just think it's very high power, and I think it should be
Very scary.
Maybe
Sniped Terra
Bengals
Trapinch
lose.
from me.
Yeah.
One issue I have with the team is, again, we're having these things, speed tiers. The only mon above base 100 is the Hisuian Sneasel at 115, which is a fantastic speed tier. But then it just feels so slow unless he brings the snow with a Alolan Sandslash, which then you're forced to bring in Alolan Vulpix, which, although it may be a Terra Captain, it's not the greatest. You don't really want to be running Eviolite on it. You want to be running Icy Rock to try and get as much snow turns as possible. Overall, I like the team. I think it's got some very threatening parts, definitely. Gyarados works really well with like Rotom Heat and that. But I think he could have done a little bit better in Grace.
That's true.
I think this team is very...
We got Hundo Hunter that's probably going to be joining to talk about their team. So I'm going to drag him in. What's going on, Hunter? How you doing, buddy? You want to give us a lowdown on your team? Oh, hello. Okay.
Did you force mute him?
No. No, he's just
Oh.
muted. Anyway.
Do you not want to talk in VC? Or
Yeah, we'll see.
no response?
No response.
Alright.
The one thing I did note about this team, I really like the Grimmsnarl for dual screens pivoting right into Gyarados. I think that's a very strong core to just start off any game. Crazy.
I think Terra Trapinch is a very, very solid Terra Captain.
I wanted it so badly.
Deceptively strong. And I do really think this team is good. My bigger problem is you don't really have a lot of momentum to get in your Gyarados. That's your main threat.
Yeah, the rest of the team
I mean,
just
there
kinda,
is some.
Yeah. I like the Goodra. The Goodra's
You
going
got,
to be
like-
kind of annoying to get through, but yeah.
Yeah. I think also the one last thing I can see it struggling from is Stealth Rocks and Offensive Rock types. Is Rock Resists are the Trapinch and then Hisuian Sneasel, which is not the bulkiest mon going. And two of your biggest threats in the Gyarados and Rotom Heat are weak to Rock. I think overall was a really good team. Just a couple things that he'll definitely need to look out from in prep.
Yeah. Alright, Hundo, any words? Yay, nay? Alright. Well,
I don't think he's talking.
no.
Just one last thing I want. Actually, yeah. On the special attacking front, it is a little lacking.
Yeah, there's Indeedee, there's Rotom Heat. I mean, there's Goodra. It's not the worst, but you're certainly more
Before we
leading
leave, we should
physically.
specify bans.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
We should specify that there's complex bans where there's no expanding force and Rillaboom cannot use Grassy Surge, it's overgrow. I think that's it.
Yep.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but
So,
Oh yeah.
I mean, just for the
That's
Gyarados
all.
alone, I gotta give it an 8. Just to see how well they do.
I think this team is very solid. I don't know. The lack of building is kind of telling me that is putting me off. But I'll agree with Honch for an 8. I still think it's really solid.
I think I'm going to have to put it at 7.5. I don't think it's 8 worthy. I think it's definitely got some really good mons at it. But then towards the back half, I feel like it's a little lacking. But I could be absolutely proven wrong.
Alright. Yeah. Moving on, we have ScarySmoliv, coach of Smoliv Garden. The complexes for this: no boom burst toxicity, and no last respects. I think that's it.
Yeah, of course.
I really like the changes he made in Grace. The team before Grace felt incredibly slow, where I think his fastest mon might have been that low kicks. And then he did the Talonflame, the Whimsicott, and the Cobalion, which I think really good for his team. I've used Talonflame in the past in low tier. I think it's amazing, whether it's Taunt, whether it's just Will-O-Wisp, even like SD sets with Flying plus Fire, really good. I think he's got a great Terra Captain in Reggie.
Yeah, agreed. I really like the offensive pressure that this team puts on, especially with the teleport P2 to help out, to get that low kicks, to get that adaptability, Bastion Legion on the field, to just do some real heavy hitting. I quite like it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of interested to see what the toxicity does without its main gimmick. But it does have punk rock.
It's probably still like either specs, either scarf, either shift gear plus, or just throat spray overdrive. It's still good.
Yeah.
But yeah. One thing I do have to point out is flying weakness. Your only resist is electricity, I want to say.
Yeah.
And also, weirdly enough, psychic, you have 1 immunity in low kicks, and that's it.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of that is gonna have to fall under Regice's shoulders to kind of be a blanket check to it, depending on its Terra type.
Yeah. Or P2.
Yeah. Those two are pretty good blanket defensive answers for a lot of things.
I like
the problem is Regice gets checked.
Yeah. The pivoting of the team though is crazy. There's so much.
Yeah.
You got low kicks, Bastion Legion, there's Cobalion, there's Toxicity, Talon, and Whimsy.
Talonflame.
Yeah, I really like this team.
I think this team is good. Just, I don't know. I can't explain, but there's something off. I can't put my finger on it.
Gabite's interesting. I think Gabite's very interesting. I'm interested to see how it does. I mean, 90 attack for a 3-pointer. That's a Terra Captain. I think it's pretty good. Rough Skin. We like Rough Skin Rocky Helmet, Rough Skin EVL Light, different typings. 82 speed is not the worst. I'm expecting some cooking
as well. So
yeah,
watch out.
It's another team where I kind of would have liked Spikes, which we don't get access to. And I feel like some of the mons, even though I think it's really good that now we have 2 defoggers in the Talonflame and the Whimsicott as our removal, I think he's going to be forced a lot into wearing boots on like low kicks and that, when you really want to be doing the Scarf sets or the Banded sets. And then obviously, I mean, Talonflame's always going to be wearing boots. There's very few matchups where it's not going to be heavy-duty boots. And then Regice before it, Terrors might be forced to run boots or take that 25% chip from rocks.
I think
Toxicity, I do think, was quite necessary.
Boniour, I think the thing that you're noticing that's kind of missing is that one like high pointer X factor. I mean, you do have Bastion Legion. Don't get me wrong. You do have low kicks, but I don't know. It's just missing one of those things that just ties the whole team together. But it's still fairly strong. I'm gonna give this like a. Damn it. I'll give it an 8. I'll give it an 8.
I'm giving it a 7.5.
I'll give it a 7.5 as well.
All right.
Oh, it just doesn't have the oomph factor.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it has the oomph, but it doesn't have that high tier. I think. I don't know.
But it's Smoliv. It's Smoliv. We know he can cook.
Oh, absolutely.
I must hax him again. I must do it.
For real.
3 times the charm.
Speaking of, we got Greedydog. Curse of the Dubious Dogs. That is a cursed ass Houndoom for your logo, though.
It's
The
very
biggest
well
sniper
drawn.
of the century. The biggest sniper of the century. I said since last
Dude,
season,
stop
I want to
crying
use
about it.
Scream Tile. I want to use Scream Tile. But no.
And he got
It's
sniped
been,
round
it's been
1.
robbed from me.
Wow.
Got sniped round 1.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I quite like this team, though. You have 2 really good setup options with Flygon and Revavroom, on top of the webs with Galvantula, and really strong the Hisui and Typhlosion. You can run Specs or Scarf quite reliably. So I think you've got a lot of really good mons that can really abuse the webs that Galvantula lays.
And Mabostif, I do believe when the complex on Stakeout really forces those switches, and it's with the hazards, you're just racking up a lot of damage. I think this is quite a good pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's no real flaw I can point out in this team.
I would say the speed, because I think it caps out at the Persian at 115.
Persian.
Yeah. Then down to the Scream Tile
There's
111, then Galvantula 108, which I don't think it's the worst. I think it's
Yeah, and
definitely handleable.
And you have webs to make it up, and you have Photosynthesis booster speed if you want to. You have Rain Dance on a few mons to activate the Kabutops. Actually, you have Rain Dance on basically everyone on your team. But
The one thing that I'm seeing
Yeah, it's
is
very-
you kind of struggle both especially offensively and especially defensively. You got Hisuian Typhlosion and Galvantula as your only special attackers, and then Spadef wise, it's literally just the Scream Tail that can take special hits. Everything else is not that great.
Screamtail is a really good mon, and AV is an item. But
Yeah.
also,
The one thing with
I do believe Flygon gets Moonburst, something like that.
Yep.
it
Because
does.
there's always special attacking sets.
Yeah.
with
Boomburst throw
Flygon.
spray. Yeah. Speaking of speed tiers, I think he's kind of got the opposite. Whereas Slowest Mon is the Chestnut at 64, so I think Trick Room into this team could be really strong, and something he'll definitely have to watch out for.
It
I mean,
certainly
you
can
have
be.
counter trick room of your own, and you have. Do you have taunt? Let me check how much taunt you have. You have a decent amount of taunt.
Yeah, he's got Taunt in the Rever Room, the Chestnut, the Mostip, and the Persian. And then Encore
Persian is
on
interesting.
Screamtail and Pikachu.
I don't know how much work Persian will put in. Like, if there was one mon that this team, like, I'm not convinced of, it's Persian. The rest looks very solid.
Yeah. Overall, I
don't
think
know.
this is probably a 7.5 from me.
Honch, what's your take?
It's kind of a similar deal where there's the speed is manageable. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you can cook with
One
this.
thing I will
Like belly drum.
point out.
Yeah.
One thing I will point out is that as a removal is Braviary, Flygon, Kabutops. None of them really want to be running the removal moves. I mean, Kabutops kinda, but I got trapped into Defog Flygon for a while last season because I couldn't find this place to run offensive. So I do think that it's not awful. I'm giving this an 8. All things considered, this is still very good.
I'll give it an 8 as well. I think it's pretty fair. Kaz, what do you think?
Oh, 7.5.
As already said, 7.5.
Alright.
I don't think it's got the potency of being 8. I really like the first 3. I think that's a fantastic Fairy Dragon Steel Core or low tier. And then good Mons. I'm just not sure how they'll synergize with each other.
Neither am I, to be honest, but I don't know. I feel like you have some really good pieces. We'll just have to see how they can mesh together. Up next, we got Snake, coach of the Ogre Pog champs. Jesus Christ. Give me Samurott, please. Thanks.
So I got sniped and then you got sniped.
Yeah. But for real though, this is probably one of my favorite teams. It's got so many cool options on it. It's got a lot of really good mons that do a lot of really good things. Like, the complexes, we'll say, are the Samurott, no sharpness, no contrary superior, and I believe that's it.
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah. The Iron Thorns. Do something with it, please. I've been trying to make it work ever since it got released. I don't know how to do it. Maybe you can do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the problem with Iron Thorns is it just kind of needs 2 D dances before it does anything.
Yeah, that's true.
But with Booster, I'm pretty sure you can make something work.
Yeah.
Early. Not go good.
I mean, you do have the webs with the Vigavolt, which is helpful. And you have a lot of decent hazards and removal. So I think you can do.
I really like this team though. Like the Firewire Grass Core is great. You have Hitmontop is great. I really like the individual pieces, and I think you have some synergy. Of course, you have very good hazard stacking, and yeah, you have double Intimidate too, an Intimidate core, because Arbok is a piece I would say that is to not be underestimated. In low tier, I think it could cook. It gets Trailblaze, it gets Coil. It could get up to something.
Yeah, absolutely. It's got a lot of really fun setup options.
Yeah. The only one thing that I'm noticing a bit about the team is a slight weakness to water. He does have the resist in the Hisuian Samurai and the Superior, but then you've got Armor Rouge weak to it, the Iron Thorn's weak to it, the Runariga's weak to it, and then if you're not terroring the Fletchinder, it's also weak to it. So I think that might be a little bit of a struggle when coming into prep. I think he can build around it with like his Terra Captains or that. But with how potent water types in low tier are, I think that may become an issue in 1 or 2 games. Especially with like the Basket Legions now walking around. Someone drafted Tauros Paldeo Aqua. Just a lot of threats. That
Stormy.
Yeah. For Alligator.
Did Crawdon get drafted?
I don't think so. But
no one drafted Crawdon.
I mean, at least it has the stats, like in terms of like Spadef, to make up for it with the Tinkaton. The Superior can kind of stomach hits, AV hit on top. It does have some options.
Yeah.
I will say though,
natural bulk.
I
Good.
really like the cores this team has. I really like the Fighting Psychic Dark, the Firewater Grass, the Fairy the Fairy Steel. Yeah, it's got a lot of really good pieces, and I think that this team just honestly it needs a little bit more pivot, in my opinion. But with that, then I think the team's pretty solid.
Forns gets Volt Switch, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like
Yes.
it wants to be the mon that gets pivoted for.
Yeah.
You know?
I think
Yeah,
the
you
team
don't
has
really want-
decent momentum. It just depends what wants to run it. Like Hitmontop and Glaceon have Baton Pass, but you don't really see people run it. You've obviously got Flip Turn on the Hammerot, U-Turn Fletchinder, you're the Volt Switch on Iron Thorns and the Vicar Volt. So it's got options, it just depends what mons can actually fit it onto their movesets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll give it
I don't
like
think it's too problematic.
Sorry, what? Go ahead.
I was gonna say my rating. I'm putting it at 9. I do think this team can pop off, and I hope to see it pop.
I was gonna give it a 9 as well. I do quite like it. Kaz,
I'm
what
going to
do
be
you
the odd one out and say it's an 8.
think? Oh, you're
I
making
do
me do
really like
math. Ass. All right, let's see.
8.6, 8.66.
Oh, thank you, Boniour.
Do math, not math.
Uh,
I do like it. I really like some of the mons. I know you really like some of the mons that I've seen you draft them 100 times.
shut up.
Such
I don't know
as-
what you're talking about. I'm definitely not trying to trade
Yeah,
in my for
no
alligator.
mon in particular.
I'm definitely not trading my for alligator.
No mon.
Definitely not. No.
Honestly, if you give him for alligator for the Hisuian Samurott, I would give this team probably a 10.
Yeah, there. Well, anyway, moving on. We have Alori, coach of the Exotic Green Lizards. Interesting team name, right off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was
I
one
don't
of the
know.
more interesting teams.
Honestly, I don't really like the repeat types because there's a bunch of them. 2 fairy, 2
Yeah.
grass,
Yeah.
2.
2 ground. Oh no, 2 electric.
Yeah.
2 electric.
Yep.
2.
I think that's it.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Some of the mons just feel a bit like redundant and like their role is already being filled.
Yeah.
I agree.
I like a lot of these mons, just not together. I think
Yeah.
that's as much as I can say about it. Speed tiers are a little awkward. You go from the 135 Manectric down to 109 Ninetales. You got
And
around the same speed tier, 101 Sandy Shocks into 2 base 100s in Typhlosion and Tauros Paldea. All the way down to 80 Altaria and then to 50 Vileplume. It's a little clunky speed tier wise.
this team is ground weak though. I'll have to point out. I think it. Hold
It
on,
has
'cause
one
both of your
immunity and 4
grasses-
weaknesses.
Yeah, both of your grasses do not resist ground.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a problem.
One immunity
And
is the
Altaria-
Altaria.
Altaria is not the kind of mon you want to bring every week.
It's a pretty. I would say it's a pretty good Terra Captain, but it's not your Terra Captain. I mean, Pharaohseed's
Terra
pretty good
Captain,
too,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't like the team's hazard control. You have a lot of hazard options with spikes and stealth rock on both the Pharaohseed and the Sandy Shocks, and then you got T-spikes on the Dragalge. But you only have one form of removal in the Altaria, which is Defog, which I think it's difficult.
it's good, but it just. I feel like it needs to be Terra on this team.
Yeah.
You're gonna boot spam a lot, I feel like, which is a
Yeah.
shame because a lot of Pokemon you're gonna be running boots on would want other items.
You would at
Yeah.
least have Magic Bounce Hatterene to at least help. And
Yeah.
it is probably
Yeah.
one of the best Magic Bouncers, but I don't know.
Also, this team does not have dark or normal, so that means a ghost weakness.
You do have Dragology
Yeah.
as kind of like a blanket check to special moves. By the way, can we just say the special offense on this team is probably the best we've seen?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
But at the
You
same
have
time,
Mega
physical
Main,
offense is probably worse.
Steady Shocks,
Yeah.
Evolution.
It's very special. Yeah, very specially reliant on its damage. Which, I mean, you know, not that bad, but again,
Also,
we'd slap an AV on anything. But
You talked about Dragalgi, Honch, but the one thing I dislike about Dragalgi is that it just gets shipped. Like, it lives a special move, and then it doesn't. Like, then it can't handle special attack hits for the rest of the game. It's a one-time check to one thing.
a one-time thing to a one big hit, I will say. By the way,
Yeah.
Complex, no snow warning on Ninetales.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah.
Nothing else, I believe.
Yep. I gotta give this team like just a 7 for the lack of versatility and the redundancy. Oh lord. Still went through.
Damn it.
Highlight. Anyway.
When you're doing PRs,
Oh worse. Jeez. Good lord. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna give this team a 7.
I'm giving this a 6.
I might be being really mean. I think I'm going to give this a 5. I just think that major ground weakness, 4 mons weak to it and only 1 immunity, it's tough.
I definitely think that's valid.
Yeah.
I don't like the lack of physical offense. I don't like the lack of hazard removal. I don't like the lack of ground ghost resists. It's tough. I'm giving this I already said I'm giving this a 6.
That's fair. That is fair.
Honch,
Uh-huh.
Honch, in case you cannot do math, it's a 6 average.
Oh, thanks. I wasn't too sure. Thank you. Anyway, moving on to expected route. Coach of the Iowan Cyndaquils.
Is he around? I think
Yeah.
he said he wanted
Isn't
to...
it? Isn't it unexpected route, not expected route?
I think I said unexpected. I don't know. Dude, I've been sitting here for
He's
3 hours.
unexpected.
3.5 hours. I don't know, man.
Me too.
Yeah, I know. Let's see if he wants in.
Just while we wait for that, I'll just say a couple things. I really like the bulk of this team. Bulk and
Yes.
removal. I love it. Mega Ordino, such a difficult mon to blimmin' kill. A lot of the time it comes down to you have to set up against it, or you have to hope your opponent misplays their wish protects or whatever set it's running. Love S Cavalier in this. Electros is just kind of a blanket check to most things, since nothing's super effective against it, except like Mold Breaker mons.
I do
Moltres
like
plus
Weird
Tentacruel. You're a weirdest, Dan.
It's the yeah.
I'm a weird son.
Well, let's hear what unexpected route has to say. What's going on, buddy?
Oh,
How you doing with how do you fare with your team? What are you thinking?
I feel I'm excited to use it, in all honesty. I got the one Pokemon that I really wanted, which was a Scavalier. And after that was kind of like, all right, we'll build around it a little and then fill in slots.
We're actually just getting done saying that your bulk is fantastic. It's really strong. And
Yep.
actually, it's one of the few times I've seen Moltres go in low tier that wasn't paired with Swampert. So I will say
Yeah.
10 points for
I
creativity.
kept making jokes.
yep.
Someone mentioned early on of like, oh, who's going to draft Moltres and Swampert? And I'm like,
It was
no,
me.
put that out there because I don't want Moltres to be taken. But I had already planned to pair Escavalier with Tentacruel, actually. and Moltres kind of just fit in there also and helped it out.
Yeah, it's definitely a very robust defensive core. You can especially nice with the Electros that you can just slap in there to help with the Edgequake for those two.
Exactly.
I gotta add the complexes are no power construct on Zygarde 10 and no snow warning on Aurorus, I believe.
Now, snow warning is
No,
legal on
it can.
Aurorus.
But I mean, it's not going to benefit me as much.
Yeah, but it's still really nice to just
I bet.
click like Terra Ice Blizzards or something. Like if you want to slap Scarf on it, it's a very interesting Terra Captain, and I haven't seen it utilized yet, so I'm really excited to see it.
Well, in looking at it, I realized it like if I just want to run Terra Blast, even at base normal, that's going to get added ice type because of the refrigerate. So that's stab Terra Blast no matter what.
That is true, but I feel like you just want to run Hyper Voice either way.
Yeah.
I mean, that was definitely something I saw. I was like, oh, Hyper Voice. We'll probably throw a throat spray on it just once or twice and see what happens.
But they can also get some Rock Polish, which should be a really funny set that could get
That
some
would be funny.
No,
I think the one problem...
On the flip side, the Terra Captain we've seen used as Cacturn.
Yeah.
My goats. I didn't use Cacturn for many games, but the games it came, it did what it needed to do.
That fell in like just as a last second slot. I'm like, what could I use? What could I use? Oh wait, Cacturn's like stupidly powerful.
Yeah,
And fits in with
dumb.
Captain. Well, and it also covered the weakness that I had with if I had still had Palisand, that made my team very weak to water. And so it's like, okay, that can be used as a coverage, but even then, it still fits in pretty well.
No, definitely agreed. Plus, I mean, honestly, I also feel like the amount of pivot on this team also really helps Pangoro do what it really wants to do, which is just kill everything.
Yes.
So, I mean, yeah, I really like it as an inclusion. Zydog, I know that Kaz thinks it's a fraud, but I think it's pretty solid here.
If when it's +6, it cannot take out a max HP superior with extreme speed, it's going in the bin. It's being put down like Old Yeller. Run away, that stupid dog.
I feel like this is a skill issue.
Damn.
I will say, though,
I can frog.
the main critique with the team is it is a bit slow, and I would say it's a bit lacking in the immediate special power, like special breaking.
Yeah.
I was literally about to point that out. There is very little immediate power. It's like Moltres is our immediate special power, which
Moltres,
you most of the time
Cacturn,
on that defensive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The speed tier going from base 90.
Oh yeah, no, my speed is atrocious, and I just could not think of any way to get back with that after getting Zygarde. And even then, I didn't see Zygarde until just before I was going to pick Torterra, and because I needed a ground type at that point. I was like, well, Torterra seems to be my best option. Wait a second.
let me like, grab some speed.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, though, I quite like the team. I'm going to give it an 8.5. Bonnier, Gaz, what do you think?
Oh, wow.
I think one thing we haven't pointed out yet is maybe the pivoting is
I don't think the pivoting is that bad, to be honest.
I think pivoting's okay. The one thing that I've got is the hazards. You have one Spiker and one Stealth Rocker in the Cacturn and Aurorus. You do have two Toxic Spikers, but I think if you want to be running hazards with how bulky your team is, it just forces you to bring... I mean, it's a Terra Captain, which is fine to bring them, but it forces one of their slots to be setting up hazards.
That's very fair. Hazards for me are a very touch and go thing. I've tried them before, and they're like, okay, but like they've helped out in some games. They've not helped out in a lot of games. So we'll see how it goes on that. Yeah, it's a very fair point.
I very rarely run hazards.
Yeah.
I'll give it an 8.
Yeah, I think 8. I think that's fine.
What is that math?
Alright, math time, Honch boy.
Uh-huh.
That's a lot generous than I would have ever given.
No, I said 8.5.
Yeah, it does have a couple things wrong. The base 90 down to the base 65. It does kind of force some scarfers. But
Yeah.
I'm also... I put a message in the chat. I'm excited to see someone use Rapidash Gala. That's one mon that I haven't seen anyone use like ever.
Me too, actually. That's another one that I'm like, you know what? I'll give that a try.
I like to see it. I don't even know what Pastel Veil does.
I think it's something to do with poison. It might be like a double specific ability. I don't remember.
So
Not,
it has
neither
no
do
good
I.
ability.
Hey, well, thank you for tuning in, Route. Very good to hear your input on your team. And good luck this season.
Well,
What the? Okay. That was abrupt.
You get kicked.
Damn.
Who kicked him? Oh well. Or he just left.
Someone, I don't know.
Damn!
Maybe he just left.
Poor guy.
Anyway, I guess we'll move on to Duvenger, coaches the East Texas Mean Green. I love that. That's hilarious. I love his logo. Okay, so quite a few complexes here. Well, not really, but Last Respects is
We
a
don't have
no.
logos on the other ones.
What?
Icy Surge is a no.
And No Fish's
Yeah,
Rend.
no grassy surge.
No Fish's Rend for Dracofish,
What? Oh yeah.
who is at 6 points now.
Yeah.
But it's kind of cool to see that it was actually drafted.
Yeah.
The strong jaw will make it work.
Strong Jaw rise up. Biters rise up.
Another one where it's the speed tiers. Zeb Striker at 116 as a Terra Captain, I think is a very good Terra Captain. Then going into 101 Pidgeot. The only issue I have is that all your mons above 100 are your Terra Captains. So sometimes you might be forced to bring both of them, and neither of them really want to come and not be the Terra Captain.
I also don't believe in Pidgeot that much. I don't know what it does. It has like base 80 attack or something. It's not doing
It's
much.
literally just a bird JPEG. I mean, I don't know what else it does, man.
It clicks default U-turn. That's about it.
Yeah. Another couple things. No poison type. I think. Yeah. No ground and poison types. And you have no fairy resist when you have two weaknesses in the Moltres and the Dracovish.
Also,
I think it's
your
very
removal, removal is Pidgeot and Frostmoth. Frostmoth wants to be running setup a lot of the time, and Pidgeot, well, it's not
He
great
got
mon.
broken. What are you talking about?
Yeah, big pecs.
You heard me, alright? You heard me.
He's a bird hater. Get him. But for real though, I think it's another one of those teams that's just very weak to ice and water.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of weaknesses to the ice, flying, and rock. Some of the most spammable types in low tier, which you kind of struggle with.
You have switch-ins though, like literally all of them, Duraludon.
That is true.
Like,
however,
yeah.
it doesn't have any recovery, and it's decidedly middling in terms of its defense.
does this have wish passing actually?
I don't think
I
so.
don't think
no.
this has wish passing.
Nope. Orbital with webs can be very useful for the team. With the setup Moltres and the potential for setup Tauros Fire. That could be really nice.
And helping Basculation just outspeed shit would be incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so pumped to see this Tapu Bulu do something. Because that's a new addition.
Yeah, I want to
this
see
season.
Bulu do something.
I wish we gave him Grassy Glide. Why did people vote against it?
You mean Surge?
Grassy?
Yeah,
Surge.
Grassy Surge, sorry. My bad. I mean, you should get Grassy Glide as well, but
Then it would just be.
we wanted Surge.
I mean, if we
I mean,
gave
then he
him
wouldn't
Grassy
be a
Surge,
low
he
tier.
would not be. Yeah.
Grassy Surge, he could have been an 18 pointer. Come on.
No.
Come on.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
You're just saying that because you would have wanted to draft it,
Yeah. Though I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity. I was second to last pick.
and then you would have faced it and got 6-0'd.
Then it
Yeah.
would have been like, boo.
I'm gonna give this team a 7.5. I think 7.5 for this team. I think it's got some really strong mons. It's just
It doesn't
looking
mesh
at the
together well, in my
type
opinion.
chart. Looking at the type chart, it's just a bit of a struggle. Though he
Yeah,
also sniped me.
no.
I wanted Gross Blaze.
I'll also give it a 7.5.
I actually quite like this team, but 7.5 is also good. So, I'll 7.5.
Yes, I don't have to do math. Let's go. Alright. Up next, we have LPT. Go to the Larry Goomies. Love it. Love the little guy.
The Larry Goomies?
The Gary Goomies. Did I say Larry Goomies? I'm sorry.
You said Larry Goomies.
I'm beat. Alright. First thing right off the bat, the Fairy Dragon Steel Core is very impressive. The Hail Core, the Snow Core, is very deadly. And then you just slap a Starmie on top of all that. Makes it really, really frightening.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the complex
I
ban
really
is
like that.
Starmie cannot run analytic, and I think
And
that-
Abomasnow is light Claybind, I think. No, that's a lie.
No,
That's
that's,
vanilla
think-
something. No.
that's vanilla.
Yeah. Yeah, Abomasnow has
Yeah.
no complexes.
Abomasnow is its Terra Captain, so that could be kind of cool to see what it does.
Yeah. I'm seeing a massive weakness to both fire and rock.
Also, a really big knock weakness, to be honest.
I mean,
Yeah.
Fire and Rock, what you have to consider is that Arctovish just blows both of them up.
Yeah, they both have Vicious Rend and Boltbeak, respectively, so they're going to be
Yeah.
kind
Yeah.
of menaces.
'Cause it's only banned on Dracozolt and Dracovish.
Yep.
Yeah.
I may be a little biased because I did help cook this team a little bit, but I think this is quite good. The Brrekien is a really good mon, and you have two ground immunities to back him up.
Yeah.
And you also have a resist, so you don't immediately lose to gravity.
Yeah.
Like,
I do like this team. I think it's very good. The one slight issue I see is that Gligar is the only hazard setter outside of Drapion with Toxic Spikes.
Yep.
So if you do want those hazards to break the sashes for your Sand Sweepers, you're forced to bring in Gligar. Which is not the worst, but
I do really like how well covered you are in terms of like fighting and rock coverage for your Hailmons. Just in Doublade and Noivern. I think it's covered very well, in addition to kind of Starmie. Honestly, I really like this team. I think it's a 9.
I think this team is a 9.5 or a 10.
I might be a hater. I think it's an 8.
Alright, then I'll put it at 10 so we can average it at 9.
Yes!
So Honch doesn't have to do math again.
Let's go! Dude, Honch doing math is a very scary prospect.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, it is.
Shut up. Anyway.
Thank you for your input.
Alright, next up we got Saboteur.
The
Coach
team
of
that
Dallas
makes me
Swallows.
sick.
Yeah, I want to
Why do we
throw
let
up.
him draft stall?
I want to throw up.
Is this stall run on a different account? What is this?
No complexes, I think, on
It's
this
not
team.
small, guys. Yeah, no complexes.
Right. No stall with the Amoongus, the Kofagrigus, the Lantern Snorlax, and the Wish Passing Kamala. Right, man. Right.
Yeah,
The double-
Kamala
the double
was
fighting
how much
stuff
base
is-
HP?
Really?
How much base
Mama.
HP does Kamala have? Like 65?
65.
This is
Need us
not a
any-
wish passer. That's it.
Anyway, the offense pieces are kind of nice, but don't understand why Galade's there. I know it's really strong, but I feel like you have both a Psychic and a Fighting type already. I feel like that could just be better used for something else.
Yeah, double
Yeah.
fighting does also mean kind of very weak and kind of flying weak.
He's very flying weak, with the only two resists being the Lantern and the Lairon. I think if you bring a Lairon, you're probably tearing it. With the weaknesses in your Amoonguss, Scrafty, your Spidops, and your Gallade, I think your flying spam is really good. And
The speed on this
the other
team
thing
is
is-
horrendous. The
yeah,
speed on this team
Fastest
is...
Mon 80. Fastest Mon 80 is
Average
a little bit
47 speed. Average 47.
Yeah.
it's definitely like a trick room team, or just a really
I think it's
bulky, annoying wear you down.
Yeah.
Even with Trick Room, you don't have the best exploiters, because Scrafty is a little too fast for Trick Room, so that leaves Snorlax, which is okay, but I guess you're like curse or belly drumming.
Yeah.
Not necessarily
Oh, no.
say it's Trick Room per se, more so just fat.
Yeah.
Mm.
And that being said, I
Also,
can give it some
special
Well,
attack
split.
wise,
special attacking wise, not much.
Special attack
other
wise?
than, assuming
being
Braviary.
Braviary and all the way down to Coppergregas, which is
It does
it's a
get
little
plot.
rough.
It does get plot.
It does.
But I don't know. I gotta give this team like
Uh,
a 6.5 because it's like it's very slow and kind of exploitable in terms of its
Yeah.
fat, but also just very
Spidops
obnoxious.
is nice for hazards, because Webs plus Gallade does do a lot. But otherwise, I don't have much else to say. I do think it's like around a 6. I'll put it at 6.
I'll also put it at 6. I say that it's probably going to 6-0 me, but I will put it at 6.
And then you're gonna cry about it.
I'm gonna cry. Why do we let him stall?
Womp womp cry.
Yeah.
Anyway. Up
It's not
next,
stalled, it's just very, very bulky offense.
it's just gross.
Incredibly bulky, not much offense.
Speaking of incredibly bulky, we got Math with no net. Coach of the MK Rhydons.
Matt with O-net? No, Matt with 1T.
Yeah, whatever, same thing. Listen,
Alright.
shut up. I can't read. I'm sorry. Draft player POV.
Yeah.
Can't do math, can't read. What can you do?
Shit myself. That's about it.
But it is Matt with no net. With no net.
Yeah,
Huh?
that. Anyway.
Matt with 1T.
Oh! Okay, it's not only you, Honch. I've been calling him Matt with no net as well.
Draft player
Nice.
Draft player POV. Shut up. Anyway, their team. Cass, you have to face this week 1. How are you dealing with it?
Not well!
Yeah.
You have a really bulky defensive mons in the Yuxi plus the Alolan Muck, which I've actually seen multiple times in just regular draft. It's so annoying and covers itself really, really well. I do think he should have got Swampert just to have all 3 of the own starters, but I mean, we do love Quag. We do love
We
Quag.
are Quagsire enthusiasts here.
Yeah, we are Quagsire enthusiasts. I think this is
one
just
thing
such
I
an
will say
annoying
is-
team.
Yeah.
Vigoroth as a Terra captain can actually pop off.
I've seen it do
Yeah.
some atrocious things. I'm
Like,
scared of it.
me too.
Togetic, I'm also kind of interested to see.
Yeah. He's also got so much removal. I'm jealous. As we'll go into my team next. He has 4 defoggers and a rapid spinner. He's not worrying about hazards.
Yeah, really not.
I mean, four defoggers. Four defoggers, one of them being Crag, Northwest or Rapid Spitz, and one of them being Blaziken.
Yeah.
Which is not.
I mean, you have a.
If you're running
Decidueye.
defog Blaziken, I'm sorry, but you're not.
You've got Decidueye, Togetic. They're all mons that can run defog.
Double Grass is interesting. How's the flying weakness looking? Hold up. Magneton?
He's quite flying weak. Magneton is the only resist, with the weaknesses being both of the grasses and Blaziken. However, with his bulky mons like the Uxie and the Alolan Muck, even like Quagsire, on the special side, Cryogonal, it's not really that much of an issue.
Yeah, those mons pretty
One thing
comfortably blanket check it.
One thing I would really like to see on this team is a Wish Passer, because if you have a Wish Passer on this team, it's
What do you mean? It's
monstrous.
Togetic. It's Togetic.
Oh,
it's the base
right.
55
Togetic
HP
broken,
Togetic. Yeah, overall,
Honestly, I'm thinking like an 8.5 for this. I quite like it, although a bit knock weak as well. Like, not a lot of things like to lose their items. So there's not really a lot like to switch into it.
Before we move on to ratings, what I'd like to ask is, why is Magneton really there? Because you have Blaziken who already shreds steals. Like, your offense does not really care about it.
I think it's just there as a budget steal,
That's fair. No, that's fair.
not necessarily as a trapper.
yeah. It's also something else outside of his grass types that can deal with the water types. So if there are quite a few sap Sipamons that like to run Terra Water, it can kind of be a check to that. I don't know when this is going out, but Magneton runs my fade. There is, don't bring it. Go away. I'm gonna have to give this a 9. This team. I'm gonna get 6-0. It's rough.
What do you put it at? 8.5?
I think so, yeah. I think I put this on 8.5. What'd you guys put? I'm sorry.
9.
Casper 9. Actually, I can't do 8.35 to avoid Honch doing math. How much you all have to do math? I'm gonna put it 9.
Dickhead. Alright. Let's see. Oh, jeez. I need to sit up, too. God. I'm just on the struggle bus right now. Alright. Up next, we got Kaz. Coach of the Neo-Space Palafins.
Oh, this team.
This team's ass. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, is it spelled
Honestly-
correctly this time? It's spelled correctly this time.
It is, because I'm the one that wrote it. So overall with this team, I was focusing on other stuff instead of drafting. I had an essay, which I kind of left for the last second, that was due in. I came in, got sniped a whole bunch of times, got some mons that I really wanted to use. Overall, I'm not really happy. I did notice a bit too late that there's one typing which my team really struggles in breaking, which is steel types, where both of my ways of beating it is a stun fist and a wish cash. Because even
Dude,
my higher point mons don't get
constantly say
ground
that
coverage or anything.
didn't you say, hey, Stunfisk goes to the goat? Surely you can do it.
Yeah, surely the GOAT can do it. Are you doubting Sunfisk?
Stunfisk,
I think he's
I
a
am
fake
not.
fan.
Stunfisk is the goat. Stunfisk is the goat. However,
Why are you worried? Huh? Why are you worried? Huh? Ha! Exposed! Exposed! Kaz thinks it's a fraud! Exposed!
Right.
look
Anyways.
at that bulk. 109, 84, 99. I will do it. But overall,
Right.
I think I've got good pieces. They just don't really
Anyways,
work together a whole lot.
Gaz,
I echo
where's your
that.
hazard removal? Gaz?
Yeah, it's Klefki. It's default Klefki.
That's kind of broken.
Don't you want to set up spikes?
Yeah,
Don't
didn't you
you-
want to like set up spikes, webs, and rocks with your mons?
Yeah.
Where's that rapid spell?
Yeah, I have a lot of hazards, just zero hazard control.
Right.
I also,
One thing
as you've all kept on saying to me, I have no immediate offense. It's all set up if it can set up.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, no. There is like Zoroark, and I was gonna comment on Mega Lily, great pick. Biter certified pick. Refrigerate
the bite
return,
check.
it's hard. It gets mammo.
Also the bite
It,
check,
it
yeah.
gets mammo coverage because it does have EQ, I believe.
Yeah. It's got some strange
overall,
coverage,
it's-
both physical and special, which
And it can go.
is
Yep.
good. It can go boom.
And 80 bulk is respectable. 100 base speed. I do know my Mega Glalie stats. It's a biter. I have to.
Yeah, man, it's really hard stat line to
But-
remember.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah, but I do think it's gonna be
I gotta give this like a
it's
7
gonna be a
and
thing
half,
that can pop off because
to be
Because
honest.
not only is it got no hazard removal, I've got a large hazard weakness in both the Kilowattrel, the Mega Glalie, which cannot run boots, and the Arachnid.
That really doesn't want to run boots.
yeah,
It's gonna
Yeah.
have to.
and also Zoroark-Hisui Zoroark-Hisui wants to disguise as something, and Hazard's gonna break that plan. Unless you're
Yeah.
running boots Zoroark-Hisui, which again kind of wants either Sash, either Lorb, either
Yeah.
whatever. But
Yeah, I
one
agree.
thing I will compliment about this team is Terracloth. Terracloth, we've seen it last season. It's quite good.
Yeah, I'm excited to use Terracloth, as I think it can help a lot with this team just in general. But overall, I think I'm just going to have to go down the middle and say that I'm a 5. I think it can put in work. I'm just going to need to be on my A game and absolutely cook every single week just to scrape by.
But you do have Stunfisk, who is
Wow.
apparently the GOAT. Who,
I
when
do.
you ever
I do.
game-
Stunfisk is the go. Stunfisk is the go. I will hax everyone with static.
God.
Alright.
Too bad I
I'll-
dodged
I'll
scary
raise
small.
True.
I'll raise your point value by 2 because you have Mega Glalie, and I'm putting you at 6, so you're an 8 because of Mega Glalie.
So I should have been a 4.
No, I'm putting you at 8. I'm putting you at 8 instead of 6.
Oh, that's way too high for this. I like every single mon that I drafted, obviously.
They just it
But,
doesn't work.
I've got some glaring. I've just got some glaring weaknesses.
Yeah.
Honch,
And what I kept on
underrankings,
saying-
like 6, but I'm thinking of an 8.
What?
Go ahead.
Put it down as a 6.
Yeah.
One thing that I said
6.
last season is like, oh, I really want more bulky mons, and I just didn't do that.
You're,
I,
yeah,
I went with mons
noted.
that don't excel in anything. Pretty much.
they do things, but they do a lot at the same time, but also nothing sometimes.
Yeah. They're the jack of all trades, just not.
Yeah.
They're no kings, they're no queens.
Just jacks and the occasional ace. But you know.
Yeah.
Alright.
They might as well be jacking off.
Speaking
next
of,
Moving on to a really weird team. I don't know.
man, you know,
No.
who
is
is
they
By
were
the
thinking?
Honch Q9.
Yeah, that's me, dude.
What
That's me.
a lame name. What a lame name.
Shut the fuck. All right. No, honestly, I've went for a lot of mods I never really used before. Like, I've never used Cyclozar, never used for Alligator, never used Glowbro.
Wow, Fortress
Yeah.
Sinistra. I
Shut
wonder
up.
if this.
Yeah, never use Dash Bun. Never use Sinistra.
Don't.
Never
Stop.
use Fortress.
What?
No,
what?
I've never used
Fortress?
Fortress. Not once have I used Fortress. Anyway, I kind of want to hear what you guys think, because I don't know how to feel about my team. I think it could be interesting, but... Go off.
You don't want to fight it.
You when a ground type walks in.
Yeah, I send in my Tornadus or my Sinistra. Checkmate, libtard.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Rather that rock you kind of have an issue with the only resist being Sandslash. I think your offense is really good. I think Fraligator is one of the best mons that you could draft in this. Jolteon is really good for that 130 speed tier. Overall, you have really good speed tiers. 130 to 121 in the Cyclozar, then 111 Tornadus, and it gets like Prankster in that. We should specify that Tornadus is complex and it cannot use Nasty Plot. I think that's the only one on the team.
Cyclozar
No Shed Tail. Overall, I think I like it. I think I hate you that you got a Regenerator Core. That's pretty cringe in Cyclozar Slowbro G. I'm not a fan of Dash Bun, but Dash Bun plus Fortress, just a really good pairing. I feel like a lot of time you're going to have to run Assault Vest, though, on some of these mons, as looking at your special defense stats on all your mons, a little bit of a struggle.
I mean, honestly, that's 9 times out of 10 what my Glowbro is going to be, I think. And, same thing with Eradicate.
If I saw an AV mon, I'd expect it to be Cyclozar. AV Cyclozar is, like, good.
I could do that, or Lorb. One of the two.
Yeah. I think you just got
Orb is a fraud.
so much offense. And then you've also got multiple mons that can do screens with this. I think screens with this team would be really good, especially for like the Fraligator and the Sinistra. So you got multiple options, such as the Jolteon gets both, the Fortress gets both, Reflect Sinistra, Light Screen Glowbro. I like the team. I don't want to face it.
One thing I will say is it feels like the damage output is set up lower reliant. You instant damage, it's like Tornadus, that's it.
No, there's for Alligator.
Jolteon maybe?
Doesn't really need
Life Orb for Alligator.
Life Orb Sheer Force.
It
is
really
still,
wants
like,
a
threat.
DD going. I know, but it still really wants a DD going in order to actually hit water resists.
I guess, but that's what.
I'm also not sure about your Terra Captains. I've never seen Raticate Alola get drafted. I'm very curious at how it does. And then Torracat, it just looked like you wanted Intimidate. And you were like, yeah, they can Terra.
Honestly, I was thinking I kind of just wanted like a
actually
fire.
not bad.
I wanted a fire, and I wanted something at like the 90 speed tier that also had like Willow, I think. I don't know. But to be honest with you, I also wasn't very aware during the draft, and I just kind of was like, oh yeah, I'll just go with this. So, I don't know. The Raticate I'm super curious about. I'm really excited to see how it does.
When I saw you left a 4-point at the end, I thought you were getting Smeargle. So I was like, he's going to get something with Ceaseless Edge, I know it.
I can't resist. I mean, if you squint...
One thing I will note is that... is that knockoff into your team kind of free.
Darkspawn.
You're just knockoff. Yeah, but Darkspawn kind of wants his item. Like, everything on your team does love having an item. For Alligator without Lorb, Sinister without Lefties, Slowbro wants his AV, so does Cyclozar or their boots. Thorn wants his boots, Torracat wants his Eviolite. Like,
Raticate wants to be used and validated. No, I was actually just
I
looking
like
for
the
a dark type
removal
down
a lot.
there, and I saw Faticate, and I'm just like, you know what? I'll give it a try. It does have some wacky coverage. Like, it's got knockoff, it's got stomping tantrum, it's got some weird shit. It's even got U-turn.
Yeah. I can't wait to miss with hustle. That'll be
I'm
funny
not running
watch.
Hustle most of the time. My ass is not doing it. It doesn't even
The
get
fact you have
terra-buffed.
3 spinners hurts me. Can you like donate one of your spinners to me?
Nah.
Why have you got 3 of them?
Nah.
Sharing is
Oh,
caring.
nah.
Honch Shiv.
He's hoarding. He's hoarding.
Yep.
He's hoarding.
Listen, man, I
He's
need
hoarding.
my fortress, alright? I need it. I can't leave home without my fortress.
One thing I will say, Jolteon's your only flying switching, and fly spam is pretty good in low tier.
That's true, but I don't even remember. Well, there were some flying mons. But yeah, I do agree with that. I was thinking maybe
Yeah.
I make Faticate
Like-
like my Terra option for that, or my Duracat? I don't know.
Yeah, as soon as I saw you
Yeah.
draft it, I was like, ah, his kilowatt answer.
Yeah. Listen, man. Listen. I want the kilowatt roll.
No,
Yes.
you don't have my only good speed tier.
No. You can have my Jolteon for it.
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
I
How
need
about this?
something flying.
You know what? I'll even give you my Sand Slash as well for it.
Nah. Dash Bun.
That doesn't.
All your mons are terrible. Stunfisk sweeps.
Shut the fuck up. Alright, anyway, what are we ranking this?
I'll let you
I'd
go
say it's
first,
an
Honch,
8.
with no bias.
I'm gonna say an 11 because it's me and I'm the greatest.
Alright, I'm gonna say a -11 because it's Honch and he's the worst.
Like go fuck yourself. Alright. No, but for real though, I'm thinking like an 8.5. I actually kind of like the team. All things considered.
I would go. I still maintain the fact that knockoff spam I do think is free. I'll put it at 7.5. So
I'm gonna put it at
Djay.
8 because you may say it's knockoff spam. That just means he's gonna bring weakness policy sinister.
Well, listen, Adura's not in my division, so it won't be as funny. So,
It's still a good mon.
you're not wrong. Alright,
Adura, got anything to say to that?
He's busy playing Marvel Rivals.
Is Adura even
Of course he
alive?
Alright.
Yeah.
He's playing Marvel Rivals. Of course.
Crashing out, talking to himself.
does. Crashing out because Jeff keeps getting jumped. Alright, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that finally wraps up Moonlight. Yeah, thank you, Kaz, for tuning in.
No worries. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course, dude. Alright. Well, we do have some other
Alright.
moderators in here. Light, you wanna jump in for Mount Moon? Or what do you want? You wanna do that?
Sure, I can jump in. I just need to see what we're looking at here.
Okay, yeah, just open up the Mount Moon doc. We're gonna do 1 through 16. Just like straight in a row on the team sheet. This is our hyper low tier division. Terra captains, the Terra rules are 9 points and below can Terra. 15-point Terra budget. And we will have some complex bans, but we'll get to those for each individual team. So, without further ado,
Alright.
guess we'll start off with the Stockton Heatmores, coached by PT Devil. Right off the bat, though, the Regice is really clever. I really like that, especially paired with Doxbun. It gives you like a really solid FizzDef, SpidF core, which I quite like. And it covers your Doxbun just covers your fire weakness for Ferroseed and the Regice, which I think is really interesting.
Terra Coracle has been proven to work last season. It's actually kind of good. I've used it in a regular Nat Dex format and it put it in work. I mean Pal Dex actually, but whatever, it did put in work, so I believe it will put in work. Poipole has put in work before. I've seen it get 4 kills in the hyper low div in SBF. I do think those are 2 very good Terra Captains. Like, I do really like him.
I do agree. The knockdown I think could be really deadly down here just because there's really limited steals and rocks are kind of...
It didn't land.
Yeah, exactly.
It didn't land, so...
Yep. There's really not going to be a lot that resists it.
Yeah.
I also think
there's no one resist to flying.
Yeah.
I also think Dracula's going to put in work in a division like this.
The only problem with Dracula though
yeah,
is
102 speed.
Yeah. It's coverage, I think. But for sure, I do agree that it's definitely going to be putting in some kind of work.
Yeah, because 102 speed is really good. And the speed tiers on this team are quite good for hyper low. You go from 102 to 95 with Oxbun, then 91 with Luminion, then 90 with Pikachu, and 73 with Poipole. That's kind of a big drop, but it's manageable.
I think for down here, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, I would agree. At a good lance, I would think ground weak, but 2 of the ground weak mons are Terra, so it's not that bad. And it's a very strong Fairy Steel core, Fairy Dragon Steel core. You got Darkspawn, Fairy Seed, Dracloak, all 3 of these are great for this tier. What I will say though, is that not having a Dark Orb Psychic makes you a little Psychic weak. And there are some really potent Psychic threats in this tier.
I do agree with that. Psychic is one of the strongest typings down here. Again, for that, lack of steals.
Steals. And also a lot of the Darks are high points.
Yeah.
But I do really like the speed tiers on this team, and the offense, on the physical side, you got Dracloak, base 80 attack is usable, and most of all you got Pikachu, which Pikachu with Light Ball is crazy, but with how much knock is running around, I don't know, I'm not sure how good it is. I still do think it's pretty good. And on the special side, you of course have Regice, which is the standout, and Noctowl can... I do believe has Nasty Plot.
It does, yeah.
And of course Poipole with Beast Boost can get out of hand very quickly. So yeah. Important to note, Poipole can also be run physical, because it has the same base attack and special attack. So Poison Jab, it does exist.
Very true. What are we thinking for rankings for this? Honestly, I'm thinking like an 8.5. I quite like it. It's got a lot of tools that are very difficult to come by in hyper low, and I think the typings cover themselves really well.
I'll go
Yep.
go ahead.
I'll go ahead. There you go.
Fine. Because it's the first team that we're looking at in this division, I'm gonna be a little more conservative with my rating. I'm gonna go 7.
Okay.
Okay.
Just because like I am kind of out of my element when it comes to formats like this, so I'm kind of looking back and I'm kind of sitting back and seeing here.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Boniour, what are you thinking?
I do think there are some weaknesses, notably Psychic, as I've already pointed out. I do think they're quite easily shored up, and this team's got decent removal as well. I'll put this at 7.5.
Alright. Okay.
You know what?
nice.
8. Bump it up to 8.
Too bad I already did the math.
Ah!
Okay,
Why did it
wait.
sound
All
like
right,
you were
fine.
about to say
It's
Wobbuffet?
8.5 plus 8 plus 7. Oops. Okay.
It ends up being like 7.8 or something like that.
Yeah, 7.83. By the way, if you guys are listening at this point, I'm gonna post all the rankings in the description. I think. If it'll fit.
So if you don't want to listen to us ramble on, you can just go right to the description and look.
Yep. But you had to be this far
It's
to
a
know.
little late to say that.
Exactly. That's the point.
It's a little late,
We
but
tricked 'em. Haha, you had to listen to 4 hours of us rambling. Anyway.
Prank
moving
him,
on.
John.
We got Kung Fu Panda, coach of the Ellismere Eternal, with probably one of the scariest teams I think that's around in Hyper Low. The squawk ability goes crazy.
I
The
would tend to agree.
Terra Oingalone, I keep forgetting about that thing, but I've seen it do some unspeakable acts.
It has committed war crimes.
Let's look in SBF Hyperlow real quick, the kill leaderboard.
Oh god.
Oinkolon, 10 kills, 2 deaths. By Kung Fu Panda as well. So we've seen it. We know.
He is the oink expert.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm super pumped to see Calyrex actually do something. I've never seen them on do anything.
Calyrex. Imagine it's still a fraud. If it's still a fraud, I'm gonna be so sad.
In a format where Psychic takes reign supreme, if this doesn't do anything, I'm gonna lose entire faith in this mon.
As if all faith has been lost.
No, but surely it can do something. I believe. But no, this team looks very good. It doesn't have one of the major flaws of hyper low tier teams, which is being knockoff weak. Is you actually only have 3 potential Eviolite mons. One of them being Electabuzz, which doesn't really care to get an Eviolite. It appreciates it, but it can run over items. So I think this is really nice. You have some really good knockoff switch-ins in Mightyena. I said switch-ins as if there was plural, but...
Well, I mean, to be fair, the Doug Trio could be pretty nice for it, because it doesn't really care too much about its item, I don't think. Because it's got great
Doug
speed.
Yeah, Tangling Hair.
Doug Trio tends to run either an attack boosting item or a focus stash just because of how low its HP is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it can get away without an item. Even though it's resisted, though, I wouldn't want to eat a knockoff with that thing.
Yeah, I mean, you have Tangling Hair as well, so it could do something.
Yeah.
I will say, though, on the flip side, it doesn't really have any knockoff of its own, so it could be... That's kind of something to consider.
Yeah, the knockoff is restricted to Tentacle.
Yeah.
I think. That's it.
I'm gonna give this team, like... probably...
Oh.
Probably an 8.
Okay.
Sorry. What? Actually...
No, don't worry.
I'll give it an 8.5. Again, I really like this team.
I just thought we got to rankings first. No, I really like this team.
That's fair. We've also been moving
put this
for
at
like 4 hours.
Yeah, sure. I'll speed up a little. I'll give this a 9. I think this is a really good team. I don't see many flaws with it. I think the pieces are individually great, and they've got some synergy.
I see this being an 8.
Okay.
That's fair. Average 8.5.
It has a very decent type spread that covers itself pretty well. There's not really any like duds on this team. I think everything here has a role and it does it well. This team's really balanced. Good job, Kung Fu Panda.
Yeah, man. Very strong team. Alright, moving on. We got Hearts Repeat, Coast of the Texas Tumbleweeds. I like that team. It rolls off the tongue very well. I actually completely built this team for him after he did Grace because he was really not happy with it. Frankly, it wasn't that good. I'll be honest. So I'm a little biased because I basically made this for him.
A Honch team with no fortress?
Shut up. Listen. If he could have drafted Fortress, he would have been on there.
Cringe.
Shoutouts to Piss, the Electrode, though. Love that guy.
No fortress, no what's it called?
Yeah.
Samurai. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for.
Listen. Listen.
I'll take a look at kind of like what I see real quick. There's quite a few things on this team that just scream hyper offense. Like you have a lot of like good speed mons for this tier that are just coming right out of the gate. One of the things I've noticed though is the coughing. If you're not using it for levitate, if you're using it for neutralizing gas, there's quite a few things on this team that do kind of want their abilities.
Good thing it's
neutralizing
singles.
gas is only active when coughing is on the field and it's singles.
Listen, I'm so used to VGC, but like that's why I'm like saying that.
No, you're fine.
I'm a VGC head for me.
No, important to point out, no quiver dance on Oricorio. I think that's the only complex.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things I am kind of interested to see is how the Poliwrath and the Galarian Stunfisk will be. Kaz will probably pop off if he's still here. I don't think he is. I think he left.
Galarian Stunfisk isn't good.
Yeah.
Only Unova Stunfisk.
Oh. So he's a Stunfisk elitist, I see how it is.
Ridge.
Well, yeah, right. The Terra...
Yeah.
We gotta put
Stunfisk
respect...
racism.
We gotta put respect on the round 1, pick 3, Terra Bramblegast.
Is it...
Or
Brambling. No, Bramblegast. Yeah, I've used that thing. As the coach of the Brittany Bramblegast, I'm very pleased to see it. I hope he can make it work, because I clearly failed to do so. I had to drop it in hyper low, but...
Same.
You drop Bramblegast, no problem. But...
The pivot on this team actually isn't that bad either, to be honest.
No, the pivoting... The what?
Pivot.
It's only the Electrode with Volt Switch.
No, it's the Oricorio, the Linoon, and the Frog with Flip Turn.
Oh, Poliwrath gets Flip Turn, I forgot about that. Does Linoon have U-turn? Oh, Oricorio I didn't think of. Yeah, but yeah. Okay, the pivoting's actually quite good.
Yeah.
Heat more with Fire Lash is something I think can pop off. It used to be a signature move, but Game Freak.
Nothing having a signature move anymore.
Yep.
Poliwrath doesn't get flip turn, by the way.
I thought it did. Okay. Well, anyway. You have 3 pivot options, which are all not that bad. The Wigglytuff being...
Yeah.
I know it's got 3 normal types, but, I mean... You don't really care about fighting types on this team all that much, to be honest.
Yeah. You have Bramblin. That's all that matters. But you also have Oricorio Pow.
Coughing!
And Coughing. Coughing on this team is really nice, because it has 95 base defense. Or is it 100? No, 100 is Tentacle, it's 95. But it's really nice, and the Hazard game, Stealth Rock on Wigglytuff, Stunfisk Galar. I just think this team is straight up solid.
Yeah, we'll give this probably like...
I don't see any major...
Probably an 8.
I don't see any major fault.
But it just doesn't have like that craziness.
Yeah, I don't see... Yeah, I'm giving this an 8 as well.
What do you think,
Light?
Huh? I'm sorry. Huh?
Ranking?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, zoned out. I think
What year
probably
is
a
it?
good 7.5 here. 7.5 would be decent. I do like this team. I'm just curious how well they're gonna pilot it.
Yeah,
So
I think this is also their first league too, so this is going to be really interesting.
I wish you best of luck. It looks like it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Up
Damn, they got a
next-
professional logo for their first league. That's commitment.
Yeah, man, right? Next up, oh, God, Kaz! Why did you put my showdown name?
What did
as that?
Kaz do?
He put my coach name as something stupid. Fucking hell. Just because
Next
it's
up
accurate
is-
does...
Next up is Chicago Butt Blast, piloted by the Honch Shoe 9.
Shut up! I hate everything. Fucking take it away. I don't care anymore. Just fucking
Is it wrong though?
go. Piss off. I need a nap.
Bashidon, enough said.
Yeah, 11. Guild.
Yeah, best
Guild.
it on. Also, it's coached by Honch,
Shut the
so
fuck
minus 11.
up.
So it evens
So
out to
4.
0.
Oh my
Yeah.
god. I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Alright, no, but like actually though, I see some really cool mons here. You have kind of a first off, I see Grumpig. I very much like Grumpig. It does a lot of things that people don't give it credit for.
I saw it had Nasty Plot, and I was like, I want to try that.
Yep, it's got nice spot. It has speed control. It has a few different things on it. You have a kind of a dual. You kind of have a dual weather mode. You've got a few things to abuse sun alongside a rain setter. So, kind of
Drizzle is
punches
ban on
people.
Pelipper. Important
Oh,
to
is
know.
it? Okay. Well, now I know that.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
still,
it's complex.
I also have Terra Sunflora for fire for sun.
For either chlorophyll or solar power. If you bring solar power, Sunflora claims lives.
You kidding me? Sunflora, it always claims lives. The fuck?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. One thing I will note is I don't know how much I like the pivoting on this team. It's Magnetic Pelipper.
I don't like the pivoting either, to be honest with you.
my brother in Christ, you're the one that drafted it.
Listen, man, I like it except for the pivoting, alright? You little shit.
The fizz def on this team is rough. It's Pelipper. Of course you have Guild, so Guild makes it much better, of course. But
I mean, Guild Pelipper is pretty strong defensive core, in my opinion.
yeah,
That's not bad.
I was just excluding Guild because that's a granted. But yeah, I don't want to say I have a problem with Guild, but my main problem with Guild is that it gets chipped.
Mm-hmm.
So you're a fraud. You're a fake fan.
Oh no, of course not.
Unbelievable. Going
No, it's called we accept. It's called we accept it, flaws and all.
True.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just feels kind of one-dimensional, and the pivoting isn't very nice. Honestly, I'm giving it like, although you can't discredit the what's it called, the Scovillain. I'm really excited to see that. And Hitmonchan has been doing me
One other
so
thing,
much stuff.
in SBF,
Yeah.
we've seen. But one thing I do have to point out is your speed tiers are kind of awful.
Yeah, they're not,
Modified
they're not
Manectric,
amazing.
then 80 Grumpig.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's quite a jump. At least you have Chlorophyll Scovillain to make it up, and Sunflower as well.
And
But
I know it's not as used, but Trick Room is a thing. So
But you don't have Trick Room Mons either. I mean, not the best. You have Munchlax, which... Hold up. Belly Drum Munchlax. Let him cook.
Jelly Drum Munchlax. My general thought was
Actually,
anything under 70 was usable in Trick Room. You have a couple things that hit
Not
that
really,
benchmark
because
that I would-
everything is so slow that
yeah,
most
for
Mons
this-
in this format are under 70. This is
format,
hyper.
I would say this format probably 50, but
Yeah, and you don't have many Mons under 50 that can take advantage of Trick Room. There's always Solar Power Sunflora, which is fun. But I just don't like Grumpig having to be your Trick Room setter if you want to go for that. Which I don't think was ever the main plan, was it, Honch?
No, not really. I kind of just wanted to spread Para with it and Munchlax to kind of then supplement it. To supplement the speed, rather.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know. I'm giving it like a 6.5.
This team is a little cranky, but I can't diss Hitmonchan too much. I think that it's a pretty good mon.
Oh, it makes the
I'll
makes
go
the
with
prep dog cranky.
7.5. No, it's just cranky in general. I don't know how well it's gonna work. I'll give it 7.5 though, because Gilb is still there. Can't diss Gilb too much.
I will say the team is very clunky. I'm gonna give it a 6.5.
That's fair enough. All right.
Like I believe it can put in work, but just team as is, 6.5.
Boniour, what did you say it was? I'm sorry.
7.5.
All right. Yeah, that's fair.
Next up, we have the Columbus Clodsires, coached by Zitius.
Zitius, yeah, bro. Jesus, this Firewater Grass Core. This Firewater Grass Core goes ape shit. I really like it.
I don't know. I'm not a Simisear enjoyer, so
its speed here is fantastic for hyper low.
Yeah, 101 is bonkers.
Plus, just the fact that it hits so hard naturally makes it really, really useful.
It also has the accolade that in Japan it was voted the Japan's least favorite Pokemon back in Gen 5.
Yeah, it's ugly.
Yo.
Ugly as
It
shit.
was the most hated. It was the most hated Pokemon in the franchise in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, fire type monkeys do have the tendency to do that.
Yeah,
Right,
kind of like another fire type monkey, but yeah.
Infernape was loved.
No,
like
Infernape's
based
ugly.
off that same poll, on that same poll, Infernape did really well.
Nah, Infernape's
but
ugly.
Simisear was the bottom.
We're just trying to
Goku monkey alone.
Don't worry, it's just for Jumanji.
Anyway,
Yeah,
for real
that's
though,
fair.
this
Yeah,
team is
He's not
super
listening to
solid.
rivals.
It's super solid.
It-
I'm a little sad
is
about the
very solid.
Shelgon snipe though.
Shelgon is very good. I don't know what Vibrava's gonna do on here. Pivot, I guess. That's it.
I don't know. Shit, its pants. I don't know.
Probably.
Probably.
Here's a question of the day: if Vibrava wore pants, how would it wear it?
Oh my god. On its two little front antennas,
it
that's how
wouldn't.
it's gonna wear it.
It wouldn't. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's the one.
No, I do think this team is pretty solid. You have decent momentum, you have decent everything. Just the flying switching is think it off. Yeah, that's it. Oh no, nothing with recovery, which is a little worrying, and the defensive walls on this team do rely all on knockoff. Except Vileplume, but I feel like if you're running Semi-Sun, you're going to want Vileplume to be offensive, and if your Vileplume is offensive, your defensive mons are all going to be not appreciated being knocked off.
We do have to take a tough, which is probably the best knockoff switch in available, even though it does lose its EV Light, but it makes it a little bit more useful.
I mean, losing your Violite is rough, but you do also have Pickpocket, so if you get knocked off, you're pickpocketing the item.
I have
So it's
also.
not...
Is there an item
Good.
clause here? Is there an item clause here?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope.
so they can run as many Eviolites as they want, because I was going to say, because they've got a lot
Yes.
of Eviolite candidates,
Correct.
and that's slightly concerning. I think with how much knockoff is running around in the division, or like in this format, that's really I would be really scared of it if I was piloting this team.
Yeah, I was pointing out that I don't like the knockoff into this team. One thing I have to note, speed tiers are great, and you have chlorophyll Valplume, so there's no issue with that. And hazard removal, you have a very good amount of defoggers between Print Plup, Cottony, Pheasant, and Vibrava. I've used Cottony in hyper low and it's very, very useful. So, yeah. Overall, very solid team. I like the semi-sun mode. I think it can do well with the Firewall Grass Core being so good. Just maybe a little knockoff week, maybe a little flying week, but otherwise the weaknesses are pretty well covered for.
Yeah.
I'd give this an 8. Yeah, an 8.
I'm gonna give it an 8.5. I really like the top 6, especially.
I'll give it an 8.
Like,
Let me see here. Alright, moving on to Buff Cat, coach of the Bush Light
Light.
Streets.
Did Light give a rating?
Yeah.
I said 8.
Oh, my bad.
Alright. Well, first thing off the bat, I really like the offense on this team. Terasuda Wudo with Kloitzer goes incredibly hard, along with Livani. Livani is actually really solid down here, because he can run both offensive or defensive.
So Viper's a really nice pick here as well. It has a decent amount of utility that most people completely ignore in other formats.
Yeah.
I
think the Magma
Rotom is really scary. It's a really good mon this year. Will-O-Wisp, Scarf, any set really, and be really good.
Yeah, no, it's a little knock week. There's not much that really wants to switch into it. Although you do have Gramble, which is really solid into switching into it, so I quite like that.
With this team's like sheer offensive pressure, I really don't think you're worried about being super knock weak. I don't think it affects you that much. I think you're killing things before it has the chance to.
Oh, that's fair.
I have my rating in mind if you guys do.
Terasuda Wudo. Terasuda Wudo.
Scarf Rocket Smash.
Really good. Dude. I'm gonna call it.
I'm gonna give this a 9.
I'm gonna call this is gonna
give it a 9. Yeah, that's fair.
I love this team.
Honestly, I do too. I think it's really strong offensively. I'll give it a 9 as well.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Just a little Ghost Week and Psychic Week, but it's inevitable. I'll give it an 8.5. I don't think it's quite a 9 due to defensively, but otherwise it's quite solid.
Next up, we have the Northern Snipers,
coached by
Venus.
That is probably the sickest logo I've ever seen. At least in NBA. I love that logo so much. It's really cool. Anyway, I even said that when they first put their team info in. I think it's Complex. Complex. I think Masquerain we do not have Quiver Dance on.
Yep. I just gotta say one thing: this team has Pro Pass, so.
True. And actually, I don't think Bellossom has Quiver Dance either. So no.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Yeah, Bellossom is complexed.
But for real though, I think them as Drevis plus Probopass is a really solid defensive pairing. They cover each other's weaknesses beautifully. Especially backed with Lantern.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
they have nothing in common.
Yeah.
Just very.
Defensively, it's really solid. I just don't see the offensive payoff to this.
This feels like just like a team that just wants to chip away. It doesn't hit hard.
But the problem with that is that you have very little hazards. It's just rocks from Provopass and webs from Masquerade.
Yeah.
It feels like it just needs
And you also
something.
have very little...
Needs something to, like, just hit. It doesn't have any real immediate power other than maybe Brrekien.
Yeah, and other than, like, I feel like one of the more defensive mons could have been spent on something that hits actually hard for the tier.
I mean, you can probably run like Specs Lantern in this because it's not really needed to be defensive all the time.
Yeah, I mean, like Stanler and Brrekien can put out damage for this tier. It's just it doesn't do it out of the gate. It has to set up.
Yeah.
Important to note, Masquerade does have a base 100 special attack, so it's not awful.
Yeah.
I do like I don't know how I feel about the speed tiers. It's 106 Lipard and 85 Misdreavus, but that's probably fine.
That's really
and the only hazard removal. Yeah, it's fine. I was overreacting. And the only hazard removal being Defoe Masquerade, maybe a little constricting because you want Misdreavus to be running a Violite, and you want Brrekien to not be running Boots.
Magic Bounce Natu kind of helps, but Natu is frail as shit, so I don't know.
Yeah. Aerostantler is very nice. With a Violite, it's actually very bulky. There's a lot of things you can do with it. But yeah, that's about what I have to say. Team is a little knockoff week though. Dark week, not knockoff week. Not just knockoff week.
I'll get it with 7, just because it doesn't really have any initial oomph like it needs.
7's fair.
Yeah, 7. I don't really see the payoff. Yeah.
Well, up next we got TJITES 2079. Coach of the Primal Reggie Gigasses. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, we have Jis. I think is how you say that name.
I really don't know.
But I'm guessing.
Jitsa? I don't know.
Jits? I don't know.
Complexes, no huge power on Diggersby. I think that's it.
Yep, that seems to be it.
Right off the bat, this
double plus.
This Ryin really doesn't like fighting types, like at all.
No, it does not.
Yeah, double plus Diggersby is a little redundant, and then you have Slugu Hisui, and then you have Mr. Rime as your psychic, which doesn't resist, and then your flying also doesn't resist, so it's rough.
I mean, you do have the Haunter, which is a fantastic check for fighting types, but most fighting types are going to carry some sort of dark move, which will just wipe this thing off the planet.
Yeah. Also, this team, knockoff, it's rough. It's hard.
I don't think it's as bad, because you do have a lot of fully evolved mons, so it's not really that detrimental.
It is, but
the main
it's the
problem
dark weakness I'm thinking of.
Yeah. The main problem is I definitely think it's just lacking a little bit in a fighting answer. Because both of the things that you want to be taking on fightings, like in terms of the typings, just can't. Dedenne kind of can. I actually think it's going to be wanting to run more offensive sets with like Recycle, Patai, Berry, Cheek Pouch, so it can actually do stuff.
Yeah. Or just specs if you want to be.
That's
if
fine.
you want to be.
If you want to be extra.
Very offensive. We can't just ignore wishy-washy, right? Like
no,
base
absolutely not.
140 attack, base 140 special attack, base 130 defense, base 135 defense.
Just don't let it get under a
Granted, it has
quarter.
45 HP.
I was like which in a singles format, it is hard to keep that HP on Wishy-Washy like
It
that.
is.
But if you can do
But-
it, then more power to you.
But I mean, even just getting 1 hit or 2 with these kind of stats can be game changing.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know, though. To be honest with you, I don't really like this team all that much. It's got some great pieces. Like
Yeah.
the double, I think, is really
Yeah, I
interesting
feel-
and fun. The Haunter is amazing. But it just doesn't synergize super well, in my opinion. I'm gonna have to give it like a 6.
Yeah, and I feel like everything gets chipped down a little too much. And also, actually, the pivoting on this team is fine. But yeah, the pivoting on this team is good. I'll give this a 6.5.
Yeah, 6.
Yeah. Alright. Alright, up next, we got Sorrow, coach of the Piranhas. Yep.
The Pegnitz.
Pignitz Piranhas.
I was having a stroke reading that.
You
But,
and
yeah.
German.
Well, listen, I'm also special in the head.
We knew that.
Shut up.
I really don't mind this team. It has a couple really decent things going for it.
I think I was talking to him about this. Like, I really like the Rapidash, the Quackswell, and the Throw, just as like really solid mons for the tier. Thievul also, I feel like, is very undervalued, at least in a lot of people's eyes.
One thing I will say, he literally has the only one with bite in the name, so that's extra points.
Bite.
Yeah. The Firewater Grasscore on this team is very solid. Rapidash, Quackswell, and Ivysaur. Really solid. Lack of a fairy type is a little unfortunate. You're gonna have to Terra into that, but it's not the end of the world. Fairies in this tier either way are very uncommon. It's not like Dragon is roaming everywhere, but it still would be nice to have.
The team would be pretty knock weak, but you do have Throw, which is probably one of the best knock switch-ins available.
Yeah.
But if your team does get knocked, it just completely neuters Marowak, and kind of, to a lesser degree, Gabite, which really hurts.
The flying type being the steel type being Magnemite means that flying types kind of have a field day, because your main defensive mons, I mean, not really main defensive, but some of your mons are flying weak. There we go. Also, especially this team, I don't see where the special attack comes from. It's like, what, Feeble and Magnemite, which aren't anything special. I still do think this team is really good. You have Rapid Spin, you have Defog, you have decent pivoting with Pidgeot, Feeble, Quackswell, Flip Turn, so it's alright. And what do we all think?
I'm fine with giving it like a 7.5.
Yeah, 7 feels fair.
The flying weakness makes me put it down to like 6.5.
Let's go!
Yeah, 6.5,
no math!
maybe.
Let's go! Yeah.
Yeah, alright. Let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go with that.
Yeah. Alright.
Next up.
Next up,
we have DK Rap.
coached by Bluebird
Coach of the
Brekkies.
Bluebird.
Even though
And the
Wibbly-
logo is the Wibbly Wobbly Wiblets.
I really don't like that. I really don't like that logo. Kaz, anything to say about their Stunfisk?
Hold on.
Thank God he's gone.
Which Stunfisk? Excuse me?
Regular Stunfisk.
It's something.
Regular Stunfisk. He grabbed it round 2. He was the finalist in last year's low tier. I absolutely hate that icon that he has as his coach thing. But Stunfisk is good. All forgiven. Revenant's really good in this. Pyror's really good into this. I like the team. Stufffisk is the goat. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. I've actually also seen Cramorant be really
Cramorant
dangerous.
Yeah.
Cramorant is incredible this year.
Oh, absolutely. Just
I'm
the
just gonna
extra
say,
chip
I
it
think
gives is nuts.
I don't even think Gulp Missile is necessarily what makes it good. Like, just this base stat being 85 and it has good bulk with 70 EHP, 95 speed depth, 85 speed, 85 attack, 85 special attack. They're all very decent for a tier. And there's always that hex factor if you fish up a Pikachu.
Yeah. Alolan Grimer is also really strong. We've found that to be really good.
Cool. Although I don't know if it's necessarily good as a Terra Captain, because it kind of really likes this type. I don't know, maybe that's just me.
Might have just been the only one available to Terra. Unless Machoke was available to Terra.
Yeah.
In which case, I feel like that would have been a better use for it. For the Terra Guts facade. But honestly, I really like this team. I think it's very strong.
This team is really good. Metang is great. No fairy type, but it's fine. You've got your fighting covered. You've got your dragon covered.
A little lacking on the physical side, though. In my opinion.
Yeah, Moxie Pyro is here. But
anyway, moving on.
No.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's...
But, no, I quite like it.
But, like, Machoke for this tier is still good, because 100 base attack, and Trev, of course, 110 base attack. I do like this team quite a bit. And you have Rapid Spin, DA Fog, I just checked that. You have not a single pivoting move, though. Actually, Staryu Flip Turn, I lied, but that's it.
No, Cramorant U-turn.
Cramorant can U-turn?
Yeah. I'm gonna check though, because I feel like it does. I know I've seen a U-turn before.
Let me fact check this.
What? Wait.
It does not get U-turn.
What?
Yeah. Alright. Your single
Never mind
pivoting
then.
move is
I'm losing my
Staryu Flip Turn.
marbles.
Honch really out here lying.
I would never spread
putting that as
misinformation on the
9.
internet.
I'm putting this at 9.5. Would be 10 if there was just a little more pivoting.
I gotta give it a 9
because I feel like
because of the lack of
you
pivoting.
can't
Actually, yeah.
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 Right. Light, any opinions?
I mean, not really. You guys kind of said everything that I was thinking. So you guys covered it really well. I probably give this team a 8.
All right. Any reasoning, or just kind of gut feeling?
Gut feeling. I like the mons that are together. They seem to cover each other pretty well. You're not lacking for offensive pressure, but you're also not lacking on defensive options. I think the Jinx is a little out of place, but otherwise it's fine.
Alright. Fair enough. Oh, great. Moving on to this jabroni. We got Syth. Coach Never Darumok over. I don't think he's still in here.
He left.
No, he's not.
Yeah, but honestly, this is probably
I gotta say though,
available.
Yeah.
I do think the team is good. I gotta say though, not picking up Darumaka
Yeah, that's kind of fake, honestly.
when it's actually playable, like
It's already
it is
Darumok over.
Yeah.
By the way, Complex,
But
Azumarill
no,
does not have
this
huge
team-
power.
I mean,
Well,
still,
obviously, but yes.
Still,
Yeah,
Sap
yeah, no,
Zipper is
absolutely.
really nice in this thing.
Big Fat Sapsipper is always good. Exector plus Houndoom can make for a great Sun core because both of them have Sunny Day, and like they're in Sun, nothing switches in Houndoom, and you yourself have the best Houndoom answer, so no one else can have it.
Exactly.
I just think it's really good. Emolga being your high speed is no big deal. It works.
It's got
And
great utility.
Crab, I gotta. Yeah, Emolga has great utility with Nozzle, Volt Switch, all that shit.
The Crabominable kind of felt random at the end,
Crab-
but it's still just really, really strong.
I'm actually saying I
Like,
don't like
ice
I don't like
fighting?
Crabominable on this team.
Yeah, it felt so random.
It's out
It's
of
random,
it's out of place
but
to me.
ice. I mean, it adds a physical threat, which this team really needed, and I just think that ice fighting is really just hits really hard in this team, in this tier on this team.
I do agree.
Also,
with that. Yeah.
one of the few teams in this division to have a Fairy Drain Steel Core, and at that, a pretty good one.
And it's very bulky, a little dark weak, which is probably another reason why I grabbed it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to give this a 9.5. I really, really like it. The only thing that's keeping it from being a 10 is that Crabominable.
I'm gonna do 9.
I
for the
will
same
point
reason.
out. I will point out a slight rock weakness, with the only resist being Leiron, but otherwise this team is very good. I'll give it a sure 9.5 as well. And 9.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. We're in the home stretch, fellas. Alright. Next up, we got Greg Cilio, coach of the New York Conks. Jesus Christ. Now this has a Sun Core.
Before we get to anything, I really like this team.
You're just a Regigigas enthusiast.
No, I see Bruxish, I see Regigigas, I know I'm in for a good time.
Oh my god.
The Yossified Biter. No wonder you like this team.
What was the complex is Ninetales, no Drought. I think Abomasnow we banned Snow Warning?
I think we banned Light Clay, not Snow Warning.
We might have banned.
No, we didn't ban anything actually.
There's
we didn't
no
ban anything.
complexes on that.
Oh, never mind. Yep. And then obviously, yeah, that's about it.
Ninetales and Drought, yeah.
Yeah, the top 6 plus Terra Plusle is really, really strong.
Terraplusle is actually a pure menace.
It's very strong,
Yeah.
honestly. It's arguably the best
85
Lightyear
special
electric.
attack and nasty plot. Like
Yeah, no, it could definitely do some stuff. Terra Whirlpeed is also pretty cool. They could speed boost, do some nonsense.
okay, I've put this in the prep doc. The prep doc is not happy.
Probably because of the 2 ice types.
Yeah, the prep doc tells me this is fire weak, poison weak, ground weak, flying weak, bug weak, rock weak.
It is definitely rock weak. You do lack removal. Because it's really just
Yep,
the,
you know, it
table.
Avlog.
Whirlpeed doesn't get rapid fire.
And
No.
you don't. No. You don't have a singular rock resist. I mean, Regigigas has huge natural bulk, which is nice. But
I feel like you're
I
gonna
mean,
be,
to be fair, this team is more meant.
you're
to be
gonna
on
be Terra
defensive.
Steel on that Whirlpeed more often than not.
Yeah. With Flying Weak, you're only switching this Plusle, doesn't help that much. Ground Weak, you have a bonus, no, you'll be fine. I mean, to be fair, we have to take into consideration that Abo has no plus Avalog. Avalog is unkillable in snow, and you add Aura Veil, it's just not killable.
Plus flash fire.
Like, we have
for
to take into
Ninetales.
consideration.
Like that's so
Yeah.
annoying.
You have Aurora Veil, and you also have Natural Bulk, because Gigas is Gigas.
Yeah.
I think this team, like, offensively is just really good, and has Natural Bulk to back it up. It just has...
Defensively, the
I love
types
weaknesses.
just are very sketchy. I'm
yeah,
gonna have to give
the
this like
stats look great.
the stats look amazing. Yeah, I'll give it like an 8.5.
I'll give this an 8, because I also can't pass up on the lack of any hazards. Because
Yeah, I
hazards
like
would
eight.
make this team... Hazards would make this team almost a 10.
Yeah,
I'll put an 8.
I do agree. I do definitely agree. All right, up next we have Mr. Mag, coach of the Hulberry City Horses. Propopass garbage. Anyway.
Gilb hater, invalid.
Gilb hater, cancel them on Twitter. Anyway.
Jesus.
Complexes. No unburden on Driftblim. And I think that's it.
So you're running Aftermath
Yep.
and Flare Boost?
Yep.
The main thing that jumps out to me is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of your mons, 8 of your mons are not fully evolved, and therefore mostly rely on Eviolite for their bulk.
Yep.
One of them is...
Literally, you're Go ahead.
I was gonna say, one of them you really don't care about having the Eviolite, like Sneasel. The Sneasel, really, you're not gonna run an Eviolite on that thing. You're running probably Sash or like some sort of attack boosting item.
Yeah, maybe Choice Band. But really, like, your entire team except Driftblim, Kamala, and Golem is not fully evolved, and Knockoff is just gonna be huge. I do gotta say, 2 amazing Terra Captains.
Oh my god, yeah.
The
Yep, Stellar,
Silverline
Contrary.
has Contrary.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Terra Bug First Impression,
Yeah.
or just Scarf Terra Fighting. I know DJS played in this league, and he just tore up the last time we did Hyper Low with Galarian Farfetch'd.
The one thing I will say is I don't get why Scraggy is here on top of Farfetch'd.
Yeah, probably just Dark type.
Yeah. I feel like that puts an extra fairy weakness. To be fair, there are many fairies in the tier. Can we talk about that flying weakness though? Only resist being Golem is a little worrying.
Yeah, a little troublesome. Luckily, there aren't really that many flying type abusers, I don't think. You do have one of the better ones with Driftwood.
No.
Huh?
Like, all the good birds are gone.
Yeah. It's not the worst. Plus, if push comes to shove,
It's
you can
not
tear it
awful.
out of the 2 flying weaknesses.
Yeah.
Other than
I just
Sneasel
don't like...
and Tricky.
But I just don't like much the reliance on Eviolite. Hold up. I noticed something. Psychic type into this team.
Yeah, 3 fighting types.
Am I the only one who thinks...
Yeah, no...
I mean, one of them is Dark.
Yeah, that's probably why they have the Scraggy to help with that psychic weakness. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because Craggy is their only thing they can do to it.
AV Kamala is going to
And-
be probably every week.
What?
Yeah, which is okay. It's okay. Hazard removal front, look good. You have Defo on Fremons, Rapid Spin on Wartortle and Kamala. You're doing good. Pivoting is nice. You have what you want. It's just that type chart looks problematic because Psychic weak, Flying weak, Ground. Ground feels like it's fine. Ground is fine. You have 0 cushions.
Yeah.
I do feel like
Very weak.
What's up, Light?
I do feel like this team does not put out enough offensive pressure to offset their weaknesses.
I do fully
I
agree
agree.
with that. Oh, another thing that we
Right.
should mention, Shell Smash as a whole is banned. So, War Turtle Can Shell Smash. Really the only offense that you got is like maybe Choice Scarf, Sleep Talk, Kamala, alongside the 2 Terra Caps. Maybe the Sneasel.
The 2 Terra Caps and Sneasel. Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
Dribble can put out some
Kamala
good pressure.
base.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Driftbloom has base, what, 95? No, 80 attack. And base 90 speed, special attack. Like, it's decent, but I don't know, I haven't seen it before in Hyperlow, because this is the first season we're doing with it in it.
I'm gonna give this team like a 7, honestly.
I would give this team a 6.5, but I feel like Strength Sap Driftbloom is just too hard to pass up because it's a really good defensive piece. So I'll put it at a 7.
I would say 6.5.
Fair enough.
Alright.
Next
up, we have the
go ahead. We got
we
Dobisuto.
have the Aurora Knight. Half of.
What? Yeah, that. Anyway.
You have the Aurora Ninetales, coached by Dobicito.
Yeah, that.
There.
What do you think, boys?
Because Chatot, I like Chatot.
Honestly, this is probably one of the most well-balanced teams, and a very sick logo. You've got great speed tiers, great pieces. Most of it's fully evolved. Not knock weak. Honest to God, I want to give it a 10 already. You've got so many good pieces.
Oh no.
What's holding you back?
They are really good pieces. I'll agree, but it's just, as always, it feels ground weak.
You got Leafeon, which is probably one of the better resists. And you've also got Illumise, which is surprisingly bulky. And has proven itself to be really solid. You do also have the Chatot that can switch in and Intimidate Mawile to kind of mitigate it. At least for, like, the physical attacks. So it's not the end of the world.
Edgequake hits hard into this team, is all I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And one thing holding me back from putting it all the way at 10 is the lack of any like hard special attack or you have Golduck, I guess.
Chatot,
but
hello, Boomburst.
Why do I always forget Boomburst is a thing? Yeah, you have Specs Boomburst, I guess it's fine. But physically you do have Clawfleafy on Zipstriker, but Zipstriker does really want to be running Overheat for coverage. I don't know.
I don't have a lot to say about this team. I will say the Cloth feels like it's a good piece for this type of format, where you're more likely to actually proc on your shell.
I've used it before. It has been brought Regenerator most of the time. And I don't know. Maybe it was my team, but it just didn't feel like it was that good because your Spadef is just too exploitable. 55 is not a Spadef that can be patched up with even an AV.
Definitely not. I don't know. I really like this team though. I gotta give it a 10. I love it. It's so good.
I really like some of the pieces on here, notably Chatot, Zipstrike. I think they're really good. The Terracaps are not bad. Illumise, Prankster is good, but I don't know. Light, you go first.
I'll give this an 8.5.
Damn, alright.
That's fair. I'll give it an 8.
Wow, I hyped this shit up. Alright.
L.
Well, you're the L.
I can't be caught agreeing with Honch.
I hate it here. Alright. Up next, We got Mini Ninny, coach of the Unovan Melodies. Based Murkrow. Based Murkrow.
But next to it, you have Rampardos, so...
Yeah, no, that's the anti-guild. We gotta take points off of that, sorry. Yeah, no. Get that out of here.
Yeah,
All I guess to do, though, for real,
So,
Chimecho goes crazy. It's got such good utility.
Chimecho? Yeah.
I hate Chimecho with a passion. Burn it.
Why?
It is. I hate that Pokemon more than anything in the world.
He's cute.
I do have to say, I think Clang is a really good pick. It's a low tier Terra Cap that's not bad. I think Ticketic might be a little redundant. I get that you wanted a fairy, but nah. Yeah, second Eviolite, Steel type.
I just don't feel like you're gonna bring it over, like, the rest of your Mons. Like, ever.
Yeah, I think Ticketic is never brought. I guess it does put Stealth Rock for you, but eh. I feel like just the first 5 are all very solid. The first 5 plus Houndstone are like pretty good. It's just the rest of the picks I'm not convinced of. Like Palpitoad, what weakness to grass doesn't help it in a tier where there's a lot of grass here. Weeping Bell outside of Sun, I'm not convinced either.
I'm really interested to see how the Dragonair will do. I think that's going to be doing some work.
I guess it's a good dragon, but I don't know.
I think it's a good dragon. It still gets its Dragonance E-Speed nonsense that Dragonite does, and it's got multi-scale, so I mean, it could do some stuff. Speed Boost Blaziken, or Combuskin as well, is pretty nice. It also looks like you're kind of setting up like a pseudo sand core there, but no sand, but it's fine. I don't know.
I mean,
kind of
let me
give
check
it, like,
what will get sense.
I don't think anything on this team gets Sandstorm other than stupid head guy.
Rampardos, Houndstone, and Clang. That's what gets Sandstorm.
Yeah, maybe. Could be an option.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't think any of them want to run it manually. But
probably not. But
you're probably running Fluffy.
Yeah. I'll give it an 8. Personally.
I'm just not sold on a lot of the pieces. Some pieces are really good, some of them I'm not sold on. I'll give it a 7. I want to see how it performs.
What do you think, Light?
I'm thinking probably 7.
Okay. That's totally fair. And last
Next
up,
we got the Long Island Lucarios, coached by Drew. Drew 07, my bad. What do we think?
I love Veluza with Cursula. I think that's a really strong special physical duo. On top of also being able to get Sandslash and Altaria. Like, you've got such good high tier value. All with webs as well.
Yeah,
makes it terrifying.
Yeah, the thing with Veluza, we saw it last season. It really wants to feel away, but a lot of the time it doesn't get the opportunity to. So it's just gonna be Scarf a lot of the time, which is fine. Sharpness is pretty good with a base 102 attack, but it's not incredible. One thing I have to diss on this team are the speed tiers. I get that you're using webs, but your fastest being, what, Togedemaru, and then going down to Altaria, I think, at 80? Not necessarily great. There is a... What I'm seeing is a ground weakness. You have some good switch-ins with Altaria, but that's mostly it.
Yeah. You might be able to use your Terra Captains to your advantage to kind of shore up that weakness, but I don't know. I really like the high tiers on this team. I think they're just very, very strong for what they do.
Like, Kurosawa hits so hard, I don't even know how it's in this team.
We did vote on it. So, I mean, we allowed it. I don't know. I'm very much a fan. I'm going to give this a 9, just for its offensive power alone.
I do like the offensive power. I have to dock some points for speed tiers. Like, I do get the sticky web aura thing, but I'm just never convinced that of Spite Ops. I don't know, maybe it's good. I'll just dock some points for the speed tiers. I'll put this at an 8.5.
Okay.
8.
Okay.
Light.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle of you guys. I'm in the middle of you guys here. Like, there are some fantastic pieces. The speed tiers are a problem. I do think that if there's any format that Spite Ops will do well, it's this one though. So, I think that that's okay. I'm gonna go kind of in the middle, 8.5.
Alright.
Oh, math, let's go. And that was the last team.
Yeah. Holy crap, that was definitely a journey. Well, thank you all so much for tuning in to the NBA Season 8 Power Rankings. We really appreciated if you've seen the whole thing. If you liked it, please click the like button, subscribe for more content in the future. And, yeah. Hey, you guys got anything else?
Let you cut, G.
Yeah, that.
Nope.
I got rid of soundboards. How can you do this?
I don't
Who
know.
turned it back on?
That's all I had to
To
say.
all coaches, enjoy the season, and please schedule on time.
Schedule. Yeah.
If anyone wants to trade me anything in Moonlight, just send me a DM. I need to change this team.
Schedule or else.
Yeah. Alright. Thank you guys so much. Have a great day. Bye-bye.